Good morning, everybody. It is Wednesday, August 12th, and it is day 12 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. I assume today is going to be the day that the state ends its case in chief and we start to hear from the defense, but we shall see. So let's get to it. Good morning, everybody. I just realized that I think I signed out of YouTube yesterday, so I might need to sign back in to make sure we don't get commercials. But as everyone who's been following this knows, we ended yesterday on the testimony of psychiatric nurse practitioner Jolata, who brought in a lot of facts that I think were very damaging to the prosecution as far as demonstrating that she had very serious symptoms that the prosecution's been trying to underplay throughout this case. And, I can't imagine the jury is left feeling anything but clearly this woman was suffering, you know, uh, you know, there's no doubt, right, that this would not have happened without these mental health issues. No doubt. I don't think anybody on the jury doubts that either. The question is going to become, do they think that she could conform her behavior? Do they think she could have conformed her behavior? I don't know that it's that big of a stretch from one to the next. And I also just don't think I don't think they're gonna be able to get 12 jurors that say she was legally responsible, but that's just one lawyer's opinion. I also haven't heard the defense's case, but if this is how I'm feeling when the state ends their case, that's not good. But what I anticipate we're getting next is all of the premeditation, all of the planning, the searching on the computer, the sending the husband off. That is what the state thinks proves their case. And it'll be something that the defense experts will have to touch on, I'm sure, because I have questions, about how command hallucinations and psychosis works to the extent of whether you take a phone call or whether you can talk like in the midst of it. And I do think that you can. And again, I do think that when Patrick says he talked to Lindsay and she sounded distracted, in my mind, I just can't believe it's mid event. And the state's never going to be able to prove it one way or the other. What I think it is could just as easily be, I guess I should say, is you're answering a phone, trying to have a conversation while there is a voice screaming at you. That would be distracting. That would be distracting. Um, Hold on. I'm going to just make sure I can log in, that I'm signed in so that we don't get commercials. Hopefully it's not going to ask me for a password. I don't know. Oh my gosh, what's happening? Let me just enter it in. Oh, Lord. Oh, here we go. I think this is it. Oh, no. Oh boy. Bob's gotta get a code. Oh no, guys. All right, well, in the meantime, I'm just gonna stick this up. I just went on the next screen and now I'm looking at myself. Ugh. Mer Another commercial. Alright, share this tab instead. Hopefully Bob answers me. Hopefully he answers me. Oh boy, maybe I need to tell him on, like, X, so he's actually looks at it. Well, I'm trying to see if there's another way to get this. What happened? Damn it. I don't know, guys. So we might end up with commercials because I cannot log in without Bob giving me a passcode. Um, welcome new member, Nurse Cass J. Loving the jewels. Thanks, guys. So how I'd like to hear from well, any of you, but specifically, you know, if you're the needle has been moved for you. We hear I've heard from a lot of you that, like, you've changed your mind on this. So, um, damn it, I need the, uh unbelievable. And it's probably gonna run out of time. Um, but alright, people are commenting on X. Thanks, guys. We'll see if he sees it. Um, but so Lizzie says, "I've got whiplash. I keep changing my mind so much." And I mentioned that yesterday. I think that, like, the jurors have gotta have whiplash by now, you know? Um, it's crazy. It's so I have the password, but it has that two-step authentication. So I need also a text from Bob. So, wait a minute. Maybe hold on real quick. Let me just see. Ah, I see the problem, I think. Oh my gosh, it's gonna do this another way. Yeah, I'm screwed. I don't know what the hell is going on right now. Hmm. So, all right, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I did something apparently yesterday that I can't log into any of my shit. All right, let me try one more time. This is so weird. All of a sudden, it's like asking me to do this. I'm gonna give this one more try, guys. Sorry. I'm just gonna see if um if I can get in one more sign in. Not to that. Oh god, this is worse than before. All right. I don't know. I think I made it worse. Whatever. Wow, this is ridiculous, people. This kind of shit that she keeps happening to me. Ah, I don't know what I did yesterday. It's bizarre. This is oh my god. Yeah, I'm screwed. Oh well. We're stuck like this. It's always something. It's always something. All right, guys, let me see what you're asking. Let me just distract myself from this whole debacle. Um, Yes, I'm trying to get into YouTube. Yesterday, I think I, like, logged out of everything because I was having an issue, like, logged out of Google, um, and that must've logged me out of YouTube and everything, and because I'm doing this as Defense Diaries, that's Bob's login. It's all connected to his email and his phone number, so, um and, the stupidest thing is that so I'm like, at some point, probably months ago, I'm like, "Babe, why do we there's no reason for us both to have premium. We'll set it up as a family account." And he sends so I canceled it, and then he sends me as a thing for the family account, and then I never did it. I should just sign up right now and call it a day. Maybe that's what I should do. Just get premium right now. And so I just never did it because 'cause I'm always on his anyway, and so now I guess maybe that's what I should just do. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Now it wasn't letting me back in. Yeah. So, sorry, y'all. Um, get YouTube Premium. Try 1 month for 0. Hey. Oh, lord. Okay, I think that's me. Please just be right. Yes. Okay, I did it. I don't know why I didn't think to do that sooner. Because I was thinking I still needed to be logged in as Bob because it's but not to share my screen. Um, alright, disaster averted. Alright, share this tab instead. Alright, we have done it. Oh, lord. Okay, coming back to you guys. Sorry. Bob is probably gonna be like, "This is she clearly can't run a stream," you know? Can't run a stream. So, this morning, first day of school, the girls and when I say the girls, Scarlett and her, like, best friend, Kenna, are inseparable. So, the girls needed to go or wanted to go to Starbucks before school. So, we got up at 6:30, we drove to the friends, we did the morning, back to school picture. Scout doesn't even let me get out of the car because I rolled out of bed to take her and the other parents were out. She was like, "Just stay and he'll send you the picture," the dad. I was like, "I'm fine. I have a sweatshirt on." And she didn't let me out of the car. So I was, yeah, relegated to the car by my daughter. Yes, Scarlett and Scout are the same person. For those of you in the chat who already know our family, that is who I'm talking about. So, and of course, the Starbucks line was insane. It's like, I don't know if it's always like that early because we live in a very small, like, town, middle of nowhere shit. Um, Not like in the heart of Chicago, but it was, like, taking forever, and all they got I'm the only one who actually got coffee. They got acai lemonades. It's literally pour lemonade into a cup. I don't even know what else there is to do. They got it without the berries. So, it was, like, sitting there getting frustrated, and I would have said something to them, like, "Wasn't this just pouring lemonade into a cup?" But Scout was getting she didn't like that I was getting anxious or frustrated was making her anxious, so I just controlled myself and smiled the 10 minutes later after she hands me the 2 lemonades without getting to ask what that was all about. All right, we got some movement.
This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone, and good morning, counsel.
Morning.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. So before we get going, let me talk to counsel about today's schedule and kind of where we go. So if I could see everybody's sidebar, please.
All right, so we're going to find out what the schedule is. Maybe we're going to end early. And one thing I was again thinking about today, and I have to find a moment to actually talk to my husband. I mean, we talked this morning because I called so that he could see the girls on the way to their first day of school. But, you know, it was like, I didn't think beyond like the immediate questions about our mental health awareness live. Those of you who've been following this with us, you know that we've got all your stories via email and via voicemails that you guys have been leaving, and we've got this mental health awareness live planned with mental health professionals for everyone to share their stories and even talk about how this case might be affecting them. It's not just limited to people sharing their mental health stories, either of themselves, their family members, whatever it is. So we were waiting for this day off because it seemed like the judge had other things on his docket, and we haven't had a midweek day off. So I was thinking of asking him, could we do it like this Saturday or Sunday? Because if the court doesn't have a day off, we're screwed. So maybe we're going to hear something about a day off. We also need to hear the judge's ruling about the TikTok nurse who took the TikTok to say how the McLean facility is really staffed, the skeleton staff issues, and a ton of other issues that if you guys want, depending on what happens here, us to play it on the lunch break, I will. But the judge was inclined to allow her. I still think that the defense should have been like just going crazy trying to get someone who worked there when Lindsay Clancy was there. Someone who worked, because this woman hadn't worked there for a year earlier, is not a good relevant witness to say what was occurring in that place on that day. I think you use the information she gives you to ask the relevant person questions. I recognize that because they are party to a lawsuit, there are going to be lawyers who are like, you're going to make this sound as best as possible. Yes, you have to answer truthfully, but at the end of the day, there's facts and there's facts. There's either one doctor that comes in and there isn't. The person can't lie. And so I expect he's going to give an answer to that. I expect he's going to give a better answer on what experts the defense can call, since I assume the last witnesses for the state, I don't even think they could take an entire day. So maybe he's going to come back and be like, we're going to break whenever the state's done their case in chief and come back the next day in order to, tomorrow to start the defense's case in chief. So I guess we shall see. We shall see. But I appreciate that the judge really did find it disingenuous, okay? So disingenuous, the Commonwealth's presentation of making it sound like the Lindsay Clancy was seen by her psychiatrist every day, and just not making it sound anything like a skeleton staff with limited resources and limited activities on the weekends. To such a point that he's like, I'm going to allow the defense to call a witness. He pretty much said without saying, he definitely noted that he had, yes, Callie, he had grave concerns. So someone asked, does Bob have a return ticket? He does not, because he's planning on staying until closings. So, I think he might move to Massachusetts at this point. He's loving it there. He's loving the lobster. He's loving the scene. I'm like, dude, you got to get into the ocean on the weekend. Like, I'm like, have you gotten in the ocean? He's like, I put my feet in it. I was like, well, you got to get in. He's like, when was I going to have time for that? I'm like, true. So this weekend, got to swim in that ocean. Got to swim in that ocean. But I didn't even get to see Bob's live yesterday because I was doing lawyer work. And I know he said he had so many members and the members only that it was amazing. And he ended up going for like another 2.5 or 2 hours or something beyond the public live, which is crazy. But hopefully you guys are finding that, liking that process. It's just, the chat gets busy in the public lives, and not only is it like communicating with Bob, but also communicating with each other on a better level where you're like seeing each other's questions. I also think it's, we in court TV's live, I don't know how anybody's talking. Like they're just talking to themselves. They're just putting comments. You might as well literally be talking to yourself on channels where the chat's like, 30,000 people. No one's seeing what each other is saying. It's like you're just screaming into the void. All right, so this little sidebar is taking some time, and he might be saying, well, Your Honor, it's hard for me to tell you how long my case is going to be, the defense, my case in chief, because I don't know which witnesses you're letting me call. So, I don't know. Yes, they are at their morning sidebar. And Cameron has said that she will come join me after lunch. We don't know. No, I'm not paused. Yeah, why aren't we hearing the beeps? But I'm not paused. I'm looking at it right now. Yeah. But thanks for asking, because sometimes that happens. But I hadn't even clicked on the screen. So should know. So yeah, I do think we're going to have more testimony today. We're going to have testimony about internet activity, and including the search for the distance to the restaurant. I don't know how much you're going to get into. Like, is it her phone records or just her internet records, but yeah, there's going to be some, this right here. What's happening today is really their entire case. Like everything that we've heard thus far, by ending with nurse practitioner Jolata, I think just proved it was like the defense's case. It just proved a mental illness, a woman who loved and adored her children, was a wonderful mother, a wonderful person, had a complete and total mental breakdown.
So we're set for the jury at this point.
Oh, the jury wasn't even in the room. Why do we need to have a sidebar like that?
You still have the driver in the DVD.
Yeah.
It might be that.
I think that's Lindsay's parents.
I don't think I made that mistake.
I'm assuming.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering.
No, Kayla, you do not have to be. Bob goes live after court publicly, but then he follows that up with a members only live, just so to give the members just a little extra something. But he's giving all his in-courtroom information during the public live.
All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right, well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to ask you those questions to make sure everybody was able to follow my instructions. And then at that point, we'll talk a little bit about today's schedule. All right, so we'll get to the questions. First question is, any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Last question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right, great. Thank you for following those instructions. Today, we're going to continue with the Commonwealth's presentation of evidence. The anticipation is that we will go probably similar to we had the last couple of days into the afternoon. All right, and then after that, before I send you home, I'll talk again with counsel in regards to the schedule for the rest of the week and kind of where we are. All right, so when you leave here today, you probably have a little bit better idea as the schedule for the rest of the week and into next week. All right, so so with that, I think we'll return to the Commonwealth's case. Attorney Buckingham.
Your Honor, Commonwealth would call Daniel Lawlor to the stand, please.
Daniel Lawlor. I'll be right back.
Morning, sir. One second, start right there. Raise your right hand.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury and the outcome between the Commonwealth and the defendant's class shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Watch your step.
Hi, good morning, sir.
Going on.
All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Yes. First name's Dan, last name's Lawlor.
And where are you employed?
With the Massachusetts State Police.
What's your rank with the state police?
Sergeant.
And how long have you worked for the state police?
9 years.
At some point, did you work in an assignment with the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office as part of the State Police Detectives Unit?
Yes.
And how long were you with the Plymouth County DA's Office State Police Detectives Unit?
From March 2021 until June 2025.
I'm going to draw your attention back to January of 2023. Do you recall going out or responding to an incident that occurred in Duxbury?
Yes.
And the incident occurred at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes.
And you're aware that that involved a death investigation where 2 children had been declared deceased, and at the time there was another child that was being treated at the hospital?
Yes.
What were you asked to do, or what was the first thing you did in relation to this investigation?
I responded to the South Shore Hospital in Weymouth.
And why did you go there?
I was advised by my supervisor to respond.
Okay, and were you aware that a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy had been transported there to South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And when you arrived at South Shore Hospital, was a Duxbury police detective already on scene?
Yes.
And do you recall who that was?
Detective Matthew.
Now, when you, meaning the State Police Detectives Unit, are involved in an investigation, is it common that you would utilize the services of the Crime Scene Services section of the State Police
Yes.
and the Crime Scene Response Unit?
Yes.
And in this case, did members of those 2 units respond as well to the South Shore Hospital at the time that you were there?
Yes.
Do you recall who from the Crime Scene Services and the Response Unit responded?
Chemist Maureen Hartnett and Trooper Rostoffers.
Did you have the occasion to observe Lindsay Clancy at the South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And she was in the emergency department, correct?
Correct.
And was she able to speak, or was she intubated?
She was unable to speak.
Did you observe her to have medical equipment and being treated while you were there?
She had medical equipment attached to her person, yes.
And did you observe her to have injuries, visible injuries?
Yes.
At the South Shore Hospital, in addition to speaking to Detective Maffio and assessing Lindsay Clancy, did you do or serve anything on the hospital themselves?
Yes.
What did you do?
A preservation notice.
And what is a preservation notice?
The preservation notice is to preserve the defendant's urine and blood.
And you provide that to staff at the hospital to ensure that the blood is saved unless and until a warrant is obtained for that material?
Correct.
And in addition to serving the preservation order, did you collect some items that were removed from medical staff that were on Lindsay Clancy, the defendant?
Yes.
What did you collect, or what did they provide you?
It was her clothing and wedding ring and wedding band.
If I may approach the witness.
Well, she's putting her gloves on. I have no objection to any of this, Judge.
Okay, all right.
As far as, Sergeant Lawlor, as far as the items collected, when they're received from the hospital staff, what do you guys do with them?
So it goes, originally went to Detective Maffio from Duxbury PD. Then it went to me, and then it was documented by Trooper Stoffers. And then some of it will go to the office, or will go to the crime lab. In this case, went to the crime lab.
Okay. But as the state police trooper on scene, the investigator on scene, you at some point retain custody of the item.
Correct.
And I'm just showing you a paper bag. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And is this the bags that generally the detectives unit or crime scene uses to put particular pieces of evidence inside of it?
Yes.
Since I just struggled to put the gloves on, I'm just going to show you the item if that's okay. So, showing you one item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
What do you know this item to be?
Shirt.
Is it a piece of clothing that you obtained from the hospital?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a woman's tank top?
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to observe some staining on the front? Looking close.
Yes.
And again, it's cut down the middle.
Correct.
This is how it was received from the hospital.
Yes.
I would move to admit the tank top as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 223.
Thank you.
Showing you another item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And what are these?
Jeans.
And these were also cut and off the defendant and received by the medical staff at South Shore Hospital.
Yes.
And on these jeans, you see a little bit of staining on the front.
Yes.
I would move to admit these as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 224.
Thank you.
Just showing one more item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
Appears to be a woman's bra, correct?
Correct.
Cut down the middle
Yes.
and has some staining in the front, in the middle where the cuts are.
Correct.
And is this an item that was collected that was on Lindsay Clancy's body on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
Move to admit this as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 225.
All right, thank you.
You indicated there was also some rings that were collected, correct?
Correct.
And eventually these items were then taken by forensic scientist Hartnett, and eventually they get returned to the State Police Detectives Unit in your experience. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
Now, in addition to going to the South Shore Hospital on January 24th, 2023, did you go to any other hospitals?
Yes.
Which hospital did you go to?
Boston Children's Hospital.
And why did you go there?
I was advised to go there by my supervisor.
Okay, and did you learn that one of the children, Callan Clancy, had been transported to the Boston Children's Hospital?
Yes.
And were you there to just obtain what his current status was at that time?
Yes.
And the time that you were there at the Boston Children's on January 24th, fair to say he was still alive but noted to be in critical condition?
Yes.
Thanks, Tracy. So first I said the virtual jurors message is about that TikTok nurse we talked about earlier. And then I just wanted to say that, a lot of you commented on this initially at the way the state's kind of laying out their case, that they, put on horrific evidence from the scene to, keep that in the forefront, then some medical evidence, then back to the scene, then some medical evidence. I do know some of you commented, well, sometimes it's just based on the schedule of the witnesses, and so they have to take things out of order. This is just my gut feeling, because of the way it keeps happening, that is not what it is, that this is more a conscious choice. But maybe this witness is going to then now turn around and put in a bunch of digital evidence related stuff. If he does, then I eat these words. But to me, it seems like she's just bringing it back to the horrific scene, reminding people of the tragedy that happened here, before going to the digital evidence. But we'll see. Thanks, Trace, for letting me know I was muted.
Now, in the early morning hours of January 25th of 2023, were you aware that a search warrant was obtained for the home of 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes.
All right, now we're going to get
And in
digital
your
evidence.
time with the State Police Detectives Unit, and during that time in January of 2023, how did you guys approach the execution of a search warrant?
So the house would have been frozen pending the search warrant being signed. Once it's signed, we begin the execution, and crime scene would document the residents inside and outside before we would go in.
Okay, so when crime scene goes in and they document, you're familiar, they use photographs and video, right?
Correct.
And once they've gone through and documented the scene as it was secured, do you, as part of the detectives unit team, then go in the house to begin search?
Yes.
And fair to say, there are a lot of hands on deck during something like this?
Correct.
And in this instance, the detectives unit was searching the entire home at 47 Summer Street, including 3 floors, basement, first floor, second floor, as well as any vehicles that were on the property.
Correct.
And in addition to people or troopers with the detectives unit, were there other local law enforcement also assisting?
Yes.
And what was your role that night or that morning in the execution of the warrant?
I was the evidence officer.
And what does that mean?
I document evidence that is located by investigators during the search warrant.
And so at that time period, when you're executing a search warrant and searching a place like a home, is the information that you know at that point what guides the search?
Yes.
So you don't know what you're looking for unless you know what happened, right?
Correct.
So in this circumstance, fair to say the state police had limited information about what had actually transpired in that house.
Correct.
But each and every room was searched, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes.
And your role was just to document items that were going to be collected and returned to the State Police Detectives Unit?
To document items that would be collected and either go back to the State Police Detectives Unit or to the crime lab.
And fair to say, when the crime lab takes items back to the lab, they have an entirely different process on how to monitor, track them, and inventory the items, correct?
Correct.
So In this particular warrant execution, did you engage in the search?
Yes,
And you said you documented what other members of the group found and located where they located it, correct?
correct.
And so you, as the evidence officer, were aware that Trooper Rabbit located some prescription pill bottles in the kitchen that morning, correct?
Correct.
They were just in
And
the
so,
kitchen, not the bedroom. So
As the evidence officer, were you responsible for kind of keeping custody of those bottles?
Correct.
At some later point after those bottles were photographed and collected, did you inventory those bottles?
Yes.
I'm going to just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 155, if I may, first witness.
You may.
So Sergeant, just showing you this bag here. It's already been marked, Exhibit 155. I'm going to show you 4 pill bottles. And you can take a look at them so they look familiar to you.
Yes.
So the first one I'm looking at is labeled trazodone. And as far as how you inventory these, what do you do when you inventory them?
Just count them.
Okay, so do you also review the information on the label as to what should be in the bottle or what the original prescription was?
Yes.
So as far as the trazodone, it says filled on January 12th, 2023 with 30 in it. And so you counted to determine how many were left, right?
Correct.
And so fair to say there were 20 remaining in this bottle when you inventoried it.
Correct.
The diazepam, 5 milligrams, date filled January 9th of 2023 with 14 as the quantity. You counted what was in this bottle.
Correct.
And there's 2.5 left in there, correct?
Correct.
And diazepam, 2 milligrams, date filled January 16th, 2023. It has 3 listed on there, right? In type.
Yes.
But there appears to be like a pink mark through it.
Correct.
Did you put that pink mark on there?
No,
Would that have been there when the bottle was seized?
it could have been.
Okay. But regardless of how many it said were the quantity, you counted how many were actually in this bottle.
Correct.
And fair to say there were 9.5 remaining in that bottle.
Correct.
And the
all right. So that I don't know what the line through the thing means, but if there's more than what was supposed to be in it, and she has been getting prescriptions over time, she could be combining them. And also, we had one nurse practitioner, Jolata, said she prescribed 5 milligrams, and I think it was of that trazodone, whichever prescription she just talked, but the instruction was 2.5, so to take half and half. And that's something that they do sometimes so that people, pay less for the script or, whatever the case may be. So I don't know what she's trying to develop with this. She's still trying to make it seem like Lindsay was just willy-nilly with the scripts.
last one, amitriptyline, 10 milligrams. It says date filled January 16th, 2023, quantity 30. And you counted how many were left in this bottle as well?
Correct.
And there were 22 in this bottle.
Correct.
And you documented that as this was put into evidence in the state police.
Yes.
Did you search in the upstairs master bedroom of the house during the search warrant?
Yes, I assisted with the search.
Did you locate anything that you documented or collected to take back to the state police?
Yes.
In the master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. What did you locate?
I believe it was a baby monitor and a Google Nest camera.
Okay. Did you
Sorry, guys.
observe the room, the master bedroom?
Yes.
And did you search in a nightstand that was next to the bed?
I don't recall searching a nightstand next to the bed.
Were there other investigators that were also in the room searching other areas of the bedroom?
Yes.
And as far as any additional work you did on this particular investigation, again, fair to say the detective unit works as a team and divides up work and for follow-up.
Correct.
And you participated in some follow-up investigation by speaking to some witnesses, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you were also asked to go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital where the defendant was following the sheriff's department, keeping watch of her.
Correct.
Do you recall what day you went there?
I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. When you went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, was she in her own room, or was she in like a open area?
She was in her own room.
When you were there on watch, did you go into the room, or were you outside the room?
Outside the room.
And as far as your memory of whether anyone else besides medical staff went in there, at any point when you were there at the Brigham Hospital, did you observe another individual come in to visit with her or meet with her?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was coming in?
Thanks for
Yes.
sharing, Becky.
And were you advised that that person was allowed in with a court order?
Yes.
When the person went in, did you know if it was an attorney, a doctor, somebody else?
It was not an attorney, it wasn't a doctor. It was, I believe, a psychiatrist.
And when that person went into the room, did you go in the room as well?
No.
And where did you stay?
Outside the room.
And when this man went into the room, did he leave the door open or close the door?
I believe it was closed.
And when he came out, did he speak with you?
I don't recall.
Okay. But as far as you knew at that time period, that person was permitted to be in there and could close the door.
Correct.
And you don't know what was said or what was done in that room?
No. No.
Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
So your position was as a sergeant for the state police on these dates that you testified to?
No, sir. At the time, I was a trooper.
Trooper?
Yes, sir.
You were assigned to the district attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
That would be the Plymouth County DA's office, meaning these prosecutors here, right?
Correct, sir.
Actually, you have an office in their office, right?
Correct, sir.
You don't have to call me sir. So on the first time you got involved with this case was on the evening of, was it the 24th or 23rd?
Tuesday. I think it was the 24th.
Okay. And do you recall what time it was that you went there?
To the South Shore Hospital.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Approximately 7:30 p.m.
Now, at that point, you had known, obviously, that this was a major investigation involving the death of 2 children and 1 serious injury to another child. Is that correct?
Correct.
The media was absolutely insane all over the location of the house and in the hospitals and everywhere. Isn't that right?
I recall media at the house. I'm not sure about the hospital stuff.
Okay. It was a fairly
Thanks for sharing.
horrific and largely attended to, if you will, event. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Lindsay was, when you went to the South Shore Hospital, that's where you saw her before she was transferred to the Brigham and Women's, right?
Yes.
When you went in to see her at the South Shore Hospital, she was in the emergency room, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that she was pretty well, she had the intubation tube in her mouth, she had tape on her face, she had her arms all taped up and wires and tubes and everything else, right?
Yes.
And it was a very confusing and, quite frankly, shocking sight to walk into that room and see her there in that condition, right?
Yes.
And you, about your duty, collected clothing and her wedding band, correct?
Yes.
And you went through all that with the items you seized, and you introduced those into evidence and noted what the government said appears to be stains, but it was blood on her clothing. Is that right?
I would say.
Appeared to be,
Yeah.
in your experience.
Yes.
Any shoes? Did she have any shoes, sneakers, slippers, anything like that?
I don't recall shoes. I think 2 black socks, but I don't recall shoes.
Right. And if there were shoes on her person are brought to the hospital, the odds are that when they saved the clothing, they would have saved the shoes as well, right?
Yes.
So you took the clothing, and then you went to the Boston Children's Hospital, right?
Yes.
And after you left the Boston Children's Hospital, you went back to the house and then assisted in the search of the property with a search warrant?
Yes.
And were you the lead investigator at that point, or were you one of the guys just searching?
I was not the lead investigator.
But there was a court order, search warrant, right?
Yes.
And you, meaning collectively you, knew that you had a search warrant that authorized a search for a number of items, including medications or pills or pill bottles, right?
Yes.
I don't have to grab this and ask if you saw this. You never did see that, did you?
I did not recall seeing that, sir.
You don't know what, if anything, was inside that item, right?
I don't know.
And counsel asked you whether or not it's a collaborative effort on the part of the detective units, and that you all collaborate and work together. Can you explain that? Do you report to each other? Do you keep each other advised as to what you get for evidence?
Yeah. So when we go into a house, we're not familiar with the layout. We'll walk the house and figure out where bedrooms are located, and then essentially we kind of just break up into teams, if you will, and search the residence as evidence is located. And at that time, as the evidence officer, I would be alerted that, hey, there's evidence here. We're going to document and collect it.
Okay. And you videotape the scene and you take photographs of the areas, the different rooms, right?
I do not, but crime scene does.
But you were in the house and you were able to observe the rooms. You could see all sorts of wall hangings and paintings and fingerprints and handprints and all that stuff on the wall, right?
Yes.
Downstairs, you saw in the basement, or the finished basement, that there was an area that was an office, or appeared to be an office. Is that correct?
I don't recall the exact layout of the basement.
Do you remember that items were seized from the basement, like a Mac Pro laptop, something like I have right here? There were two of them that were seized. You remember that?
Yes.
And from your investigation, you're aware that those would have been Pat Clancy's laptops, his business and personal laptop, correct?
At the time, I'm not sure who the laptops belonged to, but I know they were collected.
Okay. And how about Lindsay Clancy's, her cell phone? Was that seized, if you know?
I believe that was seized from the master bedroom.
From the master bedroom. And do you remember, was it located on the bed?
There was a phone located on the bed. I think there was another phone located in a dresser drawer. I'm not sure which phone was what, though.
All right. So both of those phones, regardless which one was what, did either one of them have blood on them?
I don't recall.
But if you guys were seizing the items in the property, such as the cell phone that had blood on it, in your experience, you probably would have remembered that, right?
Correct.
And you don't remember that?
I don't.
Okay. You did notice a lot of blood on the floor and on the walls, on the mirror and the window ledge and that area. Is that fair?
I recall blood on the floor by the mirror, and then blood on the floor going towards that back right window.
Okay. At no time did you ever come across or discover a, what do you call it, Apple Watch, right?
No, sir.
And after you all concluded your search of the home, and how long did that take? A couple of hours?
Probably. I don't recall the exact time we concluded.
Okay. The next thing you did was to go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital. Is that right?
After the search warrant?
Yeah, she had asked you a question about Brigham and Women's. I mean, did you do something else in between? I don't know.
I don't recall exactly what I did after the search warrant, but at some point I did go to the Brigham.
Okay. Can you tell us when you went to the Brigham?
I don't recall the exact date.
All right, so whatever date you went to the Brigham, you went there for what purpose?
She was transferred to that facility, and it was to maintain custody of her at that point.
So you were going to maintain custody of her?
So the sheriffs, I believed,
Right.
had custody of her, and then our unit was tasked to facilitate providing coverage over the next couple of days.
Right, and she was actually in the bed with all, again, tubes and all sorts of things coming out of her body when you saw her, right?
Yeah, she was in the hospital bed.
and she was in like an emergency room. It was a little small room with a lot of machines in it that took up a lot of space, right?
I don't think she was in the emergency room. She was in one of the floors.
One of the floor rooms, but it was an intensive care unit, right?
I believe it could have been the surgical intensive care unit.
Surgical intensive care. And when you went there to facilitate custody, who were you facilitating custody for? The DA's office?
Yes, essentially.
Okay. And whatever, do you remember how many days? Was it like 2 days, a week, 2 weeks after the incident that brought you to the house in Duxbury? Do you recall how long it was before you went to the hospital to maintain custody, facilitate?
I don't recall how many days, maybe 2 or 3. I'm not sure the exact count.
All right, so she had been transferred out of South Shore Hospital. She was transferred to Brigham and Women's Hospital. You went to Brigham and Women's Hospital. I imagine you had to go through security to get in there, right? Well, your badge, right?
At some point, yeah, we were probably assisted with security to get
Right.
up there.
Well, you know that nobody could get access to Lindsay Clancy in that hospital, and I mean nobody, right?
Correct.
And this went on for day after day after day, to your knowledge, facilitating, right?
Correct.
Her parents couldn't get in to see her, correct?
I don't believe so.
She had an attorney that had difficulty, not me, but another guy that had difficulty getting in to see her. Isn't that right?
I'm not aware of that difficulty.
So I think most of this is to kind of counter. Let me make sure I'm not muted. Okay. To try and counter, I guess, and we'll see where it goes. But like the state's whole position that she asked for a lawyer as soon as she could, as soon as she woke up. Well, people couldn't come see her. She wasn't able to make any phone calls. She's not able to do anything. There's police everywhere. So I think that's what a lot of this is going to. I'll bloop it back 10 seconds.
I don't believe so.
She had an attorney that had difficulty, not me, but another guy that had difficulty getting in to see her. Isn't that right?
I'm not aware of that difficulty.
I had to get a court order to get a doctor in there to see her, didn't I?
Yes, it was a court order.
And when I got the court order, a doctor came in and met with Lindsay pursuant to that judge's order. And that was Paul Zeisel, correct?
I believe that's the name. I'm not sure if he was a doctor, but I believe that was the gentleman that came on the court order.
Okay, only because in your direct you said that he was not a doctor, but he was a psychiatrist. So, I mean, it's just, you knew that he had something to do with head doctor, psychiatrist, psychologist, something like that.
Correct.
Okay. Did he have to clear it with you to get into the room?
He checked in with myself and the other trooper. We were advised that he was coming and to let him in on the court order.
All right. Now, I wasn't there on that occasion, right?
No.
And when Dr. Zeisel, or whoever it was, went into the room to see her, it's your memory that he was allowed to shut the door. Is that correct?
I believe he shut the door.
Now, you were involved in this investigation pretty intensely, working with the DA's office, right?
Correct.
Isn't it fair to say that one of the contentions of the district attorneys is that Paul Zeisel, my doctor, that I got a court order to get in to see her, told
My
her
doctor?
to call Pat and tell him that she heard voices?
Objection.
Can I see counsel sidebar in regards to this?
He might be saying, why are you highlighting she exercised her right to counsel? But the prosecution already did. But maybe he's just seeing why, because I don't know that we heard that before. Did we? Because, I wasn't there in the beginning. But chat, did we hear testimony that the state has this theory that only after that the doctor or somebody told Lindsay to call Pat and tell him she heard voices? Let's see what you guys are saying. All right, well, Sasha says yes, we did. So does Milk You Headphones. So, yeah, I guess this is something that the state put out there. You know, So it wasn't the state's opening. I mean, I got fog brain, so I can't remember anything. We know how old I am. So they're having this discussion. It seems like a little bit of a long discussion about um, where this testimony is going. Maybe we'll be able to piece it together by what Reddington asks next when he comes back. So, and I wish I knew, and maybe someone in chat knows because I didn't follow the pretrial like motions and lemonade. I think we watched some, but there must have been something about, I would assume something about this, because typically, whether you ask for a lawyer, that is not allowed to be introduced as evidence, period. Okay. But the difference here is that she asked it of a doctor, not of a police officer. And the theory would be she wasn't in custody, she wasn't being interrogated, her rights, her Miranda rights don't apply, her right to counsel doesn't apply. But I don't see how, if this was presented pretrial, how the judge could have decided she wasn't in custody. And maybe it's because there was no interrogation, you know, um, that asking for a lawyer to the doctor can be introduced. But I really think that's why this is all being explained, so that people have the feeling that some of you are having, the jurors get the feeling that some of you are having, like, well, shit, if I can't even see my family, I can't talk to anybody, I'm tied to a bed, there's cops all over the place, I'm gonna ask for a lawyer, you know? This doesn't mean anything. Um, but I am surprised at the length of this sidebar, and maybe there's something I'm just not thinking about right now, um, that they could be talking about over and above, is he implicating her rights, or over and above how this witness can testify on this issue, like, that someone is of the position that, you know, this is what was told, that somehow this resulted in Lindsay being told to call Pat and make up that there was this, that she heard these voices, like, "Oh, well, you better call your husband and let him know you were hearing voices," as though it's made up. Um, and the judge might be trying to say, "You can't ask it of this witness." Like, what he thinks, and it would be kind of true, whether he thinks that's what happened is irrelevant. He's not testifying that that's what happened. Um, and I was thinking, I'm trying to think this through. So he's not testifying what happens. His opinion on whether or not that's what happened is not relevant. But I guess the question could be, did you have any reason to believe she received instructions? But we don't know how he would. There was a closed door, but I'm sure that Reddington wants to get out that this is like, uh, pulled out of the the Commonwealth's ass, that this is what happened. Like, there's no basis for it. No one else thinks it. But I don't know that no one else thinking it is really relevant. I think it's got to be an argument in closing. And it's clearly a point that's warranting a lot of discussion. The judge hasn't shut it right down, whatever discussion they're having, since they're still having it. Um, can you turn on YouTube closed caption? Did I? How do I mean, our, like yesterday, did I do something? Let me see if there's a way. Do I have the ability to do something like that? Let's see. Um, Where would I don't know that I did anything different yesterday. Bob set up the stream, and Bob set up the stream today. And I don't know. Let me see if there's a way. Well, now I can't do anything in YouTube, like YouTube directly as Defense Diaries, because I'm not logged in. But I don't think that I did anything special yesterday. And really, I see you. I'll try to figure out if there's something else that I can do, because I feel like the closed captioning should be available. And let me make sure that I have it bigger, because I've been doing that on the subtitles. Yeah, it's at 150. Background capacity. Font capacity. Can you make it more than that? No. Background capacity is 75%. I'm not sure what that does, but I'll check it when they're up and see if it makes them stand out more. But sorry, I'm so interested. Let me see if Bob's saying anything about what's going on right now. Let me check his X. Okay, this is an outrageous claim for the government to make about a respected doctor. I mean, fucking outrageous. Lengthy sidebar. So he's saying it's outrageous that the government, that the Commonwealth is claiming that the doctor instructed Lindsay to do anything, you know, like call Patrick and say she was hearing voices. And that would be an outrageous claim for the government to make. And this is a lengthy sidebar. So it doesn't seem like we've got much more than that as far as what's happening. Like, give me some demeanor. Are they yelling over there? Are they swinging their hands around? Are they like making faces? Come on, babe. Give it to me. Give it to me. It's kind of crazy. Let's see what you guys are saying. Oh, wait, Bob. I just saw Bob said something. Maybe it was the same things. Caption setup. Huh. Turn on CC in the screen you have. But I have CC, like I'm sharing. Are the closed captionings not showing up during the closed captioning's on? I don't know, guys. So what led to this sidebar, sorry to get off topic, but I do remind Bob this of every day, and he keeps asking me, who do I ask about the Bows, to investigate the Bows? I'm like, what do you mean? Any lawyer in that building? But we did have someone in chat, and sorry, I can't remember your name, let me know that they watched an earlier trial with this lawyer, this prosecutor, that was available on Court TV. No Bows. It was a murder case. No Bows. No Bows. So what's building up to this sidebar is the Amanda says that Sue reports that it's an animated conversation at sidebar, and a couple of jurors are watching intently. Right, classic overthinker says, how would the cop have heard anything? He was outside the door closed. I mean, that's my point as well. So all of this is from a question about, so is it your position that this doctor told Lindsay to call Patrick and say he's hearing voices? I'll run it back. Oh, wait. All right. I had a little blooping time, but we're still live. I'll run it back and we can listen to the question real quick.
We have to clear it with you to get into the room?
He checked in with,
All right, now I wasn't there, went into the room to see her. It's your memory that he was allowed to shut the door. Is that correct?
I believe he shut the door.
Now, you were involved in this investigation pretty intensely, working with the DA's office, right?
Correct.
Isn't it fair to say that one of the contentions of the district attorneys is that Paul Zeisel, my doctor, that I got a court order to get in to see her, told her to call Pat and tell him that she heard voices?
Objection.
Can I see counsel side?
All right. So the question was, isn't it true that it's one of the contentions of the Commonwealth? He is an agent of the Commonwealth and he did speak to them. I think there's a way to get at this. It's clearly not this black and white because this is a long sidebar. This is a lengthy sidebar on this issue. To say, in your conversations with the Commonwealth, did you have strategy discussions with the Commonwealth, or you had strategy discussions with the Commonwealth about what you guys thought the evidence showed and how the case should be presented, correct? Assuming he says yes. And at some point, did it come up whether or not the evidence suggests that in that room that you couldn't hear or see anything, the doctor told Lindsay to do X, Y, and Z? I think that's actually more relevant than whether or not he thinks it. If he was part of the strategy and this was something they roundtabled, like, all right, how about, seems to me the doctor must have told her to call. That makes just as much sense as anything else, right? Like how this conversation came up and where they pulled it right out of their ass. And so I do think that is relevant. We would have to know. It looks like they're moving. Maybe we're coming back. All right, let's see what happened.
All right, so members of the jury.
I thought
like
this was going to happen.
A couple of weeks ago. Sometimes I got to talk to the lawyers for a little bit
They're making
longer
them leave.
than it takes over here at the sidebar. So this is one of those situations.
It
So
looks like
I'm going to
lost
ask you to go
tape.
back to the jury room.
Oh, he is.
Just for a couple of minutes, I think, and we'll bring you right back in and we'll resume with the testimony. Okay.
All right. That's what I thought might happen, that they're going to have the jury leave. I was surprised it didn't happen yet. So we're going to hear it all. We'll hear it all.
This way, please.
But make the witness leave, please. Make the witness leave. For God's sakes. Officer off the stand, out of the room. Just making sure I didn't have any more blooping time. He's got a mint. Altoid.
Please be seated.
I love to have
All
those
right.
on hand during trial.
Counsel, what we're going to do is we'll have it, just so the record's clear, the jury's out of the room at this point. We will just conduct a short voir dire
There we
on the
go.
issue that we talked about over at Sidebar.
All right.
So I'll allow Mr. Reddington to ask questions at this point, and then I'll allow Commonwealth to also ask questions. Go ahead, counsel.
Okay, thank you. So you're in the hospital at Brigham and Women's, correct?
Yes.
And when you're there, with the purpose of obviously with other law officers to enforce the
Sorry, guys.
fact that she's in custody, Dr.
I didn't
Zeisel,
cover his face.
or a doctor, came in pursuant to a court order, right?
Yes.
All right. And obviously had been cleared through security and went into the room where Lindsay was laying on the bed, right?
Yes.
You don't know, or you don't recall if he closed the door or if he kept the door open or if it was half open. You just don't remember, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that in the course of preparing this case for trial, that you have worked and collaborated with the prosecutors, the two district attorneys, correct?
Yes.
And you guys would talk about theories of the
Here we
case
go.
and evidence that they want you to run down perhaps as an investigator or try to obtain or interviews and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
And one of the theories that they had indicated to you is that Patrick Clancy had indicated to the investigators and to the grand jury, I believe, that Lindsay called him from the hospital, right?
I recall that.
And that Lindsay used that doctor's cell phone to call him from the hospital, right?
Yes.
And they basically had a theory that they wanted to run with, that Zeisel told her, Lindsay, to say that she heard voices, right?
I don't know if it's a theory or not. I just recall that conversation at some point.
Okay, so when was the conversation?
I don't recall exactly when.
Do you remember where the conversation was?
No.
You don't, okay.
I'm assuming at the office. I just don't recall specifically when.
And who was it you were talking to?
Probably could have been one of the troopers in the office working the case.
One of the troopers, is it McGilligan?
Probably. He's the case officer, so I'd imagine it probably would have been him, sir.
Probably could have been him.
Yep.
How about any of the prosecutors? You talked to the DAs about that?
I don't recall specifically speaking to a prosecutor about this.
Well, how about not necessarily specifically, but do you have any memory of talking to the prosecutor about, quote, this, end quote?
No.
So what is it that your memory is that the trooper, whoever it may have been, or the investigator for the state police may have been, what did that person tell you?
That at some point when Lindsay was in the hospital with the doctor and the court order, that she made a phone call to Patrick and they discussed circumstances of the case, and then he was interviewed later on and communicated this phone call to, I believe, Trooper McGilligan.
And what did McGilligan tell you about the conversation? What the theory or the understanding was that
during the conversation, Lindsay communicated to Patrick that she had heard voices in her head.
And there was also the conversation regarding the psychologist is basically the one that planted that idea in her head, right?
The conversation between Trooper McGilligan and I?
Yeah.
I don't recall that specifically. I just recall the facts that are communicated to me that there was a phone call between Lindsay and Patrick.
Okay, you already said that. I know, and I apologize. I don't mean to cut you off, but let's cut to the chase.
Yeah.
What I'm asking you are voices. You know what that means when someone hears voices, right?
Yes.
You may not hear voices. I may not hear voices, but some people might hear voices, right?
Yeah.
That was discussed with McGilligan, wasn't it?
Yes.
And what is it that he discussed with you about Lindsay hearing voices?
That's what she had told Patrick on the phone call, that she heard voices.
And when she told Patrick that she heard that on the phone call, the prosecution determined that it was Zeisel, or whoever that doctor was, you don't recall, that told her to say that for some type of a defense, right?
I don't know what the prosecution determined. All I can say is that's what I recall, the conversation between Lindsay
So you
and
never
Patrick.
discussed this theory,
Okay.
the Commonwealth
Well,
theory with them.
when
The
you say
voices.
The voice.
Yeah.
And the conversation also included the fact that it was the psychologist that planted that idea in her mind. That's the theory, isn't it?
That would be the theory, but I don't recall having
That's wait. Your answer is that would be the theory, right?
correct.
Okay.
Agreeing with you that that's
Okay.
what was discussed.
All right. And this would be you and is it McGilligan?
McGilligan.
McGilligan.
Yes, sir.
And you're unable to assist us, though, with any of the detail. You do recall that there was a conversation about that.
Correct.
And in the conversation, it was about the conversation that Lindsay had with her husband indicating about voices, right?
Correct.
Using the psychologist's cell phone, right?
Correct.
And there was an indication that the psychologist told her to basically say that. You just told us, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Attorney Buckingham.
Sergeant Lawlor, at the time that you were at the Brigham Hospital and at the time the doctor came in, you didn't know anything about a theory of the case, correct?
No.
And you didn't know or overhear anything in outside that room about conversations between the doctor and the defendant, did you?
Correct.
And you indicated that you never
That's the
had a
point,
conversation with the
counselor.
prosecution about their theory of the case, did you?
Did not.
So anything that you recall was simply conversation with another trooper in the unit.
Correct.
And as you sit here in your testimony today and testify about your memory of that particular night, is anything about that conversation with Sergeant McGilligan guiding your testimony?
No.
You changed, or has your memory changed as to that incident after you had this conversation with Trooper McGilligan,
No.
Sergeant McGilligan? And in fact, you don't know anything about whether there's any evidence about Dr. Zeisel giving or prompting the defendant to have that conversation with her husband, do you?
No.
So why
All
are you
know
saying it,
factually
Commonwealth?
is what came out of the investigation from what Patrick said the call was and who he said the call was from and how the call occurred, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, and then I'll get right back to it. The Commonwealth is literally, wait, let me make sure I'm not muted. Okay. The Commonwealth is literally making the defense's point. Either one of two ways. There was literally zero evidence from which this inference that the doctor must have told her to say that. Nothing factual, no evidence, no nothing to support such a ridiculous presumption. And then the state makes the point, right? Well, you didn't even talk to us about this. So, it has nothing to do with you. But I think that the defense should still be able, because the prosecution should have never been able to argue something the facts, no reasonable inference from the facts supports. And the defense should be able to draw this out, that this theory between the two of them, the two officers, that regardless of how the prosecution came to adopt it, whether it was on their own or otherwise, was completely meritless, was just some bullshit conversation between the two. But I don't know if the judge is going to say, well, he never discussed it with the prosecution. So the theory didn't come from him to the prosecution, so it's not in. But I think that the defense should still be allowed to probe the fact that there was no basis for the assumption that this was just bullshit. So I'll loop it back 10 seconds. I'm about to leave for Zoom court. I'll be listening, but.
Correct.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah, please.
So basically, my contention is that you're obviously up here testifying as honestly as you can. It's pretty apparent, right?
Yes.
And you're very consistent with your oath, and you understand that it's important. And you're trying to, it may be difficult, but you're trying to explain what your memory is about conversation with the lead investigator, McGilligan, right? I mean, you're trying to tell us what your memory is, right?
Yes.
So your testimony pertains to your conversation with the lead investigator, McGilligan. It's got nothing to do with the fact that you don't recall this or you don't recall that. What you've testified to is for the judge to consider, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right.
That follow-up
All right.
would just.
Why don't we do this? I'm going to take about a 10-minute break at this point.
Okay.
And we'll come back out and we will resume
Worst
cross-examination.
timing. Same 10 minutes. I'm going to need to be on Zoom court.
All right, please.
So the judge is going to basically take this under advisement and think about it. I think that there is a fair inference that you had this conversation with the lead investigator, that the lead investigator, and we are live. I blooped from that little pause. We are live. I don't know. We'll see what the judge says. But Tracy's going to be back here. She is back here right now of seeking justice. So if you're not following Seeking Justice, do so. They have the best Discord with all the docs for all the trials that anyone might want to follow. Is back here just in case need be while I'm on Zoom. I'm going to Zoom from my cell, so I just won't be visible to you guys, or not when she calls the case. But let's thanks for the trophies. I think we said welcome to Nurse Cass, family hug. There's some other new members. Mama Eve, welcome, family hug. Dana Pooh, welcome, family hug. And all right, that's what we got for now. Um, I think that it is important for the defense to be able to establish there was no basis for this conclusion. And the fact that he was the one there and he had that discussion with the lead investigator and establishing there was no basis at all um, is is relevant. You know, I think it out a little more. I just got a message from our uh, friend who's a clinical social worker who does talk therapy, who works in hospitals, deals with people with all of their mental health issues, who says from yesterday's testimony, where was the safety planning? Haven't heard anyone testify about safety planning. It's standard practice with a patient with any SI. For Lindsay Clancy, it could have included not being alone during heightened emotional periods. And she has a sad face after that. Um, there really isn't a clear way for mental health clinicians to diagnose PPD worldwide. It's recognized as a diagnostic by the WHO, which basically means medical professionals can diagnose it. But as a therapist, it's not in the DSM, and we have to diagnose from. We have to have a DSM code to bill insurance. We have, all capital. If it were, training and clarity on it would hopefully follow. Example, postpartum period is a year long, but for PPD psychotic symptoms, um, should be present in the first 3 months, but it's not necessary. This seemed to be another thing that tripped up Dr. Tufts, just pointing out another way we fail at handling essentially women's mental health in this country. Yep. All right. I gotta go. Um, well, I can join and stay quiet. Trace, if you see comments, um, maybe you can just put those up to kind of stay interactive with the people. All right. Well, judge hasn't started it yet. So well, thank you, good Praxis member for 8 months for your continued support. Reminding everyone to hit that like button. Yes, please, please hit the like button. And don't forget that after our court day, at some point in the evening, Bob, who is my husband, my was my partner in the law and the primary host here, is boots on the ground. He's in the courtroom. He's posting on Twitter what he sees, and he will come on with you guys afterwards to give the inside of the courtroom perspective, and then that will get converted at some point into a members only live for follow-up question and answers from our members. So, and Bob was just detailing the what happened during the voir dire. All right. Doesn't the Commonwealth prep their witnesses? I mean, yeah, they do. I guess what he's saying is that they never discussed that theory specifically. Not him and them. And yeah, the judge should be back in about 5 minutes, I think. Right. So, oh, look at that. We got a chat from X. Adame, did the leading investigator talk to the prosecutor? See, and that might be what the judge says. Like, this might be something in that comes up if the lead investigator I don't even know. Is the lead investigator being called? Has the lead investigator already been called? But it might be something that, again, he needs to address with a different witness. I still think there's some basis here because he was the guy there. He conveyed it to the lead investigator. And then this theory just comes out of nowhere with no basis. But good point, Adam A. If you're out there on Twitter, try popping over here to the YouTubes. Get involved in the chat more directly and, join the community here. Join the community here. As you guys know, I am waiting for this judge to start my Zoom court. Let's see, somebody says. So I think the reason Kevin's having to suss this out here and now, Nexus Lexus, is just to establish the relevance of this witness's testimony. And we as defense attorneys, like, the cops don't talk to us. It's not like we can call them up and interview, them and be like, hey, are you going to say this? Or are you going to say that? Sometimes I try to like grab them in a hall and talk to them. And depending the type of case, like usually would be a much less serious case. Like where I'm trying to talk to the cop, or at least even get the cop to interact with me. But yeah, and he's Nexus Lexus is referencing how we saw it in the Alec Baldwin case where, it turned up evidence the prosecution never turned over and ended up in the judge dismissing the case. Hmm. I don't think a theory is a discovery violation, like that. I don't think that you have to have in your police report that the two and here's what here's what happened, here's the information we conveyed, here's what we saw, and then myself and the lead investigator decided that's probably because that had to be because the doctor told her to call and make this up. Like they wouldn't put that in there. That's not something that I better get on a jacket, maybe. You know what? I'm gonna do that. Stand by. I am wearing basically sweatpants on the bottom. Oh shoot. Did I just get booted from Zoom? Oh, did I? Oh, damn it. Got a phone call and it booted me from Zoom. Sorry, guys. Oops.
This court is back in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, Counsel, can I see you sidebar?
Another sidebar. What don't they want us to hear, for God's sakes? Oh, right, jacket. I'll be back.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Members of the jury, thanks for your patience. We were able to deal with that issue. And so we're going to return now to the cross-examination. We're still going to take a morning break, as I've told you before. Might just be a little bit affected by the fact that we just took that you took that break. We didn't take that break. So with that, we're going to return to the cross-examination.
Thank you.
Mr. Ring.
Sergeant Lawlor, we're at the point where you are assisting, if you will, in the custody of Lindsay at Brigham and Women's Hospital when you observed a doctor enter into that area and ultimately into her room. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And the door was either closed or open or halfway, you don't recall, which is understandable, but you just don't remember if it was closed completely or open a little bit, right?
Correct.
But either way, you weren't eavesdropping or trying to hear anything, were you?
No.
And then when the doctor finished talking with Lindsay, at some point, you as investigators were aware that the doctor had allowed her to call her husband and use his cell phone to speak to her husband, correct?
I later learned that, yes.
And you later learned and knew from the investigation that it was fairly recently to that point that the tubes had been removed from her mouth and she was able to at least talk. DA's office, you did not see any reports or anything that would indicate what, if anything, was said between Dr. Zeisel and Lindsay in that room, right?
Correct.
And who is Sergeant, is it Miguel, and you might be to her? But either way, you weren't eavesdropping or trying to hear anything, were you?
No.
And then when the doctor finished talking with Lindsay, at some point, you as investigators were aware that the doctor had allowed her to call her husband and use his cell phone to speak to her husband, correct?
I later learned that, yes.
And you later learned and knew from the investigation that it was fairly recently to that point that the tubes had been removed from her mouth and she was able to at least talk to a degree. And then she talked on the phone, correct?
Correct.
And after that, fair to say that you did not, when I say you, I mean collectively, all the police officers investigating for the DA's office, you did not see any reports or anything that would indicate what, if anything, was said between Dr. Zeisel and Lindsay in that room, right?
Correct.
And who is Sergeant, is it McElligan?
Sergeant McElligan, yes, sir.
And Sergeant McElligan, Joshua,
Yes.
he's the lead investigator in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And at the time, he was a sergeant and you were a trooper, right?
At the time, we were both troopers.
Oh, both troopers. Okay, so you both got promoted. And he, as the lead investigator, told you in a conversation, or perhaps more than one, that the government theory is that Dr. Zeisel told Lindsay to say to her husband that she heard voices, right?
Yeah, if you could rephrase that.
Okay. Did you talk to McElligan about the theory that Dr. Zeisel is the reason that she told her husband that she heard voices?
Yes.
And do you remember where or when that conversation occurred, or how many times that you guys discussed that?
I believe it would have been at the office. I don't recall exactly when.
Okay. And there's no investigator basis for that. That's McElligan's speculation. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you went there and you observed Lindsay after the doctor left, she's still obviously in the bed because she's paralyzed, right?
Correct. She was still in the bed.
Was she restrained by either soft restraints or handcuffs or whatever? Do you remember where her hands or her wrists restrained to the bedpost?
I don't recall specifically restraints.
Okay. And you mentioned that the state police were there. That would be people that were obviously working with you, right?
Correct.
And do you remember how many state police were there that you were coordinating or assisting?
Per shift, there was 2 of us.
2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also there were sheriffs from the Plymouth County Sheriff's Department that were there, right?
So we relieved the sheriffs.
Okay. And how many sheriffs did you relieve?
I don't recall exactly, probably 2 though.
Okay. And how about Duxbury Police? You recall the Duxbury Police being there?
I do not recall Duxbury Police there.
How about the security cops for the hospital? Do you recall them being there, either in the room or outside the room?
I don't recall them being outside the room.
Do you recall coordinating with the security boss, the head guy for the hospital security?
I recall having some assistance at some point from security to get up there.
Okay. And do you remember how many days it was that you were assisting in the custody situation of Lindsay before she was allowed to have family and me and different people visit with her?
I don't recall exactly how many days.
About a week maybe, or less, or longer?
Less than a week?
Less than a week?
I think, yeah. I don't remember exactly though.
And even though she was allowed to have visitors, still the police presence was there. Is that correct?
After I left, I'm not sure after I left what the visitation was like.
So when you say after you left, you mean when you left the hospital? You mean after you were finished with your tasked duty of dealing with her security and being under arrest?
Correct. After my assigned shift, I don't.
So after you were involved, obviously you don't know what happened after that.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Redirect, Ms. Buckingham?
Sergeant Lawlor, in your experience working in the detectives unit as a trooper, is it fair to say you oftentimes will have conversations as investigations are unfolding with other investigators that you're working on a case with about the case, potential evidence, theories of the case?
Yes.
And it's also fair to say that theories change over time based on your investigation and what evidence you find?
Correct.
Was there anything about a conversation that you had with Trooper McGilligan about this theory that affects your testimony as you stand here today?
No.
And you didn't hear anything that occurred in that room that day that you were there when Dr. Zeisel was there, did you?
I did not hear anything.
Nothing further.
Just briefly, well, your testimony, basically, unobjected to, is talking about clothes that were seized at the house and the other investigation going to the hospitals. That's it, right?
Objection.
Sustained. All right. All right, anything further? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I mean, that was great. You just
The Commonwealth would call Latiesha Dukes as its next witness, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Stop right there where you run with the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in the jury shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You may have a seat.
Good morning. All right. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, okay?
Sure.
All right, thank you. Yes, Counsel.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
My name is Latiesha Dukes.
And how do you spell your first name?
Latiesha.
And how do you spell Dukes?
Dukes.
What do you do for work?
So I'm a licensed mental health counselor. I worked as a perinatal clinician at South Shore Hospital.
And what kind of education did you receive in order to do that?
So I have a bachelor's in psychology, a master's in mental health counseling, and a master's of education in mental health counseling.
And you mentioned the South Shore Perinatal Clinic. Do you still work there?
No, I do not currently still work there.
How long did you work there?
I worked there for about 5 years.
What did you do there?
At the perinatal clinic, I worked as a perinatal clinician, which involves like short-term therapy from prior to birth to postpartum, and supported with connection to care, whether that be therapy or higher levels of care, so intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization, or inpatient care.
And do you often collaborate with patients and other clinicians at the clinic or nurses about treatment plans for patients?
Yes.
And do you help to manage the treatment plans with the patient?
Yes.
How do patients, or strike that, for your role at the clinic, doing the therapy and being the clinician, are you often referred patients by the nurse practitioners or somebody else who had seen the patient or did an intake with the patient?
Yes.
And do you work with that prescriber or practitioner over the course of the treatment with that patient?
Yes.
And as far as your role and what you do with patients, is it fair to say that a large amount of your ability to work with the patient is based on your relationship and rapport that you develop with the patient?
Yes.
And do you rely heavily on things that they report to you when you're assessing them diagnostically and trying to help them come up with a treatment plan and offering therapy?
Yes.
And one of the things that might be important in that is to assess a patient's presentation each and every time you meet with them, right?
Yes.
So do you do that in each appointment or each interaction with a patient, assess them for various things?
Yes.
And what kinds of assessments do you perform?
So I typically perform a psychosocial assessment, which is getting their behavioral health history, as well as their current presentation and reason for coming in for therapy. So whether that be a specific diagnosis or current concern, or recent like crisis or trauma, and also a risk assessment that assesses how they're doing in that moment.
Okay. And as far as the therapy component of your interactions, is that largely based on the patient?
Yes.
And what kinds of therapy can you offer in that short-term therapy?
In that short-term therapy, we offer cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy. I also offer something called EMDR, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing therapy for patients that have gone through trauma, as well as it could be even short-term support, like a couple of weeks until they're transferred to the appropriate level of care.
And in your sessions with patients, is there a minimum or a maximum time limit?
Typically, our program would go from birth to postpartum up to 2 years. If it did go a little bit over 2 years because of lack of connection to care, then it would go a little beyond that, but typically it's 2 years.
Okay, and that's the duration of your treatment or your interaction with patients. But what about in each appointment that you have? Is there a minimum or maximum time set by the clinic of when you see a patient in a particular visit?
Yes. So do you mean as far as like weekly or like hour, half an hour?
Well, I guess the question is, if a patient's coming into you because they were referred and you're meeting with them on a regular basis, how long are the appointments in duration? An hour, half an hour?
So appointments could be anywhere from a half an hour to an hour based on the patient need at that time.
And when you're interacting with a patient and you're making all those assessments, are there tools available to you if you feel or you experience that a patient needs a higher level of care or is heading or is in some sort of crisis? What tools are available to you for that?
So tools that are available to me is connection to my direct supervisor, as well as crisis coordination, as well as like the crisis support numbers that are in that area. So I could either call with the patient or sit with the family, create a safety plan, and the patient can call later on if they feel like they're safe to go home and they have supports at home.
Okay. And at some points, could it be that you would need to involve authorities like the police?
Yes.
And you also are familiar with the Section 12?
Yes.
And then that it's an involuntary procedure where the court gets involved?
Yes.
Now, as far as when you do meet with patients on that regular basis, either for a follow-up or an intake, is it a telehealth situation, an in-person situation?
It depends on what the patient is comfortable with and what the patient is able to do as far as like access. So we offer both in-person and virtual appointments.
Okay. As far as when you first meet with a patient, when they've been referred to you, that first intake procedure, is there a recommendation for whether that be in-person or telehealth?
All the perinatal behavioral health appointments for mental health counseling are in person, that initial visit.
And then the subsequent appointments are oftentimes directed by the patient?
Correct.
Would there be instances where you would insist or prefer that the patient actually come in person if they've elected for telehealth?
Typically, you prefer someone to come in person because they have either like fallen out of care or there are concerns for their safety for some reason.
Okay. And if you don't have those immediate concerns and it's the preference of the patient, do you often engage via telehealth?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy. Do you remember when your first contact was with her?
I remember it was around late November, early December.
Okay. And you're aware that she came to the perinatal clinic and was being initially treated by Julie Paul?
Yes.
And by the time you engaged with her, she had her care had been transferred to Rebecca Gelada, correct?
Yes.
So fair to say you had the most contact with Rebecca Gelada about this particular patient?
Yes.
And if I mention December 2nd, does that sound familiar as the first intake with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, as I said, around late November, early December, so that sounds about right.
Okay. And the intake appointment, was it in person with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, it was in person.
And what were the services that were being offered for her? Why was she referred to you?
So she was referred to me for postpartum anxiety and depression symptoms. That's what she was referred for.
Okay. And in this first intake, did you go through that psychosocial history with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And did you have some previous information from an intake with with Julie Paul, or did you do it fresh on your own?
Fresh on my own.
Okay. And so again, this is information that the patient is reporting to you about their history.
Yes.
And so in this instance, you noted that the defendant told you, or Lindsay Clancy told you, that she had had some prior contact with mental health, right?
Yes.
That she had engaged with a psychiatrist in nursing school, and that she had been prescribed medication at that point, correct?
Yes.
And that she, prior to coming to the clinic, that she had been engaged with a psychiatrist.
Yes.
Did she identify what her concerns were, or what her presenting concerns were to you?
Yes, she did.
And what were the concerns?
Her presenting concerns were anxiety, lack of sleep, depression symptoms, frequent passive suicidal ideation, thoughts of wanting to die and no longer be here.
Okay. And had she reported to you that she had been on a number of different medications?
Yes.
And you're aware that those medications were being managed by the nurse practitioners in the clinic?
Yes.
And as far as your role as a social worker, do you often kind of get into the weeds with patients about their medication
So I'm not a social worker. I'm a mental health counselor.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. But I typically have an overview of medications, but I don't particularly get into prescribing or how to take medications.
Okay. And so what's the focus of your role in offering counseling services to women with postpartum anxiety and depression at the clinic?
So my role would be to create a treatment plan to address the concerns, which would be like the anxiety and depression symptoms, and work on coping skills and building community supports around that. Or if she needed a referral to a higher level of care, I would do that.
And do you come to your own conclusions as far as diagnosis goes based on your interaction with the patient?
Yes.
And in this first interaction with Ms. Clancy, you got her history. You also did some of those assessments, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so as far as assessing her present condition, kind of how she presented to you, did you make observations of her mood?
Yes.
And do you recall her mood being low, that she felt numb and unable to laugh?
I apologize. If it's medical record, I don't have any objection, but I'd prefer not the leading. I have no problem if she reads from the record, though.
All right. If you could just, there's objection, in fact, leading question sustained, but is there any, so there's no objection if this witness, if you want to look at your notes, I don't know if you have your notes with you.
I do not. Do they have a copy? I think they should.
I don't know if the parties have a copy that she could look at.
I do. I could.
As long as it doesn't have your
Do you have a blank copy?
lines on them, right?
Well, I mean, it has like a date on it. It doesn't have a lot of notes on it. It just has a name.
I can approach page by page.
All right,
It's fine.
sure, that's fine. So if you need or want to look at the rec, just let us know. We'll do that.
Sure thing. Thank you.
Just gonna show you that page.
Sure.
I can read that with her.
Sure, yeah.
So, Ms. Dukes, on this particular visit on 12/2, what was her mood?
So she reported having low mood and feeling numb.
Okay. And so you said she reported. So in the note that you're reviewing, these particular questions or these observations that you noted, are they based on her reports to you about these areas?
Yes, and as well as my observation of her.
Okay. So did it appear that her mood was consistent with what she was reporting to you based on your observations?
She appeared to have, if you can say, like normal mood. There was no like tears or sadness, or like there was no blunted interaction. She was able to make eye contact.
Okay.
I am looking at Patrick's lawsuit, and it was filed in January 20th of 2026, and it does not name this witness, and neither does Lindsay's. So any outlet that reported that, I think, misreported it. I don't see any indication that there was, well, this is an amended complaint, so that's actually possible. Let's see, but so Lindsay's complaint is amended, so maybe she changed something. I can't say whether or not, but Patrick's that I'm looking at was not amended. It's the first complaint, and it only names Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Jolata, Astor Mental Health, Inc., and South Shore Health System, Inc., which is where this witness is employed. So I guess from that standpoint, I think she's South Shore Health System. Maybe not, because I don't know. I think so. But in any event, that's what I got.
And kind of moving to what's identified in your record as mental status exam.
Yes.
What is a mental status exam?
So a mental status exam is an exam that's assessing how the patient is appearing, what she is reporting, as well as any concerns about safety, which would be any suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, as well as any intrusive thoughts or worry, any hallucinations or delusions.
Okay. And so in this exam, is it a mixture of what the patient tells you and what you're observing?
Correct.
Okay. And if I can approach you with another page 53.
Thank you.
In regards to, on this particular first encounter on December 2nd, when it comes to the mental status exam, were you able to observe her facial expressions?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her facial expressions?
She was tearful when discussing her anxiety symptoms.
Okay. And did you also ask those questions about thought content? You just have to answer out loud.
Yes.
Okay. And so what did she say about thought content?
So thought content, worry about her infant and that she had an addiction to Ativan.
And you said you also, in this assessment, assessed suicidal thoughts, correct?
Correct.
And so did you ask her anything more about those passive thoughts that you indicated she reported?
Yes, and what she reported as far as like passive thoughts were thoughts of not wanting to be here or no longer wanting to live, but no plan.
And is that significant to you, the fact that
Yes.
she identified there was no plan?
Yes.
Oh, what about the other
Why is it
fact?
significant?
Because if she identified that she in fact had a plan, then that would escalate me to see it as a crisis and request higher level of support at that time.
As far as your observations of her thought process, were those within normal limits?
Yes.
And her intellectual functioning, were those within normal limits?
Yes.
Did she report to you any past attempts to harm herself or others?
No.
Did you go through with her her behavioral health history?
Yes.
And other than what you indicated as the anxiety and sleep, did she identify any concerns around substance abuse issues?
So she did identify concerns about, not in her history, but in that visit, about misuse of Ativan.
Thanks for sharing.
And if
I guess-
somebody expresses concern about that substance use, do you have a tool available to you to assess whether they have substance use issues?
Yes, so there is an assessment within the initial intake appointment that has a specific section to further assess substance use disorder.
Okay. And did you identify whether she presented with any substance use disorder issues?
I did assess that she did not present with any substance use disorder issues.
And as far as her expressed concern to you, fair to say it was focused on the one particular medication, the medication Ativan, correct? And why did you not find that to be an issue based on your assessment?
Based on my assessment and how she stated she was supposed to be using it, it was used correctly to remedy the anxiety symptoms.
Okay. And after this initial intake, I guess the first question is approximately how long is this initial intake appointment?
The initial intake appointment is typically an hour.
Okay. And after having spent the hour, gone through these assessments, spoken to her about her history, were you able to come up with or give an opinion about diagnosis?
Yes.
And based on her presentation to you, what was your opinion about diagnosis?
At the time, my opinion about her diagnosis was postpartum anxiety because she had a lot of anxiety about most things.
Okay. And so what were your recommendations as far as a treatment plan for her?
My recommendations at that visit was outpatient therapy, continued medication, and weekly visits with me.
And why did you recommend outpatient therapy on top of therapy with you?
So outpatient therapy was kind of like a blanket therapy, but more so like intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy.
And was your role in offering her weekly sessions an attempt to kind of bridge services and make sure she was getting everything she needed, or something different?
To bridge services.
And so after that meeting with the recommendation for weekly visits, did you begin to schedule additional visits with her?
Yes.
And after that particular visit on December 12th, did you send her any particular information?
Yes.
And how do you do that? How do you send patients information if you're not able to give it to them?
I can send it through my chart messaging.
And on this particular day, after your meeting with her, you sent her some resources about cognitive behavioral therapy, did you not?
Yes.
Your next contact with her was December 5th. Why December 5th, if you had just met with her on the 2nd?
That may have been the soonest available appointment that week for her.
Okay. And it was shy of the 1 week, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything in your meeting with her on the 2nd that made it necessary to have a shorter appointment?
No.
This next contact on the 5th, was that in person or telehealth?
Telehealth.
And on this day, on the 5th, when you met with her, did she report some additional information or report how things had gone over the weekend to you?
May I see my notes?
Sure.
Extreme elements.
If it's okay, I'm just going to give her all the pages from that note.
That's fine.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm just reviewing the note.
Sure. Take your time.
And can you repeat the question?
Sure. In that visit on December 5th, did she indicate to you or did she report to you how the weekend went for her?
Yes, she did.
And what did she say about the weekend?
She reported that over the weekend she had a difficult weekend, having intrusive thoughts about wanting to die, and that she had contacted Aspire Crisis Support. She met with the clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to having no SI plan, suicidal ideation plan.
And so when she reported the intrusive thoughts and having a tough weekend, did you follow up with her and begin to kind of talk with her about that?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about what she was feeling in those intrusive thoughts?
So in those times, what she reported was that it was continuous intrusive thoughts of not wanting to be there, but no plan.
Okay.
So kind of like the same report that she gave to Crisis.
Okay. And as far as kind of the difficulty of the weekend and how she was feeling, did she tell you how she was feeling?
No.
In that particular meeting, when she had talked about wanting to die or not wanting to be there anymore, did you kind of follow up with her about those statements and whether she had any sort of intent or plan?
Yes.
And did you ask her additional information and complete that full mental status exam?
Yes.
On that meeting? And were there any signs of psychosis or signs of mania or homicidal ideation?
No.
And at the time that you met with her on the 5th, was she currently having those thoughts about wanting to die? Do you know?
Just reviewing the note.
Sure.
In that visit, she had no suicidal ideation.
Okay. And on this particular visit on the 5th via telehealth, did somebody else participate in the visit as well? I could direct you to page 45.
45?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, her husband joined the visit.
And this visit, approximately how long was it, if you recall?
This visit was approximately 30 minutes.
And fair to say, focus of the visit was to kind of deal with that bad weekend and calling
Yes.
the crisis center.
Yes.
So what did you offer her as far as recommendations or assessments or assistance during this meeting?
So support during this meeting, I offered her support in connecting to, it seemed like she needed a higher level of care, so intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy, as well as we reviewed, one of her main concerns was also issues with sleeping. So we reviewed sleep hygiene and how to support better sleep to see if that would help with some of the intrusive thoughts.
Okay. And as far as the recommendation for intensive outpatient or partial hospitalization, did you want to connect with those programs at that time?
At that time, she didn't decline services, but she was interested in the information.
Okay. And so did you agree to send her some information?
At that time, I did not agree to send her information.
Okay. Did she ask for any other information in that meeting?
She did ask for information and support connecting to psychological testing.
And is that something that you do at your clinic, do psychological testing?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you make a referral for her to see somebody else in the clinic, or did you provide her other information?
So I discussed this information with the provider at the time, which was the psychiatrist and medication provider at the time.
And would that have been Rebecca Gelada?
Yes.
And so did you subsequently send Lindsay Clancy some information about psychological testing?
Yes.
But there was no recommendation for it to be done at the clinic?
No.
Do you know why?
At the time, it sounded like she wanted extra support or like outside opinion as far as like diagnosis and medication.
Okay. And was the testing something that she
Sounded
brought up, or did it come out naturally in your conversations with her?
That's something she brought up.
In your meetings, did she want to, or did she
Thanks for sharing,
discuss medication side effects with you?
Yes.
Okay. And what were your observations of her demeanor during this visit on the 5th?
On the 5th, one second. Her presentation overall was within normal limits. She didn't appear like anxious or different than any other visit I had with her.
And this is kind of
You
your
didn't have-
second
It's your second
meeting
visit.
with her, right? And how many meetings did you have overall with her during the time she's at the clinic, if you know?
4.
So, but you had spent an hour with her on that intake where there's a lot of information exchange, right?
Yes.
So was there anything different about how she presented, how she spoke to you or answered questions during this follow-up on the 5th?
No.
And as far as the conversations about the bad weekend and calling crisis, did you have any concern that she was in crisis?
No.
And you made those recommendations for a higher level of care, correct?
Yes.
But nothing that would have prompted you for those other interventions that you've previously described to us, right?
Right.
Did you ever in this visit see signs of mania?
No.
And is that something you look for?
Yes.
And did you ever see signs of delusions or paranoia?
No.
No
How about
paranoia?
psychosis?
No.
Now, your next contact with her was December 12th, correct?
See, she's saying these visits, and I still struggle to know. I'm assuming that the doctors are answering for the first 2 visits. That I'm sorry, that this counselor's answering as to the first 2 visits, but I guess we'll see, because when she says these visits, it's like she's talking about the whole thing, the prosecutor. And when the prosecutor did that with Jolada, and Jolada was like, no suicide, no nothing. And then later she got to it. I was like, at first I was like, what? That's not my understanding. But then obviously when they got to those later dates, things changed. So we'll just have to see.
Correct.
Yes.
I'll loop back.
Now, your next contact with her was December 12th, correct?
Yes.
And was that in person or telehealth, if you recall?
Telehealth.
And on the 12th, did you have further conversation with her about your previous recommendations about partial hospitalization programs?
May I review?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks for sharing, Catherine. Yes. I mean, paranoid about all the side effects from the medication. It's crazy.
Yes, we did have further conversation about recommendations.
Okay. And
I think what's clear is that these mental health professionals who are used to seeing this type of thing, this is commonplace for people with postpartum depression, postpartum anxiety, that they're normalizing a little too much is what I think. Because to say that she wasn't paranoid when, like, everything we've heard, she's been thinking she's addicted to medication after taking it for 2 weeks. She's like stressing out about all the side effects. She's talking about unaliving herself. Like, come on.
she indicate to you that she would be starting a program soon?
Yes, she indicated that she would be starting a partial hospitalization program in Norwell on December 20th, 2022.
Did she provide you any details about that program? Do you know?
No, just that she would be starting a program in Norwell.
Had you referred her to any programs in Norwell?
No.
And in this meeting with her, did you continue to talk about her need for higher level of care?
Yes.
And did you make recommendations on a different program?
I need to look. Yes, I did make a recommendation on women and infants.
And why did you recommend women and infants, or why were you recommending this higher level of care?
I was recommending this higher level of care because of continued passive suicidal ideation, even with crisis intervention, as well as women and infants was more so for postpartum women, and the infant would be able to come to the program with her.
And so the program at Women and Infants is something that you're familiar with working through your clinic, correct?
Yes.
And you often make referrals over there?
Yes.
Do you require the patient's consent to make a referral?
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy consent to the referral at that time?
Yes.
And so did you work to make that referral after that visit?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that she had continued passive suicidal ideation. In this meeting that you had with her, did you assess that? Her suicidal ideation?
In this visit particularly, did she have passive suicidal ideation?
Well, do you ask if they still have that?
Yes.
Or if they currently have thoughts of suicide?
All right, so this is my understanding. Passive suicidal ideation is all the things: worrying about wanting to kill yourself, thinking you're getting close to wanting to killing yourself. I want to kill myself. I want to die, without a plan, without saying I'm actually doing it tomorrow, or I've thought about the way I'm going to do it. Things like that. That just feeling like you wish you were dead is, and maybe that's more like it. Feeling that you wish you were dead is passive. And I don't know the spectrum of passive. Does passive actually include what I said, like deciding I want to kill myself, but or no, feeling like you want to kill yourself and you might kill yourself? Is that also passive, so long as you don't take the next step to start planning it out, the way you're going to do it, when you're going to do it? And I'll keep an eye out for those of you who are mental health professionals in the chat. I know we have a lot of you, some of you I know, so just stick a reminder in there. I'm an MHP, mental health professional, you know, and I'll get to it. But a lot of you in the chat and myself have been saying, this is where is like all the talk about passive suicidal ideation, which again, I believe covers everything from I wish I was dead to I want to kill myself, but I haven't formed a plan.
Suicide.
Yes.
And they still,
Really, did she have passive suicidal ideation?
well, do you ask if they still have that?
Yes.
Or if they currently have thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
And in this instance, did she have thoughts of suicide or wanting to die?
Just reviewing. Hold on. So yes, she reported like continued suicidal ideation at
Okay.
the time.
But did she ever indicate a plan?
No.
Having met with her on the 12th, did she ever articulate to you that she had made any attempts?
No.
And in your conversation with her on the 12th, were you able to identify any protective factors based on everything that you knew about her at this time? Now, this is your third time with her, right?
Yes.
So what were you able to identify as protective factors for this particular patient?
At this time, she had supports, which were her husband and her mother-in-law. At this time, she was able to, from the past visit I had with her, able to contact crisis when she felt like she needed extra support. So she was able to follow through with suggestions that I had given her in the previous visit.
Okay. And based on your visit with her on the 12th, she accepted a willingness to go to one of those programs, right?
Yes.
Or at least be referred.
Yes.
So was there anything about your interaction with her on December 12th that warranted any of those higher levels of intervention from you?
No.
Now, the next time you met with her was on December 19th, correct?
Yes.
And was that the final time that you met with her?
Yes.
On that day of December 19th, was that in-person or a telehealth?
May I review the note?
Sure.
Thank you. That visit was virtual. And what was the question?
That was the question.
Okay.
Thank you. So on this particular visit on the December 19th, did she report any further issues or anything that had happened between the 12th and the 19th that were of concern?
So she was continuing to have low mood and numbness. She did not have any SI and had no need for crisis intervention over that weekend.
Okay. And did she indicate to you that she had been doing things at home to try to help with her mood?
Yes.
And what was she doing?
Let's see. She was spending time with family, and her children, and exercising.
Now, at this point, as the December 19th rolled around, had you already put in that referral to women and infants?
Yes.
And did you know if she engaged with women and infants by that point?
By that point, women and infants had reached out to her, but she had missed the call, but said she would contact them back.
Okay. Now, one of the concerns that you often talked about in your meetings with her was sleep, right?
Yes.
And in this meeting with her on December 19th, did she report any improvements in her sleep?
No.
Well, if I direct your attention to page 13, at the top of the page where it says risk assessment, there's a category for neurovegetative disturbances. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you show me what you mean by page 13?
Oh.
What does it say 13?
I'm looking at prior ones. I don't know, those don't have page numbers, but the one I gave her has. It's December 19th,
Okay.
the last page of my notes.
It's this one here, then, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
there
Okay.
should be 3 pages. What did you note under neurovegetative disturbances?
I reported that sleep has improved.
And that would be information that's reported to you, correct?
Yes.
You can't make observations of whether somebody's sleep has improved, can you?
No.
Okay. So in this instance, she told you she was going to follow up with the referral, that she was waiting for a call back, that she had improved sleep, but that her mood kind of had remained the same, low mood, numbness, right?
Yes.
Okay. Anything about your interaction with her that day that was different from the prior interactions?
That day, she seemed to be more engaged. She was able to smile. She was able to laugh. And she was enjoying time with family.
And so did you look at that as something positive?
Yes.
Was there anything about your interaction with her on this day, on December 19th, that made you think that you needed to invoke a higher level of care?
No.
As far as in-person visits, did you have any other in-person visits with Lindsay Clancy after the 19th?
No.
Fair to say your contact with her was very limited after that point?
Yes.
And on December 27th, did you have some interaction with her and her husband?
Yes.
And why did you have interaction with them?
May I see the note?
Sure.
That is an accurate statement of the law. Thanks, Travis.
It's 4. Oh, no.
Just get it from you when you're done with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you repeat the question?
On December 27th, why did you have contact with her? Why did you make contact with Lindsay?
I was calling her to inform her that her referral had been completed.
Okay. And so
I just want to go
You
back.
had-
What date was that? December
I
27th.
was calling her to inform her that her referral had been completed.
Okay. And so you had a call with her at 10:23, 10:17, going back 9:44. Do you see that in the records that you have, the 4 notes that you have in front of you? They kind of go in reverse order.
Yes.
But prior to the contact about the referral being completed and just reaching out to her and letting her know, did you have?
Sorry, I just want to clarify because I see Aline Leah, sorry, I'm butchering your name. I don't appreciate that wrongfulness language in the law. One can know something's wrong, but still be compelled to ignore it and act. It's an or. It's an or. So that are 2 separate things. Either you don't know that it's wrong, or you're compelled to act, and you can't comport your behavior to the law. So it is an or, not an and. It's one or the other, or both. Just go back 10 seconds.
But prior to the contact about the referral being completed and just reaching out to her and letting her know, did you have a conversation with her husband?
Yes.
And was that at Lindsay's request? Did she give consent for that?
She did give consent for that.
Okay. And fair to say he was reporting concerns of prescriptions, right?
Yes.
And that's not your area in the clinic, is it?
No.
So did you refer him to the prescriber?
At this time, yes, I redirected him to speak to the prescriber.
Okay. And again, in each and every encounter that you've had, did you further recommend that she engage with a higher level of care, either a partial hospitalization program or an outpatient program?
Yes.
Thanks for sharing, YSL.
Now, at any point that you were interacting with her between December 2nd and the last contact with December 27th, albeit limited, did you ever have any concerns about her physical well-being?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns about the physical well-being of others in her presence?
No.
Did you ever see or observe any signs of mania, delusion, or paranoia?
No.
Any signs of psychosis observed by you?
No.
Did you ever have any difficulty understanding what she was saying or notice any differences in her speech patterns?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns that she wasn't accurately reporting things to you?
No.
And did you ever feel the need to collaborate with your provider for a higher level of care or an additional intervention?
When I did, yes.
And so would that be for the calling the police section to have our safety?
Hold on. Good. Last that, and then we'll.
My question was, in any of the times that you engaged with her, did you ever engage with your provider to come up with a plan for safety planning, Section 12, or any other of those interventions you discussed before?
No safety or Section 12, no.
So as far as recommendations, would you agree that those were the recommendations for higher level of care?
Yes, for IOP or PHP services.
Okay. And on that last visit that you had with her, she reported doing things outside of the home, right?
Yes.
And that stood out to you?
Yes.
As what?
As an improvement in mood and ability to connect with others.
Thank you. If I may have a moment to put these back together.
Why don't we take the delayed morning break at this point? So hopefully be a little bit shorter than normal, but we'll get you, you can stretch your legs. We'll have you back here in a couple of minutes, okay?
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, go to notebooks. Let's go.
I can see what you were referring to.
Yeah. I just have to put them back together because they're a little out of order.
I think they're getting close to finishing, but I'm not sure because I actually forget when the last, I thought it was like December 13th
So we'll be at a short recess at this time.
was the
Thank you.
last time that Gelada had any interaction with her, but we're already at December 27th. So maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I thought Gelada testified to yesterday. But I mean, a lot of this will get fleshed out, sorry, in cross. And also, I think, like the first break. Oh, yeah, that's a good question. Someone just said that we have not yet had a medical examiner for Cora and Dawson. So maybe the state has a lot more witnesses. I'm kind of confused about their, doing this. And it's probably just to spread those out, those horrible, horrible testimonies. But I was also going to say, like with this break, on the last break, the jurors got a break, but the judge didn't. The lawyers didn't. So he might have to, get a drink, use the bathroom, stretch his legs. So let's see what you guys are saying. I wanted to thank, let's see where it is. Hold on. So Paula, member for 24 months. Hi, Paula. Paula 24, member for 3 months. I think that you're maybe a returning member because I think you were here before. Love and miss you guys. And we missed you as well. So yeah, I think that does make sense that you were a member before. And I did ask Bob to let me know on the break. So I don't know if this break will be sufficient enough. It might be the lunch break about the PayPal, but I greatly appreciate it. And then Julie Jensen, always giver, she gave 5 Defense Diary podcast memberships. Thank you so much. And again, for those of you who might be just joining us, Bob, my co-host, is in Plymouth. He is in the courtroom. He is tweeting from the courtroom under @defense_diaries. And after the court day, sometime in the evening, we will go live with the Inside the Courtroom live. That'll start as a public live. He'll give all the details of everything that happened in court today, his observations, and then we'll have follow-up immediately following that, a follow-up question Q&A with just the members. Your questions and answers will he'll address questions in the public live as well, but then he'll have a secondary members only live to get that more direct connect and a smaller chat for you guys to talk. So I think that's something you guys have been appreciating. I know Bob said there was a ton of members in there yesterday. So we're going to keep doing that because it sounds like you guys like it. But don't worry, even for the non-members, he's going public. He's sharing his inside the courtroom experience and information. So you're going to get it even if you're not a member. It's just a little extra time with the members at the end. Well, thank you, Paula. We appreciate you. So, Jean, I'm putting this up, but I just can't find the first comment. Somebody did ask, and I just didn't want to discuss it right there and then about, has anyone asked Lindsay Clancy, what the hell are your dark thoughts? What are your intrusive thoughts? What are these horrible thoughts of things that you've never had before? And it is bizarre. To my recollection, no one asked that. No one asked, what are the specific thoughts? Or if they did, they didn't take any notes about it, right? So Tufts might have. She says she would have, but she didn't write anything down about it. I think that she said that, but it's just like Lizzie says they did ask her. I don't know if Lizzie's saying that she knows damn well they asked and they just didn't note it. So, wait, did she say they were? I got the sense that they weren't probing enough. She gave them some of it, but and a lot of you have pointed out, wait, Lizzie said they asked her, she said it was a thought that something bad was going to happen and she was going to die. At some point, yes, I do remember that. But other times, like with Gelada, like the horrible thoughts that she never really probed. I just got the sense that nobody really probed to the extent that they should have. But yes, we did get some details about, well, she felt worried. She felt something bad was going to happen. She thought she might die, but that was like early on, not when you contrast what Tufts says Lindsay was saying and what she meant by what she was saying with what Gelada says. It's like night and day. It's like night and day. That's my opinion on it. Okay, so Bob said that a lawyer followed Dukes in and is sitting right in front of him. He also sent me the PayPal, which I think just confirms that, yes, he did get well, that's me logging into it. So, I don't know what that does because it's not my PayPal. Um uh, so, yes, we did get the PayPal. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. When you guys use those other sources, YouTube doesn't get their little piece of the puzzle. Oh, now he says from who? Paula. That's right. Whoops. Now I lost my train of thought because I've got that whole perimenopause brain going on. But let's see what you guys are saying. They take a third. Did I say 50%? No, they take a third. 30%. So Adele says, when I was in the army, I had soldiers who told me they had thoughts of suicide and how to do it. When I brought them to psychiatrist slash ER, I was told they were fine and didn't have a plan. Now, look, I understand it's sort of like they want people to be able to share that they're having these, what I'm just going to refer to as passive suicidal thoughts. Um, without being committed or the fear of being committed. So they had to set this line so that people could freely talk to them and they don't have a mandatory duty to report or to take a next step because they pose a danger to themselves. So I understand, I guess, like why there's that line, but I don't know why they act like everything preceding that line is just mark off no. Like there needs to be a better delineation. There needs to be a more passive suicidal ideation on like these forms or the check boxes or whatever the hell they have that requires exploring. And I, I'm getting the sense, and I know if I mentioned this earlier, if it was something that Bob said or something that someone in chat said that, you know, people in the mental health arena, as far as probably organizations or hopefully organizations, that this case, and there's no way that this case can't, bring about change. Like they're going to have to see how the mental health professionals must be trained to explore. And I know a lot of you who are mental health professionals have put in here, when you're talking to your clients, you ask open-ended questions. And a lot of you who are receiving treatment have said, your professional asks questions that it's not like just, do you have a plan? But it's like, what does that mean to you? And what are those thoughts about? And like ways of asking it that gives you room to explore what it means, to say what it means, so that you can get a better understanding of what these things mean when um you know either from the patient side or from the mental health professional side. um so I think this is that there's gonna be change from this, like, from a training standpoint, from a standardized forms standpoint, if that's what they are. Welcome, Golfer Lar and Melon Shower, family hugs. Appreciate the support. And just so you know, there will be a members only live um, later tonight. Um, you've got um, integrity out there on X. So those of you on X, I have highlighted some X comments. I don't know. I'm assuming you can see them when they get highlighted there in the same way we can see it here. But if not, and either way, join us here in the tubes. But integrity says the entire system is rot. The social work indoctrination camp is alive and well. I've been through it. I lived it, and I question it every day in every role. And Maid of Queen says all the mental health professionals are in total denial about how bad she actually was. She clearly was in a dark place. Like Bob said, they are all walking in with lawyers. For example, this woman that is testifying, she is not personally named separately as a defendant, but her employer is. And the psychiatrist, Jolata, that she works hand in hand with is. So there is a bias. There is a reason to paint things in a certain way in this case for basically every single witness that we have heard from so far. A medical professional witness. And that's why the experts are going to be so important. And we've seen witnesses contradicting each other. Like I think that Jolata's approach and things that she said definitely contradicted things that that perimenopause brain, the psychiatrist. Wow. It's right there. I'm sure you guys are telling me what the hell's her name again? Oh, Tufts. Jeez. I mean, seriously, that's how it works to pull information out of my brain. That Tufts said about everything from increasing and decreasing and medications and the symptoms and what the symptoms mean, like all those things. Adele says the Commonwealth is doing a terrible job in their direct exams, in my opinion. They need to prove Lindsay was sane beyond a reasonable doubt during the event. They certainly have not done that thus far. I really think that they believe that their case, as it relates to a plan and sending Patrick away to put that plan into effect and searching the internet, is going to wrap this up in a pretty little bow, not to trigger everybody about the bows being worn. But yeah. Dr. P or DRP, I mean, I'm assuming it's Dr. P, but put some studies in, some stats, I mean, some journals, and they all corroborate that suicidal ideation in particular is subject to significant non-disclosure, which only makes sense, but also is why they kind of do need to have this line that makes a difference. I think the problem is they're under-treating everything below that line. They're undervaluing everything below that line being intent, plan, and they're normalizing everything below that line, and they're not exploring enough everything below that line in this layman from a medical perspective's opinion. And I think supported by what a lot of the mental health professionals in this chat have said. As far as the autopsy, I think they only did it for the one child. So So Sam says, I wonder how much of how we feel / what we discuss do we think is 2020 hindsight? I'd say almost all of it. And I've raised this before. I mean, I take that back because so many of you have been through this, have seen it with their eyes, have been a patient or had a family member a patient, have tried to become a patient, all those things, who this is not 2020 hindsight for them. So let me take that back. Not 2020 hindsight, I do not believe, for people who are gone through this, are going through this, have seen others gone through this, or are professionals. Okay. But I think as far as the general public, sure as shit, most of this is 2020, you know, like when you know how quickly something can devolve, but also we're just learning how the process works. A lot of us who aren't in it and haven't experienced of these breakdowns. So I can't really say it is 2020. There's an aspect of it that for me is definitely 2020. Like I even said, well, you know, if I knew nothing, meaning not what happened in this case, so there's your 2020. Hearing Tufts sounds like, oh, on direct. Okay, this all sounds very reasonable. This all sounds all right until you get to cross. But, you know, that also goes to show. So I don't know if it's really hindsight because I went in this knowing what was alleged in the civil suits. So I knew how serious her symptoms were. So I don't know, but I understand your point. You know, I think you make a good one. There's some aspect of hindsight that makes this so much worse. Okay. So we got some more jewels. You guys are great with the jewels. Jackie says, Allie, I know you hate solo lives, but you crush it every time, even with technical difficulties, etc. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, time with us. Oh, thank you, Jackie. I appreciate it. Yes, I do. I've gotten better with it, but I still don't like them. It seems like it's turned into a longer break than what the judge was saying. You know, with this counselor, I just don't understand how she saw things so different than Jolata, at least thus far. And um, maybe this is just a timeline thing because I really did think Jolata ended like saw a lot of this long before December 27th. So, you know, it's kind of crazy. And, you know, Angry says also the waiting times are crazy and people have actually passed away waiting in emergency rooms. I mean, I guess she's saying that you're having the same issue with medical health as you do in mental health. And we saw that yesterday. One of our members, I'm sorry, I'm not going to recall your name today, but talked about how she needed to change psychiatrists, and it was almost a year. It was like she was telling us this in August, and her first appointment she could get was May of 2027. And Chilo, one or the other. Oh, court is back. What? Oh, I'm behind time. Sorry, I didn't bloop all the way.
For the trial, Commonwealth.
Morning.
Good morning.
So can you tell me, is it 4 times that you yourself actually met with Lindsay or more?
Can you repeat that?
I'm sorry. Was it 4 times that you actually met with Lindsay or more? And that would include telehealth?
4.
4
yes.
times, okay. You met with her on the 2nd of December, right?
Yes.
And you met with her on the 12th of December, is that right?
Yes.
You met with her on the 19th of December, right?
Yes.
And is it the 27th as well? Was there another one? Do you remember when that was?
That was by phone.
By phone. Would that be the 27th?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is give you the documents that the district attorney is questioning you from, so that you can actually have them in front of you, okay?
Thank you.
And you can slide up and just.
Yeah.
And if I get confused or something, just let me know that you're on a different page than me. Couple of background questions. When you met with Lindsay, for example, on the 2nd of December, you were at least able to look at the records of Nurse Paul as well as Nurse Gelada, right?
No.
Oh. I mean, you guys work in the same place though, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when a woman is in postpartum and comes to
Good
social
point.
health for help, when you're trying to help them, you can't see the medical records from what the other people like Nurse Paul and Nurse Gelada have written down?
You can see the records, yes.
You can?
Yes.
Okay, so you did look at the records.
I did not look at the records.
Okay. On the 2nd of December, and you can look along with it if you wish, looking under what would be referred to as behavioral health intake. Your pages are numbered, mine are not, so if you can find that one page, behavioral health intake on December 2nd, and the jurors will have this as an exhibit, but just going through the pages. You have it?
1 second. Yes, I have it.
Okay. Now, one of the things that you would be interested in when you're interacting with a patient that comes to your facility for help is how honest they are, right?
Yes.
Especially in psychiatry. You want to make sure that the person is not lying to you or hiding something. You want them to be honest, right?
Yes.
And for example, Lindsay disclosed to you and to the others that back in 2012, while she was in nursing school, she actually had Prozac because she was very nervous actually about public speaking, but she was on Prozac, right?
1 second.
Sure. I think it's right under behavioral health history, first paragraph.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And she also told you that she had been prescribed Ativan, for example, by a psychiatrist, Jennifer Tufts, right?
Just reviewing.
Second paragraph.
So, no, that's not what I see here.
Okay, do you see where it says prior to attending the SHORE program, sentence, second paragraph?
Yes.
Patient was prescribed Ativan by psychiatrist Jennifer Tufts?
It says here she was prescribed Zoloft.
Well, I must be misreading something. I apologize. Let me approach you. This is what I have here. History and current functioning, right? History and current, okay. And then behavioral health history, paragraph 1, right? References to Prozac, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But it doesn't say. You
Second-
said Dr. Tufts.
No, I was saying the second paragraph, prior to attending SHORE program, she disclosed to you that she was prescribed Ativan, right?
So which one are you on?
Second paragraph, right here.
Okay.
Yeah. Prior to attending SHORE program, patient was prescribed Ativan, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was by Dr. Tufts, right?
Yes.
So she told you that she was prescribed benzodiazepine by her treating psychiatrist, and further on into your interaction with her, she told you that she was very concerned about taking medication, right?
Yes.
And she was really concerned about becoming addicted to medication, such as a benzo, like Ativan, right?
She was concerned about becoming addicted to medication, yes.
All right, and the very last paragraph says, when no longer taking Ativan. You see that one?
Yes.
Okay. She then explained that, she had issues with the sleep and she started having heart palpitations and she went to the ER for anxiety. Is that right?
Correct.
And at that time, she told you that she felt that she had an addiction to Ativan. That's why she couldn't sleep, right?
Yes.
And she was stressing about that, was really concerned about that, right?
Yes.
She then said that she had weight loss, right?
Yes.
No appetite, right?
Correct.
Panic attacks, right?
Right.
Couldn't sleep, right?
Yes.
Next page, December 2nd, office visit, the same visit. First paragraph, she was prescribed Remeron and Seroquel in the past 4 days, right?
I'm sorry, this is a different date on this one. What date do you have?
Okay. So the next page.
Mine, it goes to 12/5.
Okay, all right, let's look at this one then. Would you agree that this is a record from South Shore Health that talks about continuing your appointment December 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. If you can find
I
it.
think they were just out of order. Here it is.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine, no problem. That's not your fault. So are you with me on that she was prescribed Remeron and Seroquel?
Yes.
Okay. And that was within the last 4 days. Is that right?
Yes.
So when you saw her on December 2nd, after telling you about the Ativan and telling you about her weight loss and her anxiety and everything else, she told you that she had been prescribed Remeron and Seroquel. And I understand you don't do the drugs, so you don't really have.
No, I don't do medication.
Very difficult to get the brand names and the other names, but we have a chat for that. So she started Remeron and Seroquel, and then she told you that since starting the medication, she's had thoughts that she no longer wants to be here, meaning, I guess, what, on the earth?
No longer
Wanting
wanting
to kill
to
herself?
be here could mean anything.
What?
But in that instance, when assessing for suicidal ideation, no longer want to be here qualifies as passive suicidal ideation.
Good.
Wait, it could mean anything, but it does qualify as passive suicidal ideation. Could mean anything. Like you can't even admit that in that moment, what you took it to mean was she did not want to live anymore. What a joke. Now it's like, oh, you're kidding me. Please stop. Okay. Just stop. Joke. What a joke. I'm going back.
Could mean anything. But in that instance, when assessing for suicidal ideation, no longer want to be here qualifies as passive suicidal ideation.
Good.
I mean, it could mean anything, and even the body language, like, that's what we saw with Tufts, like just poo-pooing things.
And then she indicates further that this week, she was seeing you, feels like she's going to die. That's what the DA read to you, right?
Yes.
But then it goes on and says, but she doesn't care if she dies, basically. She feels like she's going to die, but she doesn't care. She said that, right?
Yes.
That's passive. Ask her.
She then
That's
talked about
passive
how the
suicidal
Remeron
ideation.
and Seroquel were not helping her sleep. Yesterday, she took Ativan, she told you, right?
Yes.
Due to intrusive SI, suicidal ideation thoughts, right?
Yes.
Did she indicate what the intrusive suicidal ideation thoughts were yesterday, which would be December 1st? Did she tell you what that meant? Did you ask her what she meant by that?
I did ask her what she meant, and that would mean that she had the thoughts that she told me about no longer wanting to be here.
Okay. And you then told her that she could go to the ER.
That could mean
and that
anything.
You then sent her local
That could
crisis
mean
contact
anything.
information.
Sorry, I'll go
to
back. That could mean anything.
And you then told her that she could go to the ER and that you then sent her local crisis contact information. Is that right?
Yes.
And then talks about onset. Says 3 months after the baby was born, she had unmanageable anxiety, correct?
Correct.
And what did she tell you the anxiety was about?
1 second.
Yep. It's under onset.
And what was the question?
Under onset, she indicated 3 months after the baby was born, she had unmanageable anxiety, is what
Yes.
the district attorney asked you. And then it continued on with a sentence. What was her anxiety about?
About her children, especially the baby.
And what did she?
What?
What does that mean?
What does
she
that
was
mean?
having unmanageable anxiety. Do you know what does unmanageable mean?
So constantly worried that something was going to happen to her children or something bad was going to happen to the baby.
And at that time, the children were 4, 3, and 6 months, right?
Correct.
Wait,
Under social,
3 months.
the notes indicate that she talks about her anxiety all the time with her.
Why did he just make it 6 months? She said that she was anxious within the first 3 months. She asked what she was anxious about, and then he put the baby at 6 months. All right, just went back.
What does unmanageable mean?
So constantly worried that something was going to happen to her children or something bad.
What does that mean? This baby was born. She had under onset. She indicated 3 months after the baby was born, she had unmanageable anxiety. Is what
Yes.
the district attorney asked you. And then it continued on with a sentence. What was her anxiety about?
About her children, especially the baby.
And what does that mean? That she was having unmanageable anxiety. Do you know what does unmanageable mean?
So constantly worried that something was going to happen to her children or something bad was going to happen to the baby.
And at that time, the children were 4, 3, and 6 months, right?
Correct.
No, 3 months.
Under social, the notes indicate that she talks about her anxiety all the time with.
Okay, I guess as of the date of this record, he was 6 months. But I would have just, I don't know, not asked it that way because it made it seem like the baby was 6 months when she was having those thoughts. But
Her mom, husband, and mother-in-law, correct?
Correct.
And one of the questions the DA asked you is about her support, family supports,
Yes,
or collateral
guys, thank you,
contacts, and you
thank you.
indicated the mother-in-law. She also had her mother and father
Yeah.
as family
I
support
just
as well,
put it
right?
together. I just
Correct.
put it together.
And you knew that her mother and father had actually lived in Connecticut, but moved up or came up and stayed with her for at least a week, if not longer, during December, right? If you know. And I know it's difficult if it's not in the notes for you to remember. I'm just asking,
Yeah.
do you remember at all that she said that her mother and father came up and stayed with her to help out?
I don't remember that.
Okay. She further went on and said that she's uninterested in other topics from friends. What did that mean? She just didn't want to talk to her friends about anything?
She just had a lack of interest in conversation with friends.
And that would be her
just had-
social circle. She just didn't care, right?
Right.
She said that she felt numb, right?
Yes.
She had a lack of attention, right?
Right.
Confusion, right?
Right.
Under mood, it says, well, of course, you have disturbed sleep. She's only sleeping 2 to 4 hours a night is what she told you, right?
Correct.
And then it says supports. Mother and father have been staying with her for the past week. Does that refresh your memory that you did get that info, that they were staying with her for the past week?
Yes.
That's fine. I just saw that too, so no
Yes.
problem. You took her history, that she was a nurse, that she had been on leave, and she told you that she lost 10 pounds in the past month, right?
Correct.
Now, can you flip to the next page and make sure we're both on the same page? On the substance use assessment, do you have that?
1 second.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So one of the things that you're concerned about is whether or not your patient has a substance abuse problem, like drugs or alcohol or something like that, right?
Correct.
And you've already told us that your opinion was that Lindsay did not have any substance abuse problems other than her fear about the prescribed Ativan, right?
Correct.
So did you ask her about alcohol?
Yes.
Can you tell me what she said about alcohol?
She said the last time she drank alcohol was in October of 2019.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Did she tell you how much, what it is that her alcohol of choice was?
She said her alcohol of choice was wine. She would have 1 to 2 glasses
Did she say why she would do that?
to cope with anxiety.
Okay, and this is back in 2019, right?
Correct.
That would be 3 years before you actually met with her in December of 22, right?
Correct.
Cannabis, the
Yes.
weed, the devil's lettuce. How about that? Did she confess that she was using marijuana?
Yes, she said she did use marijuana.
When?
Last use was November 15th, 2022.
Why?
I'm sorry?
Why did she say that she used it? It's under comments?
Yes, I'm taking a
That's
look.
okay.
She said she tried a marijuana gummy to help with sleep.
And that was on November 15th of 22, right?
Yes.
I'm just confused about the whole
Go to
CBD
the next.
thing. Maybe the state talked out of turn. Maybe she's, like there's a lot of people who don't use gummies who consider it all a marijuana gummy, even if it's a CBD gummy. But that was definitely said with nurse practitioner Paul by the state. She took a CBD gummy. So I don't know.
Page, assessment and recommendation. If you have that, make sure we have it.
The weed. It's not lettuce. It's a gummy.
Yes.
Okay. And I think the district attorney had asked you about the mental status exam facial expression, and you indicated that her facial expression showed anxiety, right?
Correct.
Fear, right?
Yes.
Do you know what the fear was?
Just going back to that part of the.
I just, not to harp on this stupid CBD thing. I need to see the fucking thing. I think it's possible that Reddington does not know the difference between a CBD gummy and a THC gummy, and he's calling it a marijuana gummy because I can't imagine a medical record would call it a marijuana gummy. There'd be like I would think THC, CBD, but I don't know. But it's driving me crazy. Let me dip back 10 seconds.
Anxiety, right?
Correct.
The attorney had asked you about the mental status exam facial expression, and you indicated that her facial expression showed anxiety, right?
Correct.
Fear, right? Do you know what the fear was?
Just going back to that part of the assessment.
Sure, yep. It's under facial expression.
It's not a big deal, the whole marijuana gummy at all. It's not a big deal.
And you said facial expressions,
Yes,
right?
please, yep.
Anxiety, fear, apprehension, sadness.
Okay, so if I can, I apologize, if you just keep you're very soft-spoken.
Yes, I'll walk.
Voice up so the jurors can hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And you said that her facial expression exported to you
Correct.
anxiety, right?
Correct.
Fear of something, right?
Yes.
Apprehension, right?
Yes.
Sadness,
Yes.
depression.
Yes.
And she expressed that she was having anxiety and numbness, right?
Yes.
And she was crying when she was telling you this, right?
Yes.
And again, indicated that her thoughts were worried about her baby, the new baby she had, the infant, as well as if she's being addicted to Ativan, is what she told you, right?
Yes.
And again, thoughts of wanting to die, but there was no plan.
Correct.
Next page, risk assessment. There's a whole lot of stuff on these pages. I'm just trying to cut to the chase here. So you see where it says risk assessment?
I am trying to find
Okay.
it. 1 second.
Yep. Under current it's under risk assessment.
I'm taking a look.
Okay.
I see protective factors, but I don't see risk assessment.
Okay, let me ask you, under risk assessment on December 2nd, when you asked me about that, at that point that she again admitted to suicidal ideation, right?
Yes.
It was passive.
Yes.
She says she plans to go to ER if she feels unsafe or has a plan, right?
Yes.
And then farther down, you have current medications, and she was on quetiapine or Seroquel, right?
Yes.
Fluoxetine or Prozac, right?
Correct.
Lorazepam or Ativan, right?
Yes.
Mirtazapine or Remeron, right?
Yes.
And they were all, that was all active prescriptions that she had on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
Told you that she is seeking counseling for postpartum anxiety, right?
Yes.
Do you have on December 2nd, continuing on with your evaluation where it says clinical notes? Do you have the clinical notes?
1 second.
I just want to pause here because everyone's talking about a safety plan. And if you recall, or for those of you that were here, I read the message I got from my mental health professional friend who specifically said, where was the safety? And this is from the testimony yesterday. She said, where was the safety planning? I haven't heard anyone testify about safety planning. It's standard practice with patients with any suicidal ideation. And then she specifically writes in parentheticals, for Lindsay Clancy, it could have included not being alone during heightened emotional periods. Right. So you tell the family, don't leave her alone, you know, during heightened emotional periods, or don't leave her alone if X, Y, and Z is going on, or, you know, don't leave her alone unless you absolutely have to and you feel that that she's not in a heightened emotional state. Or ask about her emotional state before you leave her alone. I don't know. So these are things that the professionals had the opportunity to speak to Patrick about, maybe even to speak to the parents about, and to speak to her about. So I'm go back 10 seconds.
1 second.
Let me go back 10 more to see what the question is.
Right? Told you that she is seeking counseling for postpartum anxiety, right?
Yes.
Do you have on December 2nd, continuing on with your evaluation where it says clinical notes? Do you have the clinical notes?
1 second.
What I could do is read what I have rather than stand next to you. And if you trust me, then I'm not misrepresenting it. I mean, I'm just reading off of this to make it quicker for you if
Okay.
it refreshes your memory. If it doesn't, I can walk up and show it to you, okay?
Okay.
On that day, your notes say patient requested addiction support services. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that you indicated that you would be sending patient addiction support resources by my chart or the message thing, right?
Correct.
You then indicate that based on history reported, patient meets the criteria for postpartum anxiety, right?
Yes.
That she would benefit from OP therapy. What does that mean?
Yes. From outpatient therapy services.
PHP,
Yes. Partial hospitalization program.
IOP,
Intensive outpatient program.
and that you then helped her out by bridging the therapy services, right?
Yes.
You then noted again postpartum anxiety on December 2nd, according to your notes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you know that she had been seeking and receiving therapy? I don't know if that's therapy or counseling or that type of thing. Like there's a woman that works in your business that provides therapy, right?
Yes. So that person would be me.
So did she come to see you for therapy?
Yes.
How many times?
4.
So is it fair to say that she was more than willing to accept help from somebody like you?
Yes.
She didn't appear to be avoiding any therapy when recommended, right? If you could, Ms. Dukes, please look at, I think it was December 12th was the next time perhaps that you saw her,
Okay.
unless it's, there's another intervening period.
So there's December 12th and then there's December 5th.
Oh, okay. So if you could pull out December 5th,
Yes.
and if I can come up and look at it with you.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. So on December 5th, again, you were meeting with her for therapeutic intervention, right?
Yes.
And that on this occasion, she reported she had a difficult weekend, right?
Yes.
Intrusive thoughts of wanting to die, right?
Yes.
That she contacted Aspire Crisis Support, right?
Yes.
She met with an Aspire clinician, right?
Yes.
And what happened when she met with the Aspire clinician?
She met with the clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to not having any suicidal ideation plan.
So if she said, in addition to the fact that she's been in counseling and therapy and seeing psychiatrists and on medications for the past 3 months or whatever the period ultimately would be, and that she wanted to kill herself, didn't want to be here, couldn't care if she died, they told her because she didn't have a plan that they couldn't help her?
Correct.
Did they, to your knowledge, make any recommendations? Did they recommended that she attend a day program?
Yes.
All right. And that person from Aspire then said he would send her patient resources, right?
Correct.
But nothing ever happened. He never sent her any. You did, but he never sent her any patient resources, right? If you know.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right. So she had you at least to talk to and counsel and advise her. You continued on to make your observations. Fair to say that pretty much things stayed the same as far as her appearance, appearing anxious, appearing sad, unable to relate to people, that type of thing.
Correct.
Okay. Then you have, as a chief complaint of present illness. And again, that was, oh, wait a minute.
That's not my note.
That's not you. Okay. All right, so you can hold on to that.
Yep. Thank you.
Next time you saw her would be December 12th. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, on December 12th, that was a teleconference that she had called by an appointment with you?
Yes.
And at that point, she reported that she had a difficult weekend and was experiencing intrusive thoughts of wanting to. Do you have it in front of you? I don't want to take advantage of it.
Hold on one second.
Yep.
I don't see the 12th in here.
Okay. Page 28.
Page 28.
And just for the record, I think, Your Honor, that she's looking at the actual exhibit. Am I right? That's the exhibit? That's in evidence? No, it's not. Okay. Can it be in evidence? Can I offer that? Yeah. Okay. Can I offer that?
Any objection?
Approach on the issue.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, if I could just have that.
Yes.
Are we in a sidebar? Sorry, guys. Let me see. Did we break for lunch? I missed it. Oh,
Okay.
we're back.
So, do you have December 12th?
Sorry.
Again, I could do what I did
She
before.
probably had it before.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
It references providers' interventions, and that would that be you, provider?
Correct.
Okay. And you're talking about symptom management, and yet again, she's reporting she had a difficult weekend, experienced intrusive thoughts, wanted to die, didn't have a plan for suicidal plan, but she contacted Crisis over the weekend, and that would be, again, Aspire, apparently, right?
Cat.
There were
Right.
2 times she contacted Aspire, not once,
Correct.
twice. Both times they told her that there's nothing they could do for her, right?
Correct.
And
And importantly, we've now heard from 2 of the mental health professionals that Lindsay Clancy was seeing, where she reported having called the crisis hotline. Although we're supposed to believe Tufts that she never complained of any of this stuff to her, never even told her she tried to go to the ER, never told her she tried to do an inpatient program, never told her she called for the crisis hotline. Not buying it.
she told you that she was going to start a PHP in Norwell on December 20th, right?
Correct.
But in fact, you were able to, knowing people that you may have and pull strings, you were able to try to get her into the Rhode Island Women and Infants program, right?
Correct.
Which is a really pretty good program.
Correct.
And did you know that she did, in fact, go to Women and Infants on December 20th? She didn't go to the Norwell program. She went to Women and Infants program, and that she was there for the day and that they basically turned her away.
I did know that she went to the Women and Infants program. I was not sure of the date.
Okay.
Did
So
you
if I
know they
suggest
turned
to you
her
it was
away?
the same date that she had told you that she was going to go to the program in Norwell on December 20th, and then that you and Nichole Harden Francis reviewed various options, one of which was that, which made sense, to attend the Women and Infants program, IOP or PHP program, right?
Correct.
And that she, patient, provided you with verbal consent
Correct.
to sign whatever had to be signed and get her into that program, right?
Correct.
So you know that she did on December 20th, after not getting anywhere with Aspire ×2, and after dealing with Gelada for all those times that she dealt with her, the other one, Tufts, you were trying to get her into this program, which would be pretty good for a woman that had postpartum problems, right?
Correct.
And you made your referral, you opened the door for her, and she got in there to at least be interviewed, right?
Correct.
And they didn't take her, right?
Correct.
You know why?
I am not aware as to why.
Of course
Would you be
not.
surprised if I told you that they indicated that they could not help her out because their diagnosis or secondary diagnosis was that she was over-medicated?
Repeat the question.
Would it surprise you to know that they indicated that they couldn't treat her as a woman with postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression or postpartum anxiety or any of that, because their opinion was that she was suffering from an over-medication?
It would surprise me, yes.
But you don't know.
I do not know.
Okay. Did you know that the records from Women and Infants indicate that, in fact, on that very same day, they reached out to Nurse Gelada and asked her to call them so that they could discuss the medication, and Gelada never got back to her?
I was not aware of that.
I'm sorry?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. I think the district attorney had asked you a question about the last time that you saw her or had any activity with her was on December 19th. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I may have misunderstood. Did she ask you, did you call Lindsay 4 times and she never got back to you that day? Or is that just a list of different things that you did for her?
That's a list of different things that I did for her that day.
Okay. So you were calling other contacts. You were talking to Patrick. You would contact her. I mean, she certainly was not avoiding you. That's
Yes, we were in communication.
all right.
Take that, Commonwealth.
Um,
She said it twice now. She was not avoiding
You're
therapy.
familiar with, maybe you are, the what's called
I
the
mean,
Edinburgh.
all of us following this have seen the Commonwealth focusing on she didn't do the therapy provided. She wasn't going to therapy. She wasn't going to therapist. No talk therapy, despite being told to do it. And this witness has now testified 2 times. Once that she was completely open to therapy and receiving therapy from her. And now that they were in contact, even though the Commonwealth tried to make it look like she wouldn't return a phone call. Ugh.
Scale.
Look back.
You're familiar with, maybe you are, the what's called the Edinburgh scale.
I'm aware of it, yes.
And did she have the Edinburgh scale administered to her, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay.
Doesn't even know about this.
What is polypharmacy? What does that mean?
Polypharmacy?
Yeah. You ever heard of that? Polypharmacy?
I've heard of it, but not sure of the exact
Okay. That's okay.
definition.
Outside.
Is it something to do with having too much medications thrown at you all at once? If you know.
No, I'm not sure.
Not sure. Okay.
It's crazy, gray space. I agree. It makes no sense.
Excuse me.
She
for
went
a
out of
minute.
her way. We just talked about she went out of her way to get her into this program and then has no questions about why the hell she was turned away. What in the actual... I'm trying to practice not cursing for when my daughter comes on with me. All right, let's go.
Apologize.
No, they
I just had something
it was
pulled up and it
administered
just went back to default on me. So I just
by
need a second.
Dr.
I apologize.
or nurse practitioner.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
my
get it.
brain. The one that just testified after Paul.
And how long have you been working in your
Same place she
particular field?
Since 2011.
Okay. And you have obviously a very impressive background as far as your educational background and your experience.
That's Gelada.
Do you continue to, like, with continuing education?
Yes.
Have you
Thanks, Joanne.
ever been aware, are you aware of the Mass General Hospital Center for Women's Mental Health?
I'm aware of it, yes.
Do they offer seminars and programs as well as research articles?
I believe they do.
Okay. Do you know that Mass General Center for Women's Mental Health about a year ago issued a fairly major study and various recommendations for people that are dealing with women that have postpartum periods and how they break up the periods. You familiar with that?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
So if I suggest to you that in that particular Mass General Hospital article, it goes on about postpartum period, and do you agree that the postpartum period, 85% of women that are pregnant or after pregnancy experience some type of mood disturbance? Would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
All right. Would you agree that 10 to 15% of women develop more significant symptoms of depression or anxiety?
I agree.
Okay. And then postpartum psychiatric illness is then divided into 3 categories. One sounds like something out of the 50s, postpartum blues. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You've heard that expression before,
Correct.
right? And it can be bothersome, it can be aggravating, it can be intrusive, but it's not threatening the life of the mother or baby or anybody else, right?
Correct.
And it's fairly common, right?
Correct.
Number 2 would be postpartum depression. Now, that's a different issue, correct?
Yes.
And number 3 would be postpartum psychosis. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, postpartum depression, prior to morphing, if you will, into postpartum psychosis, consists of a number of symptomology, right? For you to diagnose a woman, whether she's pregnant, has the baby, or after having the baby.
She is a mental health counselor, which is different than a clinical social worker who is also a counselor slash therapist. But it appears to me mental health counselors have a different. I don't know, but she made a distinction when she was asked about a social worker. So maybe I can ask my social worker friend, but it sounds like she's got either some additional training or a different type of licensure or certificate. I don't know, but there was a distinction as to a clinical social worker who clinical social workers are the people that provide talk therapy. But this is she delineated she's a mental health counselor. I'm not sure what the difference is actually, or if it's less than a clinical social worker. For all I know, I don't know.
With postpartum depression, there are certain things that are symptoms that you look for, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of which would be depressed or sad mood, right?
Yes.
Lindsay had that, right?
Yes.
Integrity says.
Next would be tearfulness, right?
Yes.
Lindsay had that, right?
Correct.
Next one would be loss of interest in social activities or usual activities or friends. She had that, right?
Correct.
Feelings of guilt. She had that, right?
She didn't express feelings of guilt.
Okay. Feelings of worthlessness. Did she express that she felt worthless?
She did not express that.
How about fatigue? Did she have that?
She did not express fatigue, but lack of sleep.
I know lack of sleep. Were you aware that, in fact, that she had indicated that she was so wiped out that she couldn't even get out of bed, couldn't put her feet on the ground, and if she did, she felt heavy?
I did not hear that from her.
Okay. How about, you mentioned it, you got it, sleep disturbance is another issue, correct?
Correct.
She had that, right?
Yes.
Change in appetite. She had that, lost 10, 15 pounds, right?
Yes.
Poor concentration. She had that, right? She said she was numb. She could not focus. Suicidal thoughts.
Yes.
We know she didn't have a plan, but she had suicidal thoughts, right?
Correct.
So under the Mass General Hospital research project for women that are suffering from postpartum issues, she pretty much hit every one of the postpartum depression symptoms, correct?
Correct.
And then it talks about if it increases in severity, significant anxiety symptoms may occur. Not generalized anxiety. Significant anxiety symptoms can occur. Is that right?
Correct.
And one of the ways that you determine that is by the tests that it can be administered to a person who is in a postpartum status. And that would be what we talked about, the Edinburgh test, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that she was given the Edinburgh test and had a 23 out of 30, I think it was.
I was not aware.
Wow.
Okay. And some women develop panic attacks referred to as hypochondriasis. You'd agree with that, right?
Agree with that in reference to.
Lindsay, she had panic attacks and complained of having panic attacks.
Yes.
Okay. And then you can get into the various diagnoses of which on a postpartum person in that time frame, obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, right?
Correct.
Or bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, right?
Are you using them interchangeably or could develop?
Trust me, let's say bipolar 1,
Yeah.
okay? So that would be one mental disease, correct?
Correct.
And it's pretty serious stuff, right?
Yes.
And if a person is diagnosed as bipolar, one of the things that you shouldn't, if you know, is prescribe SSRIs such as Prozac or Zoloft, right? If you know.
I'm not sure of that.
Okay. Would you agree that with various cases dealing with postpartum depression, all of the symptoms that we talked about, they utilize the Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale, which is a 10-item questionnaire that can identify women that have postpartum depression and the severity that they have. And on the scale, a score of 12 or greater it raises concern and indicates a need for more thorough evaluation, right?
Correct.
Do you know whether she was thoroughly evaluated by anybody other than Tufts and Gelada?
I'm only aware of Tufts and Gelada.
Okay. I mean, you were trying to do the best you could with what you had to work with, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now we get to postpartum psychosis. That's the third category, right? Postpartum psychosis, you'd agree, is the most severe form of postpartum psychiatric illness. Is that right?
Correct.
Would you agree that it occurs in averages about 2 out of 1,000 women, right?
All right, I'm going to back up. So there was an amended, thank you, Tracy, from Seeking Justice. So I can correct myself right now. There was an amended complaint filed on June 8th of 2026 by Lindsay Clancy, who includes a lot more people than I have been indicating. So we've got Tufts, which was always there, Goodhart, which was always there, Diaz, which I believe was always there. We've got Madva, Gelada, who was also there, Julie Paul, Latiesha Dukes, who is this person. So I take it back. I apologize. Earlier I said that somebody misreported it. I didn't know about the amended complaint on June 8th of 2026. So thank you, Tracy, from Seeking Justice. You know, we like to correct ourselves online when we're wrong. So sorry. Hopefully there's not other people that have already left that are like, well, no. Allison told me she's not a party to the lawsuit. She is. She is. And I don't know if Patrick has done an amended one. So maybe Tracy can let me know. Yes. Mika's headphones, you were right. Dukes is being sued. All right. Sorry, people. I apologize. And I said it like I was so damn sure. I blooped this back. So let's go.
To work with, right?
Correct.
By anybody other than Tufts and Gelada?
I'm only aware of Tufts and Gelada.
Okay. I mean, you were trying to do the best you could with what you had to work with, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now we get to postpartum psychosis. That's the third category, right? Postpartum psychosis, you'd agree, is the most severe form of postpartum psychiatric illness. Is that right?
Sorry, I missed it.
Correct.
Would you agree that it occurs in averages about 2 out of 1,000 women, right?
Correct.
And its presentation can be very dramatic with onset of symptoms, and that can be within a year, according to the CDC, Center for Disease Control, right? Okay.
That
And
is
when
for
it hits
sure,
you, it just hits you.
Scorpio.
Bang.
Lawyer's going to put them all
Quick,
in there.
right?
Correct.
And when you think about 2 out of 1,000 people, seems like a daunting number. But if I tell you that Fenway Park, when they're full, when they're playing the Yankees, they have 37,700 people. If you take the 37,000 people and you multiply it by 2, that would mean as you're sitting there behind first base, 74 women possibly have postpartum psychosis, right?
Not sure of that number, but
Well, if you agree that it's 2 out of 1,000, according to the studies and the statistics, and if Fenway Park has 37,000 seats, times 2 would be 74.
okay.
That's a pretty large number of people, right? 74 people out of that crowd.
I mean, there's going to be a lot more mental health professionals that still haven't testified that I didn't realize when I started the live this morning. I was thinking we were almost done, like these were the last 2, but I forgot about some of these others. So we're not done yet. We're not done yet. I don't know why we had that cop in the middle of it all, though. I forget what to tell us. Oh, I guess about the prescription bottles and the bloody clothes. All right, let's keep going.
Okay. It's not that horribly unusual. I mean, it's something that perhaps you've dealt with in your practice, right?
Yes.
And when you're dealing with people with postpartum psychosis, do you agree that generally they present with an episode of bipolar illness? If you know.
No.
No, they don't, or no, you don't know?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Bottom line is, from your dealing with Lindsay, she appeared to be sincere, right?
Correct.
She appeared to be looking for help, right?
Correct.
She appeared to be hurting, right?
Yes.
Turning in every direction she could for help, right?
Correct.
And the last time you saw her was when?
December 19th.
Okay, thank you very much.
Attorney Buckingham.
Briefly, please.
Ms. Dukes, you indicated that you didn't review the records of Nurse Paul or Nurse Gelada.
Correct.
Why?
I wanted to have a fresh set of eyes to look at the situation and to assess it when she came in for her visit. That's typical practice.
And that's why you do an entirely new process, right? Where you do your own intake, you assess.
Okay, but then you never look at it? I understand, okay, let's say you want a fresh set of eyes. You don't want to be influenced by what other doctors have said, but what about afterwards? Then you know, but let's loop back here.
The situation and to assess it when she came in for her visit. That's typical practice.
And that's why you do an entirely new process, right? Where you do your own intake, you assess diagnostics for determining whether there's any sort of mental illness, right?
Correct.
And while you can collaborate or speak with the providers about an overall treatment for the patient, your therapy is your therapy.
Correct.
And as far as your role, you don't have any role in medication management, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. And so when the note read current medications, is that just based on what pre-fills for the patient, based on their historical records for the clinic?
Yes.
Okay. And so you don't know what she was prescribed and when, and if all of those prescriptions were active. You just know what's in the computer.
Correct.
And as far as the timeline here for the recommendations for partial hospitalization, I just want to make sure that we're clear. You had been for some time recommending some sort of partial hospitalization program, correct?
Correct.
And on December 12th, you had already talked to Lindsay Clancy about the Women and Infants program, had you not?
Correct.
And so when she told you on the 12th that she was starting that program in Norwell, that wasn't from your referral, right?
No.
And you still recommended Women and Infants.
Correct.
And you got her consent on that visit, right?
Yes.
And on the 19th, when you saw her, were you aware that she had been at the Mass General ER on December 15th for evaluation?
No.
And that she had reported then to them that she opted for an outpatient program at Women and Infants as opposed to going inpatient to McLean? Did you know that?
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. And when you met with her on the 19th, after the visit to the ER, she still hadn't engaged with Women and Infants, had she?
No.
And so you had to re-refer her.
Yes.
But you weren't aware that she had already gotten a referral from Mass General.
No.
And so you did later learn she went on December 20th, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to review those records about this visit to the 20th? So you don't know that the ultimate plan and assessment for her was that they didn't think she qualified for the program, but they provided her with several options for other inpatient treatments for medication management, partial hospitalization, and general mental health. Did you know that?
No.
And as of your last meeting with her on December 19th, ultimately, what were your impressions of how she was doing?
My impression was that her symptoms were improving because of the social aspects, spending time with family and friends and able to exercise, when before it was difficult for her to engage or pay attention.
And your observations of her while you were interacting with her, were they more positive than on previous occasions?
Yes, she was able to smile and laugh.
Okay, thank you.
What was she laughing about? When was it she was laughing with you?
I believe that was the last visit, the 19th.
So on the 19th, it was on television or was it in person?
It was a virtual visit, a video
Virtual
visit.
visit.
Yes.
And,
On
and on
television.
the 19th, on the virtual visit, what was the purpose of that visit?
The purpose of that visit was to see if she was able to connect with care.
Okay. So you would have, I guess, in your notes or a reference to the fact that on the 19th of December, that she was laughing.
Not that she was laughing, but that she was able to laugh.
Able to laugh.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm looking here on December 19th, telemedicine. Latiesha, I apologize, Dukes, perinatal behavior health program. And you talk in that form about the date of the service, December 19th, psychotherapy, PCP, Margaret, that would be the primary care, Margaret Anastasia. Perinatal behavioral health program. You talk with the quote, if this is telehealth visit, please dot the phrase video visit, whatever. Therapeutic intervention. She's 32 years old, married, female, presents for postpartum anxiety. Symptom management. Patient continues to have low mood and numbness. Numbness. Was she laughing when she had numbness?
What date are you looking at?
December 19th, the last day you saw her, or the last time you had any contact with her.
She didn't appear to have that, no.
She didn't appear to have what, laughing or numbness?
Numbness.
Well, it says right in the notes, does it not, that the patient continues to have low mood and numbness.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want you to say yes unless I can show it to you. So, patient continues to have low mood and numbness, right?
Correct.
Patient has not had suicidal ideation and did not need crisis intervention over the weekend. In other words, she didn't kill herself, right?
Correct.
To help with the mood, patient has been spending time with her husband, children, and exercising, right?
Yes.
And exercise is one of the things that you would generally, your people would generally recommend that the mother do, right?
Correct.
That's a good thing to try to do, is to exercise, right?
Correct.
So the fact that the government has records that show that she would take her kids or her husband would take her kids, or they would go to a local gym and exercise or swim, that's consistent with what she was advised, right?
Correct.
It doesn't mean that she's just out there having a good time exercising, right?
Objection.
No, overall.
So answer the question.
She was told that that's a good thing to do, right?
She was told that that was a good thing to do, but the fact that she's able to follow through and do it shows improvement.
Oh, okay. So when did she go to the gym?
She didn't give me exact dates. These are things that
Did
she
you ever
told me
ask
she
her?
did.
Did you ever ask her, if you're telling me that, this is showing improvement, is it in the records? Does it indicate that you asked her if she was exercising, and if so, where and when?
So we don't write down everything that we talk about in the meeting. It's particularly a summary
She
of
could
that
do it in her
visit.
basement.
Okay. And all I
In her
did was
basement.
ask you about patient was spending time with her husband, children, and exercising, and then you said that that's an indication that she's improving.
Correct.
Okay. And then I asked you if she's going to a gym. That's not a bad thing, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay. And then it says that she received a call, and counsel asked you about this. She received a call from women and infants, but missed the call. Do you remember that? Remember the DA asking you that question? You said that she missed the call.
Yes.
She didn't continue to read that the reason she missed the call is that she was at another medical appointment, right?
Correct.
And she called you back, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Clinician.
Jesus, this is,
Provided contact information for women and infants. Patient.
I just can't with this prosecutor. This has just been the entire trial. And this is shit that we as defense attorneys see all the time. So I'm just, I still get frustrated and I still feel like I just can't. But I'm just so glad the rest of the world is seeing it because everyone seeing it is part of the jury pool. And I don't know, my husband's calling me. Let me let it play and hold on.
Reported that she would contact them today, being December 19th, but in fact, she did, and you did back it up. She did with your help, and she then went the following day on the 20th, right?
Correct.
Okay. And finally, fair to say that nowhere in here does it say that she was laughing?
You would have to go to the assessment, the risk assessment.
Okay, let's do that. Got it? Let me see, please. Okay. Now, what's a mental status exam?
So a mental status exam is to assess how the person is appearing that day, their mood and their interaction with you in that visit and how you perceive them.
Okay. So, with the help from the DA, we have December 19th, the telemedicine form, clinical notes, right?
Yes.
The laughing wouldn't be in that area, would it?
No, it would be more so in this area.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Mental status exam, right?
Mm-hmm.
Appearance, hygiene, WNL.
Within normal limits.
Okay. Clothing normal, eye contact normal, build normal, posture normal, body movement normal, right?
Yes.
Behavior is cooperative, right?
Yes.
And speech is within normal limits, is that correct?
Correct.
Emotional state, affect. Patient reports feeling numb and having low mood for most of the day, right?
Yes.
Facial expression, other. Facial expression, calm, was able to laugh and smile, right?
Yes.
Would that be in response to you saying something funny, or why was she laughing?
That would be in response to me saying something funny.
So you guys were kind of bonding a little bit.
Yes.
All right. But she basically still continued to report that she was numb, having low mood, and basically the symptomology that she had already reported, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
All right, Como?
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. You may step down. Thank you.
And we're on lunch break. Let's hear till when. Wait, there's another witness. How's Bob gone? What? Another witness testified and then they went to lunch? Wow.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Sir, could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Cameron Daley,
And how do you spell your first name?
Cameron.
And can you just spell your last name for the record?
Daley.
And where do you work?
Duxbury Police Department.
How long have you been there?
6.5 years.
And back in January of 2023, what was your assignment then?
Patrolman.
And I'm going to draw your attention specifically to January 24th, 2023. Were you asked to do a particular assignment out of Duxbury in that evening?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
Report to Brigham Women's Hospital
And why were you going there?
for hospital watch of the suspect.
And that individual was Lindsay Clancy?
Correct.
Was there already a Duxbury officer on scene at Brigham and Women's when you got there?
Yes, 2.
2?
Yes.
And who were they?
Officer Lepard and Officer Broderick.
And when you arrived at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, were you by yourself or was there somebody else with you?
I was with another officer, Officer Thomas Johnson.
Okay. And were you able to make observations of the suspect, of the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, on that day?
Yes.
And she was asleep, was she not?
Correct.
And she had medical devices attached to her?
Yes.
Was she being treated by the medical staff there at Brigham?
Yes, periodically.
Okay. And were you inside or outside the room, if you know?
Outside the room.
And were any visitors or any other people other than the medical staff in that room with her while you were there?
No.
And from the 24th into the 25th.
All right, so now the Commonwealth is trying to be like, she didn't even know there were cops there. They weren't in the room. What, is the door open and she doesn't see this? Like, are you acting like she didn't know there were cops right outside the door of her room? Is that what this is about? Come the F on.
What time did you leave the next day on the 25th?
So I reported to the hospital on the 25th.
Oh, okay.
I was there. I arrived at 10 a.m.
So your shift there at the hospital was what?
I got there at 10 a.m. I left about 7 p.m. that night, but it was an 8 to 4 scheduled patrol shift.
Okay, and you said that was on the 25th?
Correct.
And you took over for Officer Lepard?
Correct. Who were there on the overnight previous.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And when you left that next evening on the 25th at 7 p.m., was there another Duxbury officer who came to relieve you, or who came to relieve you?
No, at that time, State Police Detective McDonald arrived on scene with his crime scene team, and then Plymouth County Sheriff deputies came to take over the hospital watch.
And during that entire shift that you were there, were any attorneys or any other individuals in the room to see Ms. Clancy?
No.
And did you go back to the hospital for any shifts after that day?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Were you in uniform?
Yes.
Had your gun on?
Correct.
Had your badge?
Yes, sir.
The other guy too?
Yes, sir.
You were gonna what, guide the woman that was tied to the bed?
Correct.
That's all we have. Anything?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, sir. Please sit down.
Thank you.
Thank God. we're
Sure,
going
rather
away.
than start another witness for just a couple of minutes, we're going to break, take the afternoon recess at this point. The plan would be to come back approximately 2 o'clock, come right back, we're going to talk about this case, don't do any research about this, the next hour.
Court, all right.
All right. So we're going to be back
Center for
to-
Women's
Whoops.
Mental Health.
See, so sometimes this is what Court TV does, and they took. So I think what I'm going to do is leave it at this, and then you guys will have to remind me when I come back to unpause it. So I just want to note, because I'm hungry, I'm assuming some of you are hungry. I'm going to try to running down and get some food, but I probably going to have to like put something. It's going to take some time. So I'll probably just be right back and talk to you guys until there is something for me to eat. But my licensed clinical social worker friend sent me a text that says, a licensed clinical social worker and a mental health counselor both can provide therapy. The major difference is that a mental health counselor is trained only in assessing and diagnosing mental illness and providing psychotherapy. A social worker can provide therapy as well, but also takes into account family, work, finances, housing, healthcare, community culture, social supports, and other systems. So stand by. I'm going to figure out, at least get something started to eat. I'll come back, go through your supers. We can talk about some more shite, and see you in a minute. Bye. All right, guys, let's see what y'all have been saying. Let's see. We got good. I think I said hi to Good Practice. Oh, that was member for 8 months. I saw some new members down here that I don't think I said hello to yet. Donna White, welcome. Family hug. I see Cake, member for 3 months. Thanks for your continued support. Alcohol is far worse than weed. 100% agreed. You know, I don't know how many clients I've said like they keep getting arrested or in fights or pulled over for DUIs. Like, knock it off with the drinking. Just take an edible, you know, get some marijuana. So Boris says THC versus CBD is a very important difference. THC can have severe interactions with CBD, with bipolar disorder and with prescriptions. Depends on the person. Yeah. Duncan, Idaho says, after all of that, the whole, but do you have a plan thing just seems like a cop out. She's telling you all you need to know to commit her right now. Or at least to put some more, serious steps in place. I feel like the inability to get control and the feeling of so out of control, there needs to be other parameters. I don't know, for commitment, but it's a slippery slope because you want people to be able to tell you what they're feeling. So I don't know. For Doxy Mom says, Allie, I don't find Lindsay credible. I can believe Lindsay left out information. Absolutely. I think there's no doubt about that. And I think that's totally, normal as far as people being afraid to say a step further without at least somebody trying to probe what their horrible thoughts are. Why do you think your child's in danger? Why do you think you're going to die? Well, because I think I might hurt one of us. You got Ona Hendu is also a new member. Welcome. Family hug. Mrs. Jägermeister, member for 3 months. Thanks for your continued support. I say this again, thankful for this chat. Well, I do hope that, you guys having each other does bring a sense of community and support. I mean, that really touches Bob and I both. At least that's what we're hearing from you guys. That's what it seems like we're seeing. And it's really special. It's Ika, like Jessica. Thanks, Ika. I see Cake, I said. Sorry. That nurse Crystal says there's a lot of stigma around mental health, around healthcare workers having mental health issues. So underreporting is even more likely, in my opinion. Oops. McHugh says headphones. I mean, Micah's headphones says psych is more an art form than anything, sadly. Something else I want to look at now that I know it exists is if there's anything. Let's see. So let's just see what additional. Pull up Lindsay's amended lawsuit here. Share this with you guys. Well, no, not like that. Computer doesn't want to cooperate. Let's see if I can make this. Do I need to make this bigger? As to the people we haven't heard from yet, And I might need some help from you guys on this. Is it just Diaz? Have we heard from... Yeah, we did hear from Madva, I think. So maybe the only person we have left is Diaz. We didn't hear from Diaz? I'm gonna look this over. My computer's acting crazy, but let me share that screen. Okay. So, ugh. Now it's frozen. My Acrobat. I got too much shit open, and this is what happens. All right, let me just look at it over here. Let's see. Does anyone know, is it Diaz the only person on this list? Because at least you guys can see that. As Nick says, the list of characters. See if anybody... There's a solar eclipse outside? Where is the solar eclipse? All over? Is it visible all over? All right, so some of you are saying maybe we haven't heard from Madva. Once I get this thing to unfreeze... Okay. All right. So at least we can figure out who everybody is. All right. So we know who Tufts is. We know who Goodhart is. Oh, God, it just froze up again. It's thinking. Okay. Diaz is a psychiatrist registered to practice medicine in the state of Rhode Island. So she's at Women's and Infants Hospital. I think we did hear from them, right? Because that's who turned them away. So I think we did hear from Diaz. Madva is a psychiatrist registered to practice in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts with the usual place of business at McLean. And she was an attending psychiatrist who treated Lindsay at McLean and who authored Lindsay's admission note at McLean. I'm assuming we probably heard from her. Are we done? Are we done? I think we might be. Let me see what you guys are saying. Well, Amanda doesn't remember either of them. You can only see it in parts of the country. I think they're still calling Whiffen. Again, I still think that's going to be the end. And so Katrina says, I think we heard from Diaz. All right. So Adele said, Bob said 4 more witnesses after Nurse Paul. Well, we know we're getting the... I mean, I already forget what in the hell this last guy... Oh, he's just trying to establish that there were no cops in the room. I think... Right, phone experts are coming. Ian Whiffen is a phone expert, digital expert. Whiffen's on vacation. Is that for real? Oh, right. Don't we still need to hear from 2 MEs for the other children? And Katrina said Whiffen's on vacation, according to Bob. So what does that mean? What else did Bob say? So who's going to be doing it? All right, Bob told everybody last night. They're going to put someone on about her search. Unless they did that already. Did they? Adele says maybe they're keeping the last MEs as the last one. Huh. I can't imagine they're not going to do the other MEs. Like they want to get that, really sad stuff in. So let me just confirm who was added. So Diaz was always sued. Goodhart, Diaz, Tufts, and Gelada were always sued. And what we have now includes Madva, the psychiatrist at McLean, in this amended one, Julie Paul, Latiesha Dukes. So I saw, some people were like, oh, I'm surprised they included Julie Paul. And then someone else who says, I would think a lawyer would get everyone. I mean, that is literally the lawyer's job, to sue every single person that had a hand in everything, because you do not know, you never know. Someone is going to blame someone else. Something else pops up during discovery. Like I sue everybody, So although she did have a very limited thing, but I mean, a lawyer's going to want to sue everybody. And maybe something had been happening in that first 5 months in the lawsuit that was like, all right, then I'm going to bring everyone in, y'all trying to point fingers at everybody else kind of thing. So yeah, Latiesha was at the South Shore Health, which was always a part of the lawsuit as well. I wonder if Patrick had a amended lawsuit as well. So I get the sense that we've been through all of them now. What am I add to the stage? Hold on. Put this back up. All right. So let me see if live is the screen or if it's talking heads. Still talking heads. So I'm just going to use this screen for now. What did I do? Something weird. Ah. Okay. It's back to normal. No, it didn't change on your guys' end, but it got weird on my end. I'll be back. Gonna still try to figure this food thing out. Check what's going on. Hold on. All right. Temporarily back. 10 more minutes till I can eat something. Chase says on the court docs, the med examiners listed are like, so 1, 2, 3, which is what we suspected, one for each child. I think we've only seen one, as far as I know. And I've been on every day since we had a medical examiner. So I guess they're. All right. Adele says we only saw Kimberly Springer. So, thanks for the jewels. You see what else you guys have said here. Have we decided that it is going to be Whiffen remotely? I see you guys talking about Whiffen again. I thought that the Commonwealth has mentioned, Adele says, has the Commonwealth mentioned the Google searches like, can psychopaths be cured? I mean, not that one specifically, but I thought they mentioned some things that they were searching. I think they definitely have somebody. I mean, I've been saying this whole time that I think they're saving the whole search for the distance to the restaurant till the end, but is it possible we heard that already? Because again, in the beginning, Cameron was covering for us. Kyle, Mother of Ducks, says, I don't think so. Whiffin's scared to come back to Massachusetts. I mean, as he should be. All right. So some of you are saying that it got mentioned during Patrick's testimony, but I don't know about the Google search. Like, I don't want to call it a Google search, whatever search it was, map search, you know. And Chase had pulled that from the Doc's thread and Seeking Justice Discord. Shout out to Tracy. I've been referencing the Docs the whole trial. Yeah. Tracy's the best. I think that, like, people have those kind of weird thoughts. Like, Gina's like, I've wondered many times if I'm a psychopath, sociopath. I don't think I've ever Googled about it. Like, people have thoughts of things that, like, and give them no reason to think it. I mean, that's what's like an intrusive thought. And we keep them to ourselves. But I think if we talked about it more, everybody would know, all right, all of us have intrusive thoughts. And I think that's the problem, that to the mental health, like, world, an intrusive thought is just those, like, your brain talking in your head all day, like, if you pay attention to that little voice, it will just keep talking. Remember this book that Bob and I had, I can't remember the name, but I hated it because it made you pay attention that there is a voice talking. And then for whatever reason, my voice was just like repeating shit I'm seeing and saying a bunch of like, and I'm like, there's a fucking voice there all the time. If you listen to it, it is constantly talking. Mine was just talking about nonsense, luckily, not saying anything negative, but I have had like weird thoughts that I'd consider intrusive thoughts about, like, something like, why would you think that? Like, what's wrong with you? And people, when they have that kind of thought, they think, oh my God, I'm a psychopath or a sociopath. Or could I be? Is it like, it's right down there somewhere? That if we all know that kind of thing happens, and it's like, all right, it's not so weird. But that is different than, like, you're having a mental health crisis and you're going to them and you're being like, I'm having intrusive thoughts. Like, if they take intrusive thoughts as just sort of run of the mill and don't explore find out what kind of intrusive thoughts. I mean, obviously, when you're saying, like, that was one of the things that this witness did. When I say this witness, I mean, um, not Gelada. What's her name? You guys, I'm seriously, like, my brain today is just done. It's done. And I think it's because I haven't been getting the best sleep. And when you hit my age, even without, perimenopause, it's like your brain doesn't work as good if you don't get sleep. So Latiesha Dukes. So that Latiesha was like, well, saying I don't want to be here, that can mean just about anything. But for the purposes of an assessment, it qualifies. It qualifies. So you got to write it down. But meanwhile, when we're on cross, it's like you literally have written down that she's having suicidal ideation and that there was more said than that. And you're still sitting up there saying, well, it could mean just about anything. No, I'm not saying, clearly counsel wasn't asking you if you're sitting outside and you hear someone say the words, I just don't want to be here. That could mean just about anything. But when you're sitting in front of your doctor telling them you're losing your shit and you feel like dying and you don't care if you die and you worry about dying, I just don't want to be here means one thing. Okay? It means one thing. So I don't have an internal voice or imagery in my head. You got to have an internal voice. I mean, I've blocked mine. I didn't really listen, didn't really know it was there before this book. And then after this book, I was just like, go away. I blocked it right back out because literally, like, it's just saying, like, there's a window, there's that, like, for all day. But I'm sure my internal voice says other things than that. But what do you mean you don't have an internal voice? You have to think something. Like, isn't that your internal voice if you're having a thought? I mean, it's not like I don't have an internal voice talking to me. It's just like apparently my thoughts. I don't know. I don't know. What do I know? Just, you know what? Forget I said anything. No, I sound crazy. So, right, ask her what the intrusive thoughts were. I truly think they're voices she was talking about. I hope that DZ verifies. And then Ellie Nono says, at Spitfire Dragon, how do you differentiate between internal monologue, which is what I'm describing right there about the thing that just keeps talking, internal monologue, and intrusive thoughts, which, over the course of my life, I have definitely had intrusive thoughts where I'm like, why did you just think that? Like, what the hell's wrong with you? But so I got to I guess, go up and see what Spitfire said. Mrs. Jägermeister's voice wakes her up in the middle of the night. Yes, I literally blocked that shit right out. It was annoying the hell out of me. Just like you're saying, narrating everything. And I'm like, what? Can't you say something interesting? I know I see a light post there. I know there's a green light. Yeah, I had to block it out. And it was literally this book. And it started with, we all have this internal voice and, like, pay attention to it. So then I started paying attention to it. I was like, oh, yeah, that voice is there. What's that voice got to say? And then I told Bob, I'm like, I don't even want to hear about, don't even say the name of the book. Don't even say internal voice. I'm probably now going to have to spend the next 3 days shutting that internal voice down again because it's annoying. It's annoying. But yeah, I mean, hearing your own thoughts, like Jad Ziadak says, is, like, that's different too, like where you're actually thinking something like that. To me, I feel like that's different than this. I don't know if that's called an internal monologue or what it's called, where got this voice narrating shit around me, is different than, oh, you just remembered you forgot to look for something. I mean, it's gonna, Like, that's gonna be something that's told to you, but I don't know. I'm probably making you all crazy right now. You're like, "Allison's nuts." Uh, yeah. Learned hand knits is like going back to the whole, "Well, I don't wanna be here," can mean anything. Like, yeah, she totally meant she'd rather be at the beach, you know? Sleuth Investigates says, "The brain can do crazy things. My dad had a brain bleed years ago, and he could eat anything and he couldn't eat anything he used to love, like he had an adverse reaction to everything." Spitfire says, "Ellie, no, no, they're not things I would think purposely, wherefore I'm driving my internal monologue." Right, and that's where I'm saying, whatever I'm driving with my internal monologue is annoying, but then you do have those other, I'm assuming that almost everyone has this happen to them, where they think something bizarre or worry about something bizarre, like, in their head, an internal conversation or a thought that comes in, and you're like, "That's absurd." Of course, you're not gonna ever, I don't know, strangle your neighbor, but not that one, but I don't know. There's stuff. Everybody has them. 'Em. Don't pretend you don't, but that's different than when you're, like, in the midst of a psychiatric issue and you're saying, "I'm having the horrible intrusive thoughts." Like, if you're saying that, you know, pesky pirouette, another reference back to Karen Reed, says, "Oh, I better." Oh, no, we're not live yet. "I have an intrusive stereo that plays old songs that it thinks fits the current situation." That is actually amazing. I am so old and my music shows it. Is that for real or you're just kidding? Like an internal stereo, internal radio dialogue. Um, and yeah, Spitfire, I thought your explanation it makes a lot of sense as well. Um, Amanda says her meds shut hers up. I assuming that's the internal voice and not the intrusive thought. I don't know. I mean, yeah, not so it's bugging me all the time saying shit, you know? I think that those people just aren't listening. That's how I feel because, like, the difference between what I was hearing as an internal monologue after I started reading that book, as opposed to, like, having a thought in my mind, like, thinking of something, on occasion, were totally different things. Like, I was like, "That's horrible. That's awful." Like, it's bugging me. Um But interesting, Rexy, I cannot picture things in my mind. I wanted to teach myself. I tried to some coaching. So let me take it back. I can picture things, like I know what it looks like. But apparently, most of you out there and all the friends I've talked to can close their eyes and actually visualize a picture behind their eyes. Mine's black. It's always black. I can't pull up an actual visual behind my eyelids. And I looked it up. It's a sickness. It's a or a condition. I'm sure one of you will pop it up there before I even search it because I forget what it's called. And then I've had like my friends call me and they're like, "You're the one who called us and like you can't picture things in your mind, right?" I mean, like I can think about and pull up a mental visual of like what my house looked like when I was younger, like the house I grew up in. But I cannot close my eyes and see it. And apparently the more creative a person you are, maybe the more that's really open to you. Um, I don't know, but, like, I can't close my eyes and be like, "Okay, red." No, it's black. It's black. Staying black. It's not changing. Um, you know, Let's see what you guys are saying. I'm so far behind in the chat that I'm not even up to date. Um, oh, there it is. Aphantasia. Really? That's so funny. Gray Space says that that's commonly associated with having no internal voice. Well, fuck, I could find the voice. I've literally tried. I like went online because I was like, all right, if I can do this, like then I can maybe meditate better, or I don't know if I should like openly admit this, what I was really trying to do it for. I'm like, to start to control your dreams and then maybe be able to have like an out of body experience. Like I wanted to explore all that. And it starts with, a picture in your mind, which I can't do. So I went on, it was like look at a candle for a while, then close your eyes, or look at something, stare at it for a while, then close. Like there were like things like I'm like, there's gotta be something I can do to train my mind to do this thing that that everyone else can do. But it doesn't work. You're saying that too. See? But see, I want to do that. That's what I want to be able to do, what Kitty on the Beach does. My brain is so visual, I can venture around anywhere in my head. That's what I wanted to be able to do. What in the hell? You guys can all picture things. Wait, neurodivergent people can do it or can't do it? Because when I was looking it up, it seems like I'm the one who's divergent, that I can't do it. Okay. So HB Sunriders is black too. All right, we got some more blank people. Okay, so good old Arky Gal says that it, like if you can, even without your eyes closed, picture an apple, which is what I'm saying. I can conceptualize the image of an apple right now, but I just can't make an actual visual of it appear when I close my eyes. It's just black. That's what maybe Sleuthy, that's maybe what I'm saying. Like, but when I'm seeing it, I mean, I guess I'm kind of seeing it. It's not a picture with my eyes open, but I can visualize the apple and the stem and, the roundness of it and all the things, but I'm still not looking at a picture. Am I driving you guys all crazy? You're like, stop talking about this already, Allison. We've heard way too much. We've heard way too much. Um, let me go live.
Recommendations for people that are dealing with women.
At the Brigham and Women Hospital, were you by yourself or was there somebody
All
else
right,
with
this
you?
is
I was
just
with another officer,
here we
Officer
go.
Thomas
Court
Johnson.
TV. So I'll just, you know what? I'll put it back to the screen that says we're at lunch because I'm going to go down and see if I have food now because I'm hungry. Where was that screen? All right. I am a poor artist. I'm also bad at don't ask me what size a room is. Forget about it. Okay. I can't visualize shit. Um, I'll be back. So I'm trying to snarf some food back here. Kylie Cosmo says that's why if you're into that sort of thing, look into DMT. You know, the ability to see visuals when you're tripping, I mean, it's different than the people whose ability to close their eyes and bring up a picture without drugs, you know. But so I agree with North with not that Susan. We're all neurodivergent in some way. I have no sense of direction. I can almost get lost in a big room. So let's see if this let me take this thing live. Hopefully they're not still talking. Court TV. All right, good. We're live. It's on standby because they're about to come back. Got us all off course.
Duxbury, Massachusetts.
Why is this what's happening? Like right in the middle of everything. So I was just gonna say, and I almost didn't want to admit this, but somebody said something. Where is it? I was thinking this when you're like, we're all neurodivergent in some way. And I was like, I can't admit this. Where is it? Where is it? Wait a minute. I can't find it. But now I'll just tell you because you're like, what weren't you going to admit? What weren't you going to admit? Now you're going to tell us. So what I was going to not admit is that I have this weird thing with like when there's two choices, like right and left. I think I actually have admitted this before because some of you helped me realize that like one of the things I always thought I screwed up, like if which way to turn the thing for the water for hot and cold. Like if there's two choices and I know there's more than just left and right, I can't do it. It's like some sort of weird block. I still confuse my left and rights. If I'm driving with somebody, I'm like, dude, if I tell you go right, just watch which way I'm pointing because I don't know. Okay. So, yeah. Yeah. Uh, Mama Loca, I think MDA is approved for mental health therapy. And I think ketamine therapy is not nearly as scary as whatever you think it is. It's not like you're just dropped in a K-hole and said goodbye to. Um, hold on. Ah, what'd I do with my phone? I left it downstairs. Oh gosh, I just got the funniest text. Uh, um, but I know I've got a friend who has a 20-year-old who like just had this onset of serious mental health issues, including severe depression and suicidal ideation, who is horrified to take medicine. And every time he takes medicine, he literally says it's doing something like in a day. I feel I don't feel right. I don't feel right. It's doing something to me. So one of the professionals she spoke to suggested ketamine therapy. And I have a friend who, professional, you know, I don't want to give too many details, but it doesn't matter. It would only matter if someone who really knows me was watching to know who it was. But he lost one of his children, who's the same age as one of my children. And like, obviously you can imagine like the depths of the depression. And I don't know how long it was later that I saw him, and he was just raving about ketamine therapy, about how much it did for him, about it's just making life like possible, again. And it was crazy, So I've heard a lot of really good things um about ketamine therapy. I thought MDMA was approved. Maybe it's just been approved uh for testing. Um like in test phases. I thought the same thing with mushrooms, but maybe that's also test phase. I know that I had been looking into stocks that were doing medical testing with MDMA, um, and I think with psilocybin, and I was like, "Oh, that's what I wanna invest in." Because, I mean, like, I don't know, maybe I I think that neurologists will admit that there's some, like, brain injuries or whatever else that, like, microdosing can help rewire your brain. So, I'm just saying, don't don't, uh don't step away from it. It's both of those things, if done with a professional and a a clinical setting, you know, could be very, 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 very helpful. And, then you're not beholden to the pharmaceutical company, you know? What's happening? Why is this what we're watching? Let me just make sure. Like, day 12. Yeah, why they're still chatting about this. Okay, fine. Um, uh, yeah, back 2-ish. Isn't it 2-ish? I guess it's only 2:03. So, um, so let's see. Amanda says there's only been 5 other than Duke's, which puts us at 6, which let me go back to the amended complaint that Tracy sent. And we have listed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's how many named defendants there are. Tufts, Goodhart, Diaz, Madva, Gelada, Paul, Dukes. So, I just counted 7. I said 6, but there's actually 7. I can count. Won't say much for my left and my rights, but I can actually count. So, maybe we haven't heard from Diaz yet. Let's see. I'm just going to take a quick glance at this to see timeline-wise, who they have. Yeah, I mean, it goes from Tufts to the day of the incident. And then right before that, they're discussing McLean and Goodhart. And then Diaz, oh yeah, on December 20th. Maybe we haven't heard from her yet. From Diaz at Women and Infants. But did we hear from the person who said I turned them away because it was too much medication? Well, so yeah, maybe Diaz we haven't heard from because I was wrong. That is um, women's and infants, um, the hospital partial hospitalization day program, not the inpatient. Okay, so maybe we haven't heard from her yet. They did the Edinburgh scale. Diaz rejected the bipolar diagnosis. Hmm. So I'm not looking at the chat. So, but then after that, we had McLean and Dr. Goodhart. So I don't know. We'll see, I guess. We'll see, I guess. See what you guys are saying. Yeah, it's hard to tell. We've heard about so many things over and over again. Um, and there was a woman they promoted to director, so maybe we'll see. All right, hold on. Stand by.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present excluding the jury.
All right, Counsel, can I see it sidebar?
Feed is not paused. It's definitely starting to make you think they don't have a witness ready. Or if they do, it's a short one. I don't know what's going on in this sidebar. Or he's telling them what he's allowing the witnesses to be called by the defense. I don't know. Still eating. Bye. All right, let me see if Bob's saying anything. I feel like Bob wouldn't mess around about whether somebody was playing. Oh, all right. Prepare the chat. The medical examiner is coming to testify about the autopsies of Cora and Dawson. All right. Fun time is over. The ability to set the hard stuff aside and have some light banter is about to end. Ugh. Autopsy time. I'm not happy. So, yes, everybody prepare. Just got that message from Bob just this moment. And let me see if he has anything else on X. Wait, what? How did that turn to me? Am I not? All right. Oh, I get it. Okay. There's like this weird thing. Like if they're having a live, then you can just press it. He hasn't said anything else. So. So. I don't think that the reason to split things up is to cause pain to Lindsay or the family. Although I understand you're saying it does cause pain. But it's to essentially emotionally traumatize the jury. Keep their emotions, yeah. And it is thoughtless to the jury too. Yeah. Yeah. Micah's headphones. To make the jury say she's the most evilest. Pull on those heartstrings and never let them go throughout the whole trial. Yeah, Spitfire says they're manipulating the jury. They want them really traumatized before Reddington starts his...
Your Honor, we could just go back to sidebar. Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah, I need another sidebar. There's this one thing I forgot to just mention during the last, I don't know, 10 minutes of the sidebar. Is her bow too tight? Yeah, probably, Adele. Another sidebar just so she can ask to show more autopsy photos. And that now that I realize they're about to call the ME, that does explain. That is what they were over there talking about. How many pictures come in, which pictures come in, how gruesome she can get with this testimony. Like, but why they're doing it at a sidebar when the jury's not in the room, that I don't get. And we know.
While we're waiting for the jury, it just kind of remind again that we've got people coming in and out at all times. I want to remind everybody of the pending media order regarding certain pieces of evidence. I also want to remind the warning that I gave, I think it was last week, that there are to be no disruptive statements or anything that's going to disrupt these proceedings. If that's done, they will be dealt with summarily, as we say. All right, so just a warning in regards to that.
I'll boot your ass out without a second thought. You make a noise and you're summarily dismissed from the courtroom. That's why I gave that. No, he is not playing. Yes, Lindsay does have to be there for this. I mean, they could have asked that she be excused. Who knows if the Commonwealth would care because she's crying anyway. She's crying now in anticipation of it coming.
You all set? All right, yeah. Ready for the jury.
Okay, guys. Walk away if you have to.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
His voice gets low. Who's that?
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Everybody, thank you for your patience. That will give you a couple extra minutes to look at the solar eclipse while you're up. So what we're going to do is we're going to return now to the Commonwealth's case. Commonwealth, could I call your next witness, please?
Prior to the witness, Your Honor, I would just move to enter in as the next exhibit the excerpted pages from the South Shore Health System perinatal behavioral health program regarding the last witness, Latiesha Dukes.
Okay, any objection?
By agreement, Judge.
All right, so it's by agreement.
226.
We would call Nichole Bradley as the next witness, please.
Okay, thank you.
Just for the record, Your Honor, I object. It's not contested. I don't think it's necessary, so I object.
All right. Same finding.
Yes.
No, they're not going to show us pictures. So don't worry about that. They are not going to show us pictures. The courtroom, obviously the jury, will see.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the truth and the jury, the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, thanks. Just going to ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you and speak into that microphone, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, come on.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Yeah. Nichole Bradley,
And where do you work?
Plymouth County Sheriff's Department.
What do you do there?
I'm an assistant deputy superintendent of the Field Services Division.
And as one of the roles of the Field Services Division, does the Sheriff's Department engage in what's called hospital watch?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell us very briefly what that is?
Yep. So if any safekeep, detainee, or
Right, so
inmate
not
goes over
yet.
to the hospital, we use our deputies and matrons to cover them on a security watch.
And are the employees from the Sheriff's Department who are on those watches required to log the activity of who comes and goes from the individuals who they are there to watch?
Yes, they are.
And are those records kept in the normal course of business at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, they are.
And you're familiar with those records and what they look like?
Yes, I am.
If I may approach?
Objection to the record.
Okay. All right. You want to approach and then,
Yes, please. Thank you.
then there'll be no
I
objection.
still want to do it my way. I still want to approach. I still want to
To show you a packet, if you could take a quick look at that.
Yep.
And does that packet reflect the hospital
He
logs,
just said no objection.
that are kept by the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, they are.
And you're familiar that between
No objection.
January 25th,
Oh,
2023
Never mind.
and February 3rd of 2023, that the Sheriff's Department engaged in hospital watch on a patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I am.
Would move to admit
All right,
this.
those may be admitted.
227.
This is just more about how the doctors,
No
how
further
the cops
questions.
stayed in the hall.
Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Well, yeah,
Thank you very
left
much.
Jade in custody. I Are you kidding me? Now, maybe they're stalling because they don't have
Commonwealth calls
enough.
Dr. Renee Stonebridge.
All right, here we go. All right, now, people. Now it's for real. Trigger warning.
Same objection as to sidebar, Judge. It's not contested, it's not necessary.
All right, same finding, same analysis. Thank you.
What drives a young person to go into medical examiner?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and jury the written outcome Thank you. You can have a seat.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, Ms. Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Renee Stonebridge, Renee Stonebridge.
Where do you work?
I work at the Commonwealth of Massachusetts at the Boston office.
And what department do you work for?
I work for the Chief Medical Examiner's office.
And how long have you worked there?
I have worked there since July of 2017.
And can you describe your educational background?
Yes, I did 4 years of college at SUNY at Stony Brook in New York. I was a double major in German languages and literature and biology. And then I did 4 years at the American University of Antigua, where I got my medical degree. I also graduated with honors, magna cum laude. After that, I did a 4-year combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency program at NYU Winthrop Hospital in Long Island, New York. I also served as chief resident during my final year there, so 2016 to 2017. After that, I did a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Boston office of the Chief Medical Examiner. And then after that, I did a 2-year neuropathology fellowship program through Brown University at Rhode Island Hospital. And I am board certified in forensic pathology, anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and neuropathology.
What is neuropathology?
Neuropathology is the study of the brain, the dura, the eyes, and spinal cord.
Why is this important?
What is your role at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner here in Massachusetts?
My role there is the Director of Cardiac and Neuropathology. I'm also a medical examiner, but my primary focus is brains and hearts.
And so will there be an occasion where a medical examiner is doing an autopsy and they will send you either a brain or eyes or things of that nature to examine?
Yes.
And why are those things sent to you in particular?
We have certain criteria that is followed in order for a neuropathology consult to occur. Some occasions are any children under the age of 2. I am to receive the brain, typically the spinal cord, depends on circumstances, the eyes and the dura as well. Also, if there's any suspicion of some type of homicidal injury to the head, blunt trauma, typically, those cases will typically come to me as well. Sometimes there are cases in which it may just be something that is a surprise. One of the MEs is doing the autopsy, the head is opened up and they see something unexpected. They see something that may be hard to diagnose as someone who is not neuropathology trained, or maybe something like a tumor that is unexpected, or a rare neurologic disease, neurodegenerative disease that requires further neuropathologic evaluation.
And were you tasked with doing some examinations regarding Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy?
Yes.
And specifically for Cora Clancy, what did you examine?
For Cora Clancy, I examined the eyes.
And what were your findings when you examined her eyes?
The findings when I examined the eyes were that there was acute hemorrhage of the extraocular muscles and adipose tissue. So when the eyes are taken out, this happens after the brain comes out of the skull. And there is a thin portion of bone in the bottom frontal portion of the skull where that bone is broken, and the eyes can then be examined on the inside of the head. Obviously, they are examined also on the outside of the head as well. But you can look at the optic nerve and you can look at the tissue that is surrounding the eyes. So the eyes are within the head with some muscle and some adipose tissue. So there was hemorrhage in these portions of adipose tissue and muscle that is surrounding the eye itself. And then also one of the findings was that the optic nerve sheath on the left side has some punctate hemorrhage. So the eyes, they're sitting in the head, and then there's the optic nerve that connects to the back of the eye and goes to the brain, which sends these signals so people can see. And there was some hemorrhage in this portion surrounding the nerve that connects the left eye.
And are you able to determine by seeing these hemorrhages what caused them?
Hemorrhages themselves are a very general finding. However, given the entirety of the case, knowing what I know from the autopsy findings, I can say it is consistent with something asphyxial.
And why is it that when there's something asphyxial, that means strangulation of some type, correct?
Yes, it can be.
Why is it that these types of hemorrhages occur in the eye?
What happens when there's some sort of asphyxial element to a person, it could be from many different things, but what happens is the blood in the head, if there's, say, some type of compression of the neck or something else that causes asphyxia, there's many things, but if there's some sort of compression, the blood basically gets kind of stuck in the head area, and because the blood can't flow back down through the body,
I think somebody said they shut the mic off or took the mic off of the defendant, like by the defendant, so that we don't hear Lindsay. Maybe that's why, but I don't know. I did not give her good pause face, but
what happens is there's little tiny blood vessels. They're in the eyes, they're in the skin, in the mouth, all over the head region. They basically get blocked up with this blood because it can't move. And these little blood vessels will burst, which leads to these little hemorrhages.
And in terms of Dawson Clancy, what did you examine with Dawson Clancy?
For Dawson Clancy, I examined the eyes as well.
And what were your findings?
The findings were that there was also some acute hemorrhages in these muscle and adipose tissue surrounding the eyes. And then the right eye had some small hemorrhages in the posterior retina and the optic nerve sheath. So the back of the eye, there's the retina within the eye, and the retina connects with the optic nerve at the back portion of the eye. And in this case, there was a little bit of hemorrhage at that connection point where the retina connects to the optic nerve.
And what is hemorrhage?
Hemorrhage itself is just blood that is no longer contained in a blood vessel.
So it's burst from that vessel?
Correct.
And then in terms of Callan Clancy, what did you examine with Callan Clancy?
For Callan Clancy, I examined the brain, the dura, the spinal cord, and the eyes.
And what were your findings?
The findings were that there was hypoxic ischemic changes. Essentially, that means that there has been some sort of incident which has caused the brain to have a certain period of time in which blood and oxygen flow were not appropriate. So in this case, there was a time frame in which there was no blood going to the brain, there wasn't enough oxygen going to the brain, and the brain will show certain findings in these sort of circumstances. One of the things I note is that there's edema. Edema is when the brain starts to swell. Edema is also a very general finding. It can happen in many instances, but the edema basically means that the brain starts to swell, so you don't have the nice kind of bumpy pattern on the brain. It starts to swell up and it gets a little more flattened because the brain is encased in the skull, so now it's pressing against the skull because it's swelling up and getting bigger. One of the other things I noted with that was that there was compression of the ventricles. So the ventricles are almost like a tunnel system inside the brain that allow for the cerebral spinal fluid to flow through the brain and go into the spinal cord. And when the brain starts to swell up, it not only swells up outwards, but swells inwards on itself as well. So these ventricles that are located in the inside portion of the brain are starting to get kind of squashed because the brain is swelling. Another thing I noted was that the brain was diffusely friable, meaning that it's very soft. So one of the things I do on all my brain cases is they go into formalin. The formalin allows them to fix, which basically firms up the tissue. And it makes the tissue more easy to manipulate. A fresh brain coming out of a skull is very soft. It's very easy to damage it. It's very easy to put your fingers through it if you're not careful. So one of the things that gets done is these brains will go into formalin. I typically will let them fix for about 2 weeks or so. And sometimes, regardless of the fixation time with the formalin, sometimes the brain still will not firm up the way it should, because if I'm receiving a brain and it's already has hypoxic ischemic changes, the formalin is only going to penetrate the tissue so much because the tissue is essentially already dead.
Can I just stop you for a second? What is hypoxic ischemic changes?
Hypoxic ischemic changes is when you are getting lack of blood and oxygen flow. So hypoxic is the oxygen portion and ischemic is the blood portion.
So what you saw with Callan's brain was consistent with a lack of blood and oxygen?
Correct, yes.
Which then led to brain death?
Correct, yes.
How long, based on your training and experience, does it take for a brain to start dying after the loss of blood flow and oxygen?
It varies based on different sources. Most sources say it's between about 6 to 8 minutes. If there is no oxygen flow, then the brain will essentially start dying. It depends on, if there's resuscitation that occurs afterwards, but it's generally in the frame of 6 to 8 minutes or so.
And once brain tissue dies, it can't be brought back, correct?
Correct, yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
You're welcome.
No questions from the defense.
Reddington? All right. Hold on, Counsel, hold on. We're going to take a short break, all right? So why don't this will be a very short break, come out, we'll come right back, okay?
Court, all rise. Jurors, close the notebooks. Please come to chairs, please. This way.
Well, I guess we're going to see. Hyperventilate.
We'll be at a short recess in the courtroom.
Everybody clear the court.
Everybody clear the courtroom. He's I think trying to wave to the parents, like, come give her a hug. Ay, ay, ay. Clear the courtroom. No, they can't hug her. That's why, not unless the bailiff allows it. I mean, the sheriff's office allows it. They don't usually. They might. I think they're going to have to talk to her about if she does want to stay in the courtroom. Did they show pictures? I mean, I was trying to block out the whole damn thing and just pay attention to the chat. We didn't even get any pictures yet. I mean, I feel like if she wanted to watch from, because I think they, or not even watch, actually. And she doesn't need to, because it's not any evidence that's not stipulated to anyway. So at this point, I would just say, let's let her leave the room. And I can't imagine that the prosecution would rather her sitting there in hysterics. Like, they don't want the jury seeing that. But yeah, I'm sure Bob is a mess because, like just seeing Lindsay's reaction, not only, hearing that, but feeling the weight of it there in person with the parents there, Lindsay. I don't know if there's other family members that are there. Oh, maybe he was waving over to a nurse. Somebody said there's 2 nurses there. I scrolled right past it. Now I can't find it. Um, is that true? She had asked to be removed during this and they denied it. Marie Martin says. Is that recently? Uh, eh, Yeah, okay. So someone else said this too. Lauren saying her nurses sit behind her, so the gesturing was probably to them, not to family. Or medical. So they're not allowed to show us the pictures, but I didn't remember any questions about, is this a photograph of I'm seeking and introduce? So I don't think there was. I mean, you can't help your emotions. Even if you murdered your kids, hearing about them being like what happened could still make you cry. Like even if you were you know intended on committing a crime, that doesn't mean you don't feel great remorse afterwards, like what did I do? I just to say, like, I think that any defendant can cry. That's my opinion on it. you know And I'll tell you, it's a lot easier to feel emotion when you're watching a trial that you're not involved in. When you have your, like, defense attorney hat on, you've gotta, like, kinda shut your emotions off to a certain extent, to the best you can. Um, so it's kinda different when you're on the other side of it. So, wait, is there something somewhere. um so did anyone say that there was a motion? Oh, there was a motion, and she is allowed to leave. I think Red wants her reaction scene. Well, then it's over now. It's been seen. Let her go. Okay? Let her go. And I didn't hear this motion. I can't confirm any of this. Maybe Bob will talk on it on his Inside the Courtroom live after trial. Um, and you guys, as horrible as I think this is, I honestly don't think torturing her is even close to playing a role into why that's, like, not even the realm of things that they're contemplating. Um, it's, you know, the most emotional impact on the jury because I think the regular autopsy results, especially when she's already stipulating to how they died, there's no other reason for the Commonwealth to do this way. No, I mean, the pathologist, the medical examiner, they're just like, this is nothing but a thing with them. Talk about what I did. There's like like yeah. I don't. I don't even think she cares to know how that's even coming off. Like this is what she does. You know, it's very it's very clinical. It's very emotionless. I'm sure when a child's body gets brought in or a child's brain gets brought in, there is emotion there. You know, that's a good question. I would think they have to be allowed to, especially if they told their therapist, you know, you just don't ask me any questions about what I think about the case or I don't know, that's kind of interesting, you know. I almost think they'd have to be allowed to. I don't know how they would go about getting permission. I've never had it come up, but I can't imagine that they could deny a juror that ability, but hmm, I don't know. I don't know. And, you know, what is that? Just Nessa Nessa Sampson. Sorry. Says if we didn't need therapy before this trial, we all will after. And that's the other side of things that I keep saying we want to do in the Mental Health Awareness Day live is also give people a chance to talk about how this has impacted that, a little bit of community support, community sharing. Um, so I mean the jury can come back with, oh, not guilty. No. No, no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Just well, yeah, not guilty. Oh, guilty but not criminally responsible, right? There is no not guilty. I Jurors have been, you know, at least at the close of their jury duty are offered services like that. I just don't know what the process is really for jurors who are like having a really hard time while the case is still ongoing. They've got to have the ability to do something. But right, that's why, you know, Akiki saying not during because they're not allowed to discuss it, not told anything to look it up. But I think that this would be some kind of exception. Uh, just honestly, starting therapy in a trial like this feels like doing your own research. I mean, that's actually not a bad point. But I just don't know legally if they could prevent you from getting therapy. I think they would have to allow it, or you'd maybe be off. You know, this is too emotionally hard for you. We've got 4 alternates. Is it more than that? Do they have 18? Six alternates? So they'd probably excuse you as a juror and let you go get your therapy. Yeah. Virtual juror says, I was just traumatized by hearing brains and eyes and spines are sent. Yeah. They have they have established the death element of the charge. They've absolutely established the kids were dead by like numerous people. And they're still going to have the person that did the actual autopsy. Unless that's it. Unless that's it. I thought someone said there's another one. which could mean there's 2 more, like someone who did the autopsies, and then this woman just did the eyes and whatever other parts. Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to ask, Judge Erskine about it. I don't know, are they even talking about anything? She's just still on a break? So, um, wait, here we go. Shanna Camacho says maybe her lawyer wants the jury to see what the Commonwealth is doing. I mean, there could be some validity in that, but I think at this point now that they just saw it, you're not gonna make her sit through, the rest. I don't know. Let's see. Text Bob, what the hell's going on? He's probably tweeting about it anyway. Let me just see. Sorry, guys. Um, Bob said, I desperately want to give Lindsay Clancy a hug. He also said Kevin Reddington standing, has his arm around Lindsay's right shoulder. She's leaning into him as he consoles the inconsolable. He also said Lindsay is doing everything in her power to keep her crying as muted as possible. Jurors are stealing short glances at Lindsay. One female juror showing visible discomfort. Lindsay is sobbing almost silently. So. They have excused the jury at this point. Oh, I forgot. I was asking Bob what's going on, and he's like, "They cleared the room?" I was like, "Oh, yeah, I forgot." Yeah, right? Alright, can we get this woman a benzo, please? We've gotta get this hysterics down. Oop. You guys are going too quick for me to keep up. I mean, that's what I see personally. So that's just one lawyer's opinion. And Jen Helmick Sackett. Oh, yep, Skin Row. I don't know what is going on with my. I guess it's just the chat's going. No, the state cannot be forced to stipulate. Judges always say they have the right to present their. They have the right to present their case however they deem fit. Yes, they have that choice to try the case and prove it the way they think shows their theory correct. Absolutely. They can do it however they want. They don't have to stipulate. And that's the whole point. And this is why I think the law needs to be we need changes in the law, you know, because this is the games that the Commonwealth or that the state that the government plays in every case, you know. Just put sometimes it's just putting on witnesses just because they want it to look at how much time and energy was invested in this. Look how many people it took to bring this to trial. You've got to know this person did it. Look at all the people that spent all this time working on it. Would all these people be working on this case if this person didn't do it? I mean, sometimes that's the sole reason for it. And I think they should be forced to stipulate. I think it's the defendant's right to a fair trial, and the defendant can stipulate the evidence they want to, and the prosecution should not be allowed to put on the witnesses if it's stipulated to. Certain things, I don't know, I can't think of it all right now, but there definitely needs to be something. Oh, well, if they think they need it this way to prove their case, what? They need to play on their emotions? They need to mislead them? Like all these people wouldn't do their job if you picked some idiot off the street and just pointed at him and said, let's arrest this guy? They're still going to do all the tests you ask them to do. They're still going to get on the stand and testify. I don't know what they would be saying. Well, yes, I did this very important test. It showed nothing. I mean, they do that all the time too. Allie listening, not reading the comments on screen. What are you guys saying? What comments on screen? Yeah, that's true. This might make the jury more sympathetic. For stitches and giggles, says the DAs are psychopaths for doing this, in my opinion. Question, did Lindsay ever utter out of her mouth that she definitively offed her children? I mean, there's a stipulation in a court of law, you know. So I can't answer that question. I don't know the answer to that question. Like, but I've never spoken with her, and her words don't make it to the television. All right, what was this? What other thing am I supposed to be reading on here? I mean, that's what I'm saying. The comments are going quick. So, Allie, what people ask you or comment? I still don't know what the hell we're talking about. I'm trying. All right. Well, I don't know, guys. We're still live. I don't know. I'm going live. I don't know what we were trying to get me to get at before that, but I'm live in the chat. So they want you to read the comment question, but which? Oh, well, I am, aren't I? When? Oh, Lord. Oh, put up the comment I'm answering on the screen. Yeah, I'm always yelling at Bob about that. Who's chat? Put it again. I'm absolutely live. I'm not going backwards again. Thanks, guys. Oh gosh. Did Bob ever text back? Yes. What I was saying was the courtroom was cleared, and I forgot the courtroom was cleared. So he's reminding me, well, the courtroom's cleared. But he did also say her 2 nurses are behind her, which you guys pointed out as well. Yeah, maybe we can slow down the chat a bit. It was going too fast for me to, and usually I can scroll and trace. Can we slow it down? But it doesn't seem like it's when I'm at the bottom, it doesn't seem like it's going that quick. It's like when I'm in the middle, it seems crazy. So we are. Wait, I hear noise.
Hi. Counsel, can I see you at sidebar?
Oh boy, the judge has made a decision.
Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy.
He's like, that's it. Either she's got to stop crying or she's out. I don't know. Or could he be saying, you guys are the ones choosing to do this? She's stipulating to this. So, Tracy, slow down the chat, guys. It could be the end of the day, which is what people want me to do, is put up when I say could be the end of the day. 3:10. Oh, well, jurors are coming back, so I guess not. It still could be sending them home. Yes, thanks, Adele.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Well, members of the jury, I just kind of want to revisit an instruction I've given you a couple times, I think, during the course of this trial. It's important to understand and remember that sometimes there's evidence that's presented in the trial that creates an emotional reaction. All right? But as jurors who have taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight that the evidence produces. Your verdict in this case is going to have to be based solely on the evidence, and it's not going to be, it cannot be based on sympathy or anger or passion or prejudice. So you've got to keep that in mind. And so with this, we're going to go to the next witness. Okay.
Commonwealth calls Dr. Barbara Vidal Olsen.
So obviously that specific time he's given that instruction was for the benefit of the prosecution. Like, you can't make a ruling because you feel bad for this woman because she's crying. As opposed to last time he gave it, I thought he was giving it because you can't find her guilty because of the horror of these pictures. So.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
All right, I'm going to ask you also to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you and speak into that microphone if you would.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Dr. Barbara Olsen, B-A-R-B-A-R-A-O-L-S-O-N. I previously practiced under my maiden name, Barbara Vidal, V-I-D-A-L.
Can you describe for us your educational background, please?
I completed my undergraduate studies at the University of New Mexico. I also completed 4 years of medical school at the University of New Mexico School of Medicine. Afterwards, I came to Boston to study the field of pathology at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center. I completed a 4-year residency program there, studying both anatomical pathology and clinical pathology. And after my residency, I did a surgical pathology fellowship studying the gastrointestinal tract, liver, and pancreas. And I ended my training doing a fellowship of forensic pathology at the Boston office of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. I am board certified in anatomical pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
And what is forensic pathology?
It is essentially the study of causes that are diseases, disorders, or trauma that results in sudden, unexpected, or non-natural deaths.
And do you currently work at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes, I'm a medical examiner at the Cape Cod office of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
How long have you worked there?
Since 2021.
And approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
I have examined over 1,900 bodies and performed over 800 autopsies.
And when performing an autopsy, is there a specific process or procedure that you follow?
Yes. So an autopsy is composed of many parts. The first part being documentation review, and the second part being the examination of the body, which is broken up into 2 parts. The first part being the external examination, where I look for identifying characteristics of a decedent, such as eye color or hair color. I also look for any evidence of natural disease or trauma on the outside of the body. And the second part is the internal examination, where I create a Y-like incision on the chest and abdomen and examine the soft tissues, bones, and organs, looking for any evidence of natural disease and trauma. I also examine the brain.
And did you perform an autopsy on Cora Clancy on January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you follow that same process with Cora Clancy?
Yes.
And so that started with a document review, is that correct?
Yes.
And what type of documents are you reviewing when you do that?
Typically, I have a preliminary police report to review, as well as either EMS records or records from the emergency department.
And did you start with an external examination of Cora?
Yes.
And what did you observe during that external examination?
The external examination of Cora, I saw evidence of medical intervention. She was intubated, had various EKG pads and defibrillator pads on her body. She also had a catheter on her right hand and puncture sites on her left hand and her left groin. She had her neck stabilized with a cervical collar, and she had an intraosseous catheter, which is a type of IV they put directly into the bone on her right lower leg. Her hands at the time of my external examination were covered by police evidence bags, and they were secured at the wrist with tape. When I removed those, the fingers showed no evidence of injury, and the fingernails were all of equal length and intact. And then I noted evidence of trauma of the neck with associated injuries of her head and minor injuries of her right arm and of her legs as well.
And in terms of the injuries that you observed, evidence of trauma to her neck, were there also injuries to her face and neck area that seemed to go along with the trauma to her neck?
Yes, there were findings of the head that were associated with the trauma of the neck.
And what were those?
So on her neck, she had a ligature furrow. A ligature is an object used to apply external force to the neck or compress the neck. And a furrow is simply the pattern of injury that develops underneath the site of compression. So for Cora, her ligature furrow consisted of a linear, horizontally oriented area of pallor or paleness around her neck with distinct superior and inferior edges. On the front part of her neck, the lower half of the ligature furrow was associated with additional red abrasions ranging from 1 to 2 millimeters in size. And on the back of her neck, the superior and inferior edges of the ligature furrow had developed some linear bruising as well.
And what do you mean by a furrow?
So again, the furrow is a ligature is when you have external compression by an object on the neck, and a furrow is simply a pattern of injury that occurs beneath it. It can be an imprint, it could be a pattern, or it could be more developed types of injuries such as bruising or abrasions.
And what about injuries?
All right, Counsel, we're going to take a break this time, all right?
All right. Jurors, close your notebooks. Place them on the chairs, please. This way, please.
It's just too much. It's too much. Oh, jeez.
We'll be recessed for a few minutes. I'm going to come back. We'll speak to counsel in regards to schedule. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Oh Lord. Yep, Bob just texted me. This is some cruel fucking shit. Just a second. Oh Lord. Yeah. Yeah, I heard her say I can't do this. I heard. God. Yeah, that's what damn it, I can't. No, I lost it. Disappeared. The Twitter comment was, I thought I heard hyperventilating. Me too. Gosh. I mean, hey, hey. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Right. That's why I think it's like, you know what? Prosecution, you choose, and I guess I have to highlight the comment that's making me say that. Um, well, I can't because it's gone. But the Commonwealth chose to do this. She was willing to. Yes, it does seem like a panic attack. Um, chose to take this path when they could have stipulated. So I don't think it's the defense's fault that now the jury has to see her cry, have a panic attack, because that's what the prosecution's issue is going to be. And I don't think the judge can hold it against the defense. They chose this route. They chose this route. I mean, it's like, yeah, she was crying. Who can't hear that she was crying? Yes, yes. Ugh. It's hard not to feel sad. That's why I actually crawled into my bed and was like listening, snuggling my pillow. And then when I heard her say, I can't do this, I got back out, like, oh, my emotional support dog is here. Hope you guys have grab your animals, grab your stuffies. I mean, I do wonder if I thought it was Bob. It's not Bob. Well, yeah, bringing charges and putting on evidence that you don't need to put on just to shock and traumatize the jury, that's completely different. That's what you get. You get a traumatized, emotional, hysterical defendant crying, which is not good for prosecution's case. You know? Right. It's what Atty said. And I don't know. Some of you are saying that there was emotion. We're gonna have to talk to Bob about this because, and I don't know what happened to Cameron today, but thank God because she had a really hard time just hearing from the where's Nookie? I can't turn the computer to reach him. He's laying right here next to me. Yes, she is. I love you. Yeah. From Bob, what was their emotion? Was she allowed to leave? Did her attorney say that you should stay? Because there is the fear of the jury being like, and that's why I said after the emotional outbreak with the last witness, I think that she could have safely left if it is in fact the judge is allowing that. And the jury wouldn't be thinking, "Oh, she commits a horrible offense, she can't even face it." Like, that could be a fear that a defense attorney would have. Like, "All right, you can't leave the room because the jury's gonna be there like, look, whether you did this on purpose or not, you gotta face what you did from a moral standpoint," you know? Like, and that could be one of the reasons why to say, I don't think you should leave the courtroom because the jury might feel that way. But after there's an emotional breakdown, then it's like, all right, now if you leave, at least they know why you're leaving. At least they see you tried to face what you did, you know? But yeah, like Quantum Girl says, and what so many of you are saying, you know, they could have stipulated to this. They wanted to show it. So it's their, you know, it's their fault. They're the prosecution's fault. So they cannot complain that her, you know, emotions are somehow an issue. You know? Wait. Heart Harder Truth Glass says, I can't even read comments on Facebook. So many people are so lost and closed-minded saying she's faking. I mean, look, that's why I'm saying, even if you think she's criminally responsible, how could you think she wouldn't have feelings about it? We've heard from every single person that has come into contact with this person, being Lindsay Clancy, that she was an amazing, loving, caring mother. So, but that's the fear. You know, if there's people on Facebook and a lot of them saying it, there's some of them on the jury. There's some of them on the jury. But maybe the people on Facebook didn't follow the whole trial. They don't know that even her in-laws said she's an amazing, wonderful mother. You know, they don't know all of the things she was going through. So, and a lot of you are saying that Red tried pretrial and the judge denied it, but then someone else said there was a motion and the judge said he would allow it. I think there'd be a change based on this. Again, I think even the prosecution wants her out. Look, if people believe it was faking, let them have their feeling on it. It doesn't change the fact that most of us do not believe what we just witnessed, which is right here. As Betty says, what I just witnessed, I have no doubt that she is in fact not faking. But I really want you guys to give space to other people. You know, if somebody feels like she's faking, you know, let them hold that. It doesn't change the fact that the rest of us, most of us, feel otherwise. You know what I mean? Uh, it's just like that. That's what I'm saying. It's like I'm fine if people in here are even saying, you know what, I feel like she's faking. That's okay. They can feel that way. It's like this case is just I want everyone to have room to have their feelings, even if they're feelings that we're not seeing, you know? Um, but I can't imagine that the jurors do feel she's faking because they're in the room, you know? They can feel it, they can see it. And when you have everyone who's ever known the woman saying she's one thing, even if somehow, some way, you know, like even if she was criminally responsible, she could have controlled what she did. I still think she'd feel true emotion about it. I mean, you could commit a horrible crime and then feel actual real remorse for it. You know, I just don't think he cleared out the courtroom again. Let me ask Bob. All right, so Jesus, where do you keep passing it? Okay. So I'm sorry because I want to say your name right. Leah Liesti. Judge offered it, defense denied it July 13th. So we'll have to see. We'll have to talk to Bob about this a little bit more. But like I said, I can see a valid reason why the defense would not want her leaving the room for it. Because look, at the end of the day, she admits she did this. And there could be a risk of Reddington thinking, if you try to leave during this, it's like, from a moral standpoint, the jurors may feel like, look, you did it. You got to face what you did. Yeah, you were out of your mind, even if they believe that way. You know what I mean? Different between legal and moral. That they could have been off-putting to several jurors if she decided not to be there. And again, I think once you have the emotional breakdown, you don't need a ton of them. Like if I was her defense attorney, and at first I was for some reason saying I want you to try to sit through this, now I'd say no, you got to leave. You've got to leave because there are a lot of people who that's their default for women, even other women, that she's faking. That this is all show. Oh, she thinks that she is pretty and she throws on the tears. Everyone's going to buy it. There is there's that risk,
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel Sidebar, please.
Back and in a sidebar. I know they cleared it last time. I'm just not sure if they cleared it the second time. Bob didn't. Oh, are you saying Bob tweeted again? The defense offered to stipulate to it. Like the defense keeps saying that they're stipulating to that. They're not disputing that. Emotional manipulation is what the prosecution is doing. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Period. The end. I don't care. You're welcome to feel another way, but I'm here to say this. Look, I guess I only let people have some of their feelings. No, I mean, everybody have their feelings, but there is just no legal reason for it. So it's the only answer that's left. Yeah, the Bob, I believe that, darn it. Where did Bob is saying here? Sherry says Bob is saying the judge is probably going to call it for a day. Yeah, I think that's obvious. He said, I'm going to bring you back to talk scheduling, not I'm going to bring you back for more stuff. And Jennifer Lynn says, if she wasn't crying, you'd hear, see, she's not even crying. Couldn't even squeeze one out. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Yeah. Boris had said earlier, hot take, this may make the jurors more sympathetic towards Lindsay Clancy. And again, to me, that's the risk the prosecutors decided to take. For Stitch and Giggles said DAs are psychopaths for doing this. Shaking my damn head, I think. Pretty sure. Got that one. Nailed it. Giggle Glimmer says, love y'all. Stay golden, pony boy. Outsiders. Great book. Great movie. Mama Eve said, jurors are human beings. No way they can't consider Lindsay Clancy's emotions as they are traumatized themselves. They will never unsee or unhear these testimonies and only making Lindsay Clancy's emotions relatable. I would have to agree. And thank you for your generosity. Thanks for the jewels, guys. No respect for the jury. No respect for the jury. I mean, like, you have got to, you took citizens, you had them do their duty, and then you intentionally traumatize them with no legal need to. Agreed, Lori. Lorelei, Annie.
All set.
I mean, wait,
Yes,
whoever,
I am still under oath.
so much cumulative evidence. Wait, are we returning to a witness? And the bow. The bow. I'm sure the DAs are realizing that they do not want a crying, hysterical. That's why they're asking the judge to give these, to re-give the instruction.
All right, jury.
They're like pausing so that she's quiet enough for them to hear the questions. I'm going to answer this question you guys are all asking as soon as about the headphones. I was trying to start when we break.
Court's now in session, please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the 18 jurors.
All right, Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. You had described
Oh.
previously the injuries to Cora's neck,
We're back?
but also injuries on her face that correlated
Just
to
keep
those marks.
going.
Yes.
They don't give a
On
shit.
examination of her face, she showed diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the skin of the face, most prominently around the skin of the eyes. She showed petechial hemorrhages on the inside of her eyelids as well as the inside of her lips.
And if I could have photo 2246, please.
I'm assuming this is the last one, and the state probably said to the judge, Your Honor, I do not want another day of her crying. She's got to power through. I'll deal with the crying. I want this done today. Do not want another day of crying. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see if Bob's got some insight for the insider inside the courtroom.
Doctor, there's a remote here. If you press and
Oh,
hold the
God, here
top
comes the
button,
pictures,
you
'cause
can
we need 'em.
highlight what you're
'Cause we
talking
need
about
'em.
in the photo when it comes up.
So how can anybody say this is not just to emotionally traumatize the jury? I just don't see how anyone can say it. Yeah, the prosecution has the right to put on the case that they want. They also have the right to not put on stuff that's not needed. And you don't need the pictures. You don't need the pictures. There's only one reason to put them in. Period. The end.
What are we seeing here? Is that the area of the petechial hemorrhage?
Yes, in this
Now
photo,
my
I
husband's
have the
seeing
lower
this.
lip pulled down, and on the inside of the lower lip, we can see punctate hemorrhages, which are the petechial hemorrhages.
Okay. And if you could, is that working for you?
There are no earbuds
I can
in
wait to
her.
see that.
They would not do that.
There we go. This area here?
Yes.
Okay. You just hold that top button and hold it down. And so we can remove that photo. When you talked about petechial hemorrhage in the eyes and eyelids, did it look similar to that?
Yes.
And basically it's those red marks all around the mouth, and then those same red marks were on the eyes,
Yes.
eyelids. You tell me where they were.
So they are pinpoint hemorrhages that occur. And again, they were located on the inside of the eyelids. So I inverted the eyelids and I lipped open the inside of the lips, and they were also in those locations.
And if we could have photo of 7784, please. If you could tell us what injuries we're seeing here in this photo.
In this photo, we are looking at the body from the left, and you can see the ligature furrow in this photo. Here is the linear area of pallor with the distinct superior and inferior edge. You can also appreciate in this photo some small punctate hemorrhages or the petechial hemorrhages of the face.
Okay. And if you could show photo 7782, please. What are we seeing here in terms of injuries?
Highlight.
In this photo, we are looking at the front of the neck, again focused on the ligature furrow, which is this distinct area, linear area of pallor. And on the front of her neck, the lower half of this ligature furrow had scattered red abrasions associated with it.
You can take down the photo. What are abrasions in terms of what you do?
So abrasion occurs when there is sufficient friction against the skin to cause a removal of the superficial layer of the skin.
Is it basically a scrape?
Yes.
And can we have photo 2256, please? You can tell us what we're looking at here, please.
This is a close-up photo of the back of the neck. Here is the linear area of pallor with the distinct superior and inferior linear edges. You can appreciate that the linear edges in this photo started to develop linear bruising.
And were there other injuries on the body other than those on the neck and the face?
Yes, she had injuries to her right arm and on her legs.
And if I could show you photograph 7789. Are you able to tell us what we're looking at here?
This is an up-close photo where we can see a very small, faint bruise. All of the bruises on her legs as well as her right arm consisted of small scattered bruises.
And if we could have photo 7770. What are we seeing here?
This is an image focused on her right leg. Here we see 3 bruises on her knee and 2 bruises on her left lower leg. This is a site of medical intervention, the intraosseous catheter site where the needle enters the bone.
And if we could see 7790, please.
They could if they wanted to, Bailey
What are we
B.
seeing here?
This is a close-up photo of her left leg. Again, we can see a bruise here as well as a bruise here on her left lower leg.
And then the last photo, 2233. Oh, I'm sorry, one more after that. What are we seeing here in this photograph?
In this photo, we can see the bruises I described earlier, as well as the inside of her left ankle. We're seeing 2 additional bruises.
And if we could see photograph 7794. What is shown in this photo?
This is an image of her left leg, again showing the 2 bruises close to her left ankle and then additional bruises on her left lower leg.
And then 7775, please.
Why is she talking about the
What are we
bruises?
seeing in this photo?
This is an image of her right arm extended, and I have the image focused on her right bicep where there was 3 small bruises.
And in terms of bruising.
What was that?
And
there was 3 small
Can
bruises.
anybody make that out?
And in terms of bruising, are you able to tell the age of a bruise by looking at it?
No.
Can you tell whether it's a fresh or an old bruise?
So generally speaking, we can appreciate the color of bruises. So red, blue, purple bruises tend to be bruises that occur more recently. And as they heal over time, they start to take on a yellow or green appearance.
And the bruises that you observed on Cora's body, how did they appear?
They all had versions of red appearance to their shapes.
So because they had red appearance, does that mean that they are fresh wounds?
They occurred recently.
And again, you can't tell how they occurred or what the exact time and date they occurred.
Wait a second. If they occurred right before death, and I don't know the answer to this, would there be a bruise? Would there be a bruise? Well, I mean, maybe there would be.
Correct.
Is there any information you can glean from the location of the wounds where some of the bruises were close together, like the 3 on the knee or the 2 on the lower right leg?
No, I can only document where they are and their measurements.
Now, can I have a moment?
Sure.
Going back to the injuries on her neck, what do those tell you based on your training and experience, when you're trying to determine the cause of death? What do those wounds tell you?
When I see a ligature furrow that is horizontally oriented in association with significant petechial hemorrhages, those findings are consistent with a ligature strangulation.
And what is ligature strangulation?
Again, a ligature is an object used to apply external force to the neck, and a strangulation is when it is done by someone else.
And when that happens, what effect does it have on the body? How does it? What is the mechanism of death?
Ligature strangulation results in a category of asphyxial type of deaths. Asphyxia means that the body is deprived of oxygen, and in this case, specifically the brain. So when you have compression on the outside of the neck, blood is how oxygen is delivered throughout our body. So the right side of the heart delivers blood to our lungs, where during breathing and respiration, we then put oxygen into our blood. It then moves to the right side of our heart and gets pushed out to our body through blood vessels we call arteries.
So we know that the MO of Reddington has been not to even bother crossing these people, and he may still have that just like ingrained in his head. But this is a situation where he needs to point out that all those bruises, she has no idea. They could have occurred from playing. They could have occurred during, like some of you said in the chat, life-saving measures. They could have occurred during, but he also has, my brain, but the ER doctor that was in Karen Reed, he could do it with her. La Posada.
Once the oxygen is released at its targeted site, it then recirculates to the right side of the heart through blood vessels called veins, and the process starts all over again. It's a continuous circulation. But when you have compression of the neck, first and foremost, your airways reduce, it's compressed, so you can have a reduction in your ability to breathe or complete inhibition in your ability to breathe. When you have compressions of the veins of the neck, the blood cannot drain from the head, and so then the blood actually has a backwards flow of pressure that meets the arterial blood, and that results in an increase of blood pressure within the blood vessels, as well as an overall increase in intracranial pressure. And with the compression of the artery, there's no oxygenated blood being delivered to the brain.
And as this blood is gathering in the face and head area, is that kind of causing the same type of pressure as a balloon filling up?
Yes, or like a water pipe as well.
Okay. And what happens as that blood pools and causes that pressure in the face and the head?
What normally happens is, first and foremost, the brain just has a reduced ability to take in oxygen, and in the smallest vessels in the face and brain, such as capillaries or venules, they are subject to rupture.
And as that pressure is building in those veins and are rupturing, is that painful?
Just like our blood vessels run throughout all of our body, there are nerves throughout all of our body as well. And so there is a component of pain present until loss of consciousness occurs.
And how long can it take, or does it take, for loss of consciousness to happen?
I cannot put a specific time on it for the interval. There's multiple variables to consider in a case-by-case basis. The type of ligature used, the force of the ligature used against the neck, as well as the intensity and duration of the altercation. However, situations where there's complete oxygen deprivation, loss of consciousness can occur as early as 10 to 30 seconds, with brain damage beginning at the 1 minute mark and irreversible brain damage and subsequent death occurring around as early as 5 minutes, again with the caveat that there are variables that might accelerate or decelerate that time frame.
Is there a type of constant pressure that's required to cause that loss of consciousness?
Ultimately, once the brain has a critically low level of oxygen, a loss of consciousness will occur. It takes an average of 4 pounds to compress the veins of the neck and an average of around 10 pounds to compress the arteries of the neck.
And so if someone's squeezing something or pulling something around the neck at that 4 pounds or 10 pounds of pressure in a consistent basis without any resistance, Does unconsciousness happen faster?
It could occur faster, yes.
What if someone's resisting or struggling or pulling away? Could that take longer?
When the body is in a state of stress, you have a stress response that demands an actual increase in oxygen utilization by our body. So in the presence of an increased demand with a decreased amount being delivered to the brain, it can accelerate the timeline to loss of consciousness.
What do you mean by accelerate the time to loss of consciousness?
No, overall, you can ask.
It would just make it occur faster.
And so if that pressure isn't constant, say someone struggles and is able to get free a little bit, and then you have to tighten it again, does that make it take longer?
Sustained.
You said anywhere from 5 to 30 seconds. What are the factors? I'm sorry, you said 10 to 30 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes, for loss of consciousness.
What are the factors that are at play for whether it's 10 seconds or 30 seconds?
Again, there's multiple variables. So the force of the ligature against the neck, the actual ligature itself, and the intensity and duration of the altercation.
And once someone loses consciousness, do they immediately die?
No. So if there's no intervention, the brain continues to have a lack of oxygen. And so until the brain cells start to die, it's irreversible injury to the brain. The person is alive until the body can no longer sustain the lack of oxygen.
If someone is strangled to the point of unconsciousness and the strangulation stops, can they wake up?
Without intervention is very unlikely.
So do you recall testifying previously that when asked if a person were to use a ligature around someone's neck to the point where they pass out?
Counsel, we had that answer, right?
It's an inconsistent statement.
This is your witness.
I know, and I can impeach with an inconsistent statement.
No.
I see it's sidebar.
What in the actual fuck is she doing right now, and why?
This is your
The ligature called
a injury to the brain. The person is alive until the body can no longer sustain the lack of oxygen.
If someone is strangled to the point of unconsciousness and the strangulation stops, can they wake up?
Without intervention is very unlikely.
So do you recall testifying previously that when asked if a person were to use a ligature around someone's neck to the point where they pass out?
Counsel, we had that answer, right?
It's an inconsistent statement.
This is your witness.
I know, and I can impeach with an inconsistent statement.
I see it's sidebar.
There needs to be some probative value. Unfucking believable.
Somebody tried to give insurance
30 seconds.
All right.
Doctor, do you have to continue to strangle someone past the 30 seconds to cause death?
No. Once the brain is subject to oxygen deprivation and brain cells start to die, it's irreversible. And so it will continue to progress towards death if there's no intervention.
What do you mean by intervention?
Resuscitative efforts, if somebody tried to give CPR, if they were hooked up to oxygen machines.
Do you recall testifying previously that it would be your opinion that pressure would need to be continually applied even after losing consciousness to cause death?
Sustained.
Hold
on. Sustained. Next question.
Why'd she ask it again?
Your testimony is that you can strangle someone for 30 seconds, let go, and then they die.
I said that in this presence of complete oxygen deprivation, there is a general time frame. And so 30 seconds, I cannot give a specific number to that. Once strangulation occurs, again, the brain starts to be subjected to a lack of oxygen. So whether the ligature is present or whether the ligature is not present, the oxygen deprivation and irreversible brain damage is already occurring.
And there's no coming back from that?
Not without intervention. It's very unlikely. Again, the brain cannot heal those cells.
Move on,
Did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty, to medical certainty, as the cause of death of Cora?
Yes.
And what was that?
Asphyxia.
And was that by manual strangulation?
By strangulation.
Mechanical strangulation, I mean. Yes. Did you also examine or do an autopsy on Dawson Clancy?
Yes.
And when was that?
January 25th.
And did you observe injuries on Dawson Clancy when you did the external examination?
I did observe injuries to Dawson. He had trauma to his neck with associated injuries of the head, as well as minor injuries to his left arm and his legs.
And if we could pull up photo 2166.
Oh, Lord, we're still going.
What are we seeing in this photo?
This photo is a picture of the lower lip of Dawson being pulled down, and we can see, again, similar to Cora, these petechial hemorrhages on the inside of the mouth.
And can you also see them on the eyes in this photo?
You can see periorbital petechial hemorrhages, so the skin around
We already
the eye.
got that.
And were there also those same type of hemorrhages when you lifted the eyelid?
Yes.
And if we could have photo 2149. What are we seeing here?
Dawson on his neck, similar to Cora, had a linear horizontally oriented ligature furrow consisting of an area of pallor around the neck. He had distinct superior and inferior edges to his furrow as well. This is on the back side of the neck, where we can also appreciate abrasions that are in line or parallel with the inferior and superior edges of the furrow.
And if we could have photo 2147, please. What are we seeing in this photograph?
In this photograph, we can appreciate the distinct area of pallor here on the neck, again representing the ligature furrow with diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the skin of the face.
And what are we seeing there on his shoulder?
This is just some dried body fluid.
And if we could see photo 2151, please. What is depicted in this photograph?
This is a similar photograph to the one just shown here, where you can see the distinct area of pallor representing the ligature furrow with superior and inferior edges, and again, the diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the face.
And these photos of Dawson's face, the petechial hemorrhaging on the face, appear to be darker than those and more expansive than those on Cora's face, correct?
They appear more prominent in Dawson than in Cora, yes.
And what can cause the damage being more prominent and more dispersed over the face?
Again, petechial hemorrhages occur as a result of rupturing of small vessels in the skin. And so the fact that there are more present in Dawson is indicative that there were moments where some blood did reach or push through the furrow or the ligature in little spikes or peaks, which would just result in momentary increases in blood pressure that would result in more petechial hemorrhages.
And what would cause that blood being able to flow?
Any movement against the carotid arteries. The carotid arteries are thicker and more muscular than the veins, so they're more likely to push through with the blood. So that could be movement of the ligature or movement of the person handling the ligature or movement of Dawson himself.
So it could be from Dawson struggling, or it could be from more pressure or force of the ligature?
Yes, changes in the pressure of the ligature.
And if I could see photo 2143, please.
So why don't we put in another one?
What are we seeing in this photo?
This is the back of his left forearm. It is a little pale with the light, but there were 3 small bruises on the back of his left forearm.
And going to photo 2155. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is a picture of us. So at this point position, Dawson is face down. So we're looking at the side of his right leg, and we can see a small faint bruise here.
And then going to photo 2144.
Okay.
What are we seeing in this photograph?
This is an up-close photograph, but I can appreciate that there are small bruises in the center of the image.
And photograph 2156. What are we seeing in this photograph?
In this photograph, we're looking at the back of the legs. The one closest to us is the left leg. The one farthest from us is the right. You can see bruises here, here, and here, as well as the inside of the right knee.
And so when you said here, here, and here, that was the outer portion of the
left upper leg.
Thank you. we could have photo 2119, please. What is depicted in this photograph?
This is an up-close photo of his hands.
And is there any significance to the blueness of the fingernails?
I would not have called these necessarily blue or cyanotic. That would be more of the discoloration of his face. There is some subtle blueness to the nail beds, which is again a sign of cyanosis, which is just reflective of a decrease in oxygen in the body.
And the last photo is the
Thank
PDF,
God.
please. What are we seeing here?
This image, Dawson is face up, and we can see his right and left legs. Here on his right lower leg, we see small bruises. On his right knee, left knee, we are seeing a bruise. And here is a site of medical intervention, the intraosseous catheter site.
And what are you able to tell us about the bruises on Dawson in terms of whether they're fresh or old?
They were all red and purple in appearance, so they were more recent.
And based on your examination of Dawson, were you able to determine a cause of death?
Yes.
And did you determine that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
And what was that?
Asphyxia.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit the original photos of Cora and Dawson as for identification, and the other, the ones that were just shown to the jury as exhibits.
So mark the first set for identification.
It's N and O for identification.
All right.
Over objection.
Then over the defendant's objection, using the same analysis as stated in sidebar, those other photographs may be admitted.
The photos of Cora and then Dawson as the next exhibits, please.
It's 228 and 229.
And then the, excuse me, that certificate of Cora Marie Clancy as the next exhibit.
I have no objection to that.
All right. That may be admitted.
230. And the that certificate of Dawson William Clancy as the next exhibit. And nothing further, thank you.
Ms. Reddington? No, thank you. All right. Thank you, Doctor. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I would expect the schedule similar to what we had today. I'm going to remind you again, don't talk about this case. Don't read about this case. Don't read about any similar cases. Don't watch anything. Don't do any research. Put this out of your head for tomorrow morning. All right? And I'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Thank you so much.
Court, all rise. Good. Close the notebooks, place them on your chairs, please. This way, please.
No, thank you.
So we'll be in recess on this matter till tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Court stands in recess. Please exit the court.
All right. Let me get through the supers. Miss Rattle says, not proud of this, but I'd pay anything right now to make them feel the pain they're inflicting on Lindsay Clancy right now, just 30 minutes or an hour. Tennessee Lake Gal, pale damn phone. Thank you for doing this for Kelsey. Mother of Ferret says, why in the hell would the judge allow this type of testimony in pictures? He obviously has to know. He obviously has to know that this is only jury manipulation. None of this proves whether or not Lindsay Clancy was criminally responsible. You know, I haven't done the research on the case law, and I'm sure if there's case law out there, it's beneficial to the prosecution as far as the ability to present that type of evidence, even if there isn't a dispute over how it happened. I don't know for sure, though. You would think that, and we'll get to it because another person made a comment as a, um, a suggestion of the change of the rules of evidence, but there's no probative value at that point, and typically the prosecution's argument is the depravity of the crime is part of the crime and we get to show it. And the courts have said, absolutely, that's true. But you'd think there's a point. You'd think this was a little too much. It was too cumulative to have so many witnesses testify about the condition of the bodies, about finding the bodies, about what the kids look like, and then their autopsy, then their eyes, then the photos, So always appreciate the jewels. Cherie says, Allie, you're doing an awesome job. I'm going to court tomorrow. Please answer this. Impeach your own witness. So you can't put a witness on for the purposes of impeaching them. But if your witness gets on and says something that's contradicted by a prior statement, and you didn't, then you can impeach them with it. We actually saw it happen in the Karen Reed case with Officer, what is her name? Dieter, something like that, who had a spontaneous memory deletion or inclusion or whatever she called it. It's just, there needs to be some probative value to it. And clearly the prosecution's trying to show multiple things that either, as one of you in the comments said, and I put it up, and I don't know if it's another one that I'm about to get to, but they want to imply, infer, leave it to the jury that she was abusing the kids because she couldn't handle it, or that she had to fight the kids in order to accomplish the strangling. She had to physically injure them and trying to get them to sit for the strangling. So, thanks, Cherie. TN Lake Girl also says, Allie, look at Kevin. He's pale. This is brutal. Boris, I agree. And Bob will be able to tell us today in the post-day, trial day live. Bob needs to tell us how the jury is responding. I think we all know, but yeah, Bob will let us know. Moo Bruise says, we know she killed them. She knows she killed them. Fucking enough. Right. Emily Bergman says, too far. Someone egg her house tonight. Amy also said, this DA is disgusting. I think she said enough. Gross. Yeah. Jody said, these questions the Commonwealth asking is maddening. Yeah. That's for fucking sure. Sarah B. Creative says, day 12, I still don't understand what the Commonwealth is trying to do here. Much love to you all. Boris came back and said, after this, I am much more susceptible to the defense's theories. Today really backfired for the Commonwealth. I mean, I think it most assuredly did with some jurors, but you never know if we've got those jurors that agree with Facebook. Okay, here was the resist impulse, resist impulse. So proposal to modify an FRE is the federal rules of evidence. Defendant stipulation shall reduce the probative value, which that's got to be, that exists as far as I'm concerned right now. I mean, a stipulation always reduces the probative value. But the point of it is, to the extent that an unfair prejudicial effect should be presumed. And I actually think that's a damn good modifying of the rules. If the defendant stipulates to a fact, it reduces the probative value, meaning it doesn't prove it, it has no value, probative value, no good reason to use it, to the extent that an unfair prejudicial effect should be presumed. Very good point. And then a lot of you made this comment. I don't know why. I guess even with it slowed down, the chat was moving so fast. I was having a hard time tagging non-supers, but a bunch of you made this point, and I thought I tagged a whole bunch of them, and apparently I didn't. Sometimes I do a bunch and then I double do it, not thinking I did it. But in any event, Bailey B says, just admit the photos. The jurors can just have it back there with them. My gosh. It's very, very good point. Again, the Commonwealth has the right to present the case they want to. They didn't need to do any of that. And then Darcy Lyon says karma is going to come back to people who need it. Prosecution, just you wait. I'm praying for Lindsay. Got more jewel emojis. Always appreciate that. Okay, so actually this might be the one that so many of you said, talking about giving her ear headphones as Jillian Sturgis. Laurie Leanne says earplugs for fuck's sake. Moo Bruise says serious question, could he make her wear earplugs? No. Making her wear earplugs is the same as removing her from the courtroom. So that's not happening. And it's just not happening. Either she can leave the courtroom or she can't, but Louise Morin also asked, can't they allow her to wear a headset? Cancellation. No, it's the same effect. Boris said, I am on the side that she is criminally responsible. Her crying and showing remorse and pain is helping her for me. If it was the jury, if I was on the jury, this helped Lindsay Clancy. Thanks for your generosity. I think I read Mama Eves. Thanks for your generosity. And I think we might be through all the supers. We've got just a Nani. Is that the Italian grandma, Nani? New member, welcome. Family hug. We got a bunch more jewel emojis. Jägermeister, I say this again, thankful for this chat. I think that's it. Though I'm not sure if I read this one out loud. Duncan, Idaho says, after all of that, I did read it, but do you have a plan thing just sounds like a cop-out. She's telling you all you need to know to commit her right now. Donna White, new member, thank you. Yeah, now I think I got everybody. As long as nothing else just came in. Oh, Resist Impulse says, thanks for the concurrence, AR Public Defender. Well, welcome. Welcome. Yeah, I mean, it 100% makes sense. And there really needs to be, criminal justice reform includes reform to the criminal justice procedure, to the rules of evidence. It encompasses everything. Melissa says, Bob going to Matt Walsh takes some of my money. I don't know. I'll have to ask him. He'll be on. Michael says, can't help but think these ADAs get some sick enjoyment out of this. It's so beyond appalling. I have no words. I honestly can't imagine that they do. Like, I know a lot of you feel that way. And I'm just trying to be, fair. Patched up, Ragdoll, new member, welcome. Golden Girl, yeah, I'm okay. It's just as we all are going through it with this, all of us. All right. Then we've got Kelly. Steffi says, thank you for being here with us, all of you. Well, thank you. And Cody and Folsom, member for 1 month. I feel Bob rant coming. That's for sure. All right, guys, it's been a long day. Bob, who is there in person, will be going live with the inside the courtroom coverage at some point this evening. He'll post it when he gets out, when he gets unwound, and he figures out when we're going to do it. Assuming that I'm going to do that with him as well. And then it will roll into a members only live at some point for just that special attention for the members. But don't worry, he's going to give the inside scoop to all of you. So just be here for that. And thank you, mods, and thank you, members, old and new. Thank you to all our subscribers. Hey, listen, there's like all of you out there. There's like 10,000 of you, 12,000 of you. Some of you on X. Hey, Xers, just do me a favor, eh? Just pop over onto YouTube. You don't have to even stay. Just subscribe. Subscribe. Like the stream. It's free. It's free. Show the love. Show the love. But thank you all for being here. And thank you so much to the community being able to support each other, being able to hold space for people that don't agree with you, and just knowing that everyone needs a little bit of room in this case to feel their feels. I thank you for being here with me through this. And I'll see those of you tonight with Bob, and see you tomorrow. Bye.